Shards of Etha, Stormborn Saga Book 8, written by J.T. Williams, copyright 2019, Part 1, Dragon Master. Valrin and Alara had been watching the guard who roved down the halls of dungeon cells around them. It took him 20 seconds to make the pass on their side, and then they had 50 seconds to open the door, get out, and flee down the corridor to the right. "Then what?" Valrin asked her. They had already decided that waiting until night was the best bet, because according to her, the guards were much less frequent in their patrols, and she said they were not considered the high-priority figures who needed more guards. "I've already told you that your friends are likely unreachable. We might can get to the half-orc you told me about, but any Rusies or wizard will be kept somewhere else." "He's not really a wizard," Valrin said. "He's a shadow elf." "A shadow elf without a blade is no shadow elf. I know shadow elves and I know wizards. He has a staff and uses magic. He's a wizard." "So sure of yourself?" "I'm always sure, except flying over this island. I wasn't sure about that. Shouldn't have done that. As for what we'll do, we'll get to Rikernala. It is the central town here. The city surrounds a large port. This prison is like the wing of a castle that was already here, at least from the type of stone they used. It has 3 entrances, but only one on this side of the castle. It just lucks out that this was the side entrance and not the one that most worshippers follow into the shrine." The guard was coming back around and sipping something from a bottle with a grunt. Alara waited until the guard passed again and then looked out the small window at the top of their cell at the darkening skies. "Marog is worshipped here." "And you got this all from simply flying over?" Valrin asked. "No, not at all. I was flying over when my majestic Rornuk became inconsolable, unruly, like he had become mad. We crashed outside the town, and she was instantly bound with vines and dragged into the jungle. I escaped for a time, got to the city, figured out a lot of what was going on, and then tried to get into the jungle. That's where I messed up." "Oh?" She smiled. "You have to have permission. Take my word for it. Killing 3 of the masked people by causing one of their dogs to go insane and go on a killing spree is not the way to do it." Valrin noticed the guard was coming back around. The guards here did not wear masks, and it seemed like even before the guard had started drinking whatever brew he had, they weren't exactly in the best of health. Their faces were puffy, and they were sweating profusely, though it wasn't that warm within the cells. Not to mention the man had a putrid odor. Valrin covered his nose and sat away from the cell. "You smell that?" she asked as he passed. "How could I not?" She giggled. "They didn't find everything when they searched me. I kept a bit of ashweed, something from my home. Blew the particles at his fat face before you woke up. He'll be feeling great soon, and by great, I mean that his friends will just think he drank too much and vomited, choking on his vomit. Well, ashweed has a reputation for causing one's lungs to fill with fluid." She winked. "Told you I knew shadow elves." Valrin looked at this Dragonrider with a hand for ingenious acts and imagined if Everan was to have a daughter, she might be it. The night sky was much darker than before, and the guard seemed to be wobbling in his walk. He stopped abruptly in the hallway, and both Valrin and Alara acted as if they were sleeping sitting up against the wall. He dropped the bottle he was holding and wandered back the way he had come. Alara sat up and slipped her hand through the railings, inserting a small key into the lock. The gate swung in, and she stopped it from creaking. "Now we get out of here." Valrin slowly sat up and looked out the empty hallway. He noticed that there didn't seem to be any other prisoners in the hall with them, or if there were prisoners, they were keeping to themselves and not alert at all to what was going on. Alara motioned for him to follow, and she locked the gate back, tucking the key into her shirt. They both were wearing similar garbs, a tan shirt and a simple pair of pants with nothing for shoes. As they hurried down the hall the opposite way from where the guard had been, Valrin wondered how his new friend had any idea where to go. It was then he saw a glowing orb high above them, moving along slatted ceiling openings. Ilera was watching this orb, making a point to stay just under it. "My friend helps us," Ilera said, glancing up. "Well, that is definitely not a dragon." "It's a fairy, dear man. A fairy who doesn't have time for me to be stuck here and has done quite a bit to help me out so far." They had reached an area with a small raised drawbridge, only accessible from the other side by way of a lever. This wouldn't stop Ilera. The industrious woman not only had a fairy friend, a dragon, and the ability to use herbs, but seemed to have quite an accurate throw as she hurled a broken brick she found on the ground at the lever, dropping the bridge. The fairy drifted down to her and then went across the bridge, zooming under and over, and then along the walls on either side. At last, the fairy floated on the platform where the bridge ended, and Ilera signaled for them to move. "Checking for traps. The dear fairy wants me to get out safely too. Any more friends I should know about? You seem to have this entire plan in motion regardless of my presence. Any other surprises? Any clue how to get to my friends? I must get to Bri and—" She interrupted him. "My dragon. That is how. Other than that, no. We have work to do as soon as we get to Rikernala, and that we'll get to immediately. Fairies like this would not be in this place unless there was a reason. This place is rank with shadow magic, and no fairy of decent quality would find themselves here, and I assure you, dear Valrin, that this fairy is of the highest quality." At this point, Valrin had no opinion of Ilera other than she was being most helpful for now. He wished he had his sword. He had just gotten it. As they reached the far end of the corridor, they came to a doorway and both knelt. Ilera pushed open the wooden door and peered out. They could see the night sky and a dark green grassy knoll in the moonlight. "You said this place was like a castle, so I assume this isn't opening up to the outside world, but yet actually a courtyard." She glanced back at him with a slow but mocking nod. "Very good, sea captain. You know of something aside from sailing and water. Nice. This is going to go well. Are you sure you have no friends or powers you haven't talked about? I kind of like surprises." Valrin stared at her. "The silent type? Very good, I'll take it. Now follow me." Though Valrin didn't see the fairy anymore, that didn't stop Ilera from darting into the night air with full expectations that Valrin would follow just behind her. He did his best to keep up, sprinting from one dark area to the next, from the base of a tower to a large boulder in the center of the courtyard. There were guards on the high walls, but they did not seem to be paying attention, and it wasn't like this courtyard was one with much expected traffic anyway. They came to a gateway with several torches on the upper levels and near the gate itself. There were 2 guards here. Valrin and Ilera hugged the wall down the way from the guards. "Will the fairy help us here too?" Ilera looked at him and shook her head. "The fairy has done much for you already. No expecting it to do more. No, it is my turn." She whistled like a strange bird. Valrin assumed it was a bird because it didn't sound like a normal whistle, and he couldn't imagine any other creature doing it. She then squealed loudly. It was like a pig's squeal. "What are you doing?" She motioned for him to be quiet, and then squealed again. The 2 guards looked around the gate their way and slowly approached. Valrin really wished he had his sword now. The 2 guards were massive, much larger than normal men with large spears. These were not the same race as the guard in the inner part of the prison. As they were nearly upon them, Ilera leaped from the ground, grabbing one by the head and spinning into the other with a swift kick, sending a spray of blood. As she twisted around the first one, Valrin heard a crack and the man collapsed. Ilera punched the other in a series of jabs before kneeing him in the face and jumping atop his shoulders. She gripped him from behind, and he collapsed, flailing as she choked him. In a few seconds, it was done. She sat up and brushed herself off before pulling 2 daggers off the guards, which in their hands were like swords. They are some form of pigmen. Ironic, they like to eat hog as much as they look like them. Noticed there were hogs on the island, and after seeing them chow down on them in Raikernala before I was captured, I figured these 2 guards might react to a similar squeal. Valrin scanned their surroundings. Or perhaps they were investigating the sounds and you got lucky. She winked. Either way, it worked out! Now come on! They went into the guardhouse, and after twisting the gear to raise the gate just enough for them to slip out, Alera and Valrin had escaped the prison. Though they were outside the walls, they made quick pace, moving into the jungles around a wooden wall that Alera pointed to as they passed. Northwest part of Raikernala. The city is right up against the fortress. There is a gateway somewhere down this way, but we need to get into the market. Valrin looked up a road intersecting the one they were on. Should we not be worried about what we're wearing? Alera shook her head. No, they don't like to give the people any clue that there is any type of prison, so we shouldn't actually stand out in any way. If we see guards, meh? It could be an issue, but at this hour we should be okay. There is an inn not too far into the town. I've stayed there before without an issue. From there we can go upstairs, get changed, and then get going on the next bit of our journey. They came to a large open gateway, but there was only a single guard, and this guard was not of the same kind as the others at the castle. He wore a red tunic with wooden armor and held a small axe. Elora nodded to him as they passed, and he nodded back. Valrin looked back as they began through a small dark passage that led into the town ahead. He didn't even really notice us. Town guard, they're volunteers. They don't ask many questions. Most of the town is worried about the end of the world now, or so I understand it. They came into a quaint town with 2-story buildings built along a hill that descended into a large harbor. On the outer ring of the harbor were large ships just like the one he had fought before, and he immediately saw his ship within the harbor. He stopped and Alera noticed, tracing his gaze. Your ship, I am guessing? It doesn't look like the other ones. Yes, it is my ship, the Ayla Sunrise. Strange name. Why would you name it something so strange? After a friend who died. Alera sighed. Well, quite strange, but okay. Valrin could see his assistants, the turtles that worked on his ship. They were rolling about the top of the vessel, and it looked like there were many guards around the Ayla Sunrise, but none of them on the ship. Perhaps they were waiting, or they had already tried and failed to board or defeat the turtles. Either way, the ship was not being dismantled, as was part of his worry before. The ferry from before floated down just in front of Alera. I know. Let us get something else on and we'll get to you. I know you're still waiting. I didn't forget. Forget? I have a bit of a task I'm in the middle of, or was in the middle of. Kind of a trade of services that I guess I owe a bit more on now, considering the fairy got the key and brought it to me. The fairy bounced on her head. Ow! She swatted the fairy away. I will meet you at the fountain. Just go. We will hurry. Come on, Valrin. She pulled him by the hand, much to his uncomfortable surprise. He felt odd not being with his crew and essentially having a stranger pulling him along. But it wasn't like he was being taken somewhere he didn't expect, and in fact, he soon was staring at a simple enough 3-story building with black shutters and a most solemn melody playing on the other side of a green door. Alera pushed open the door, and they entered a tavern that smelled of salt and old stew. Not the greatest of smells, in Valrin's opinion. Several tables were empty, and even the bar looked shut down. A fire was still burning brightly in a nearby fireplace, and mounted above it was the head of one of the boar that Alera had most likely been imitating. A woman with black hair emerged from a lower level with a lamp and hung it on the post just next to the bar. Alera, you have returned? "You look mishandled a bit," she said with a curious stare. "And you brought a friend?" Ilera blew the hair out of her face, and in the better light, Valrin saw that she had a bruise on her cheek. "I have, and we need a change of clothes and we'll be on our way again." "Seems like most," the woman said. "The tavern was empty tonight. Many of the men were making stakes to put in the harbor. Still worried? It was decreed by the priests, yet they will not let us leave. 3 more of my friends have gone missing. I had thought the same of you when you did not return. I suspect you'll leave soon if you can." Ilera nodded. "I will, but not because I believe something is coming. Do you really think your entire island will be destroyed? These priests are at just as much risk as you." "We must serve. We will be cursed if we leave. Go on," she said. "Will you be needing food, or are you okay?" "We are good. Thank you." Though Valrin was hungry, seeing as he did not know when he had last eaten, he was more focused on getting to his crew at the moment. For now, though, he did not know what that would entail, considering his current companion and her lack of details, even with what seemed a certain plan. She led him upstairs, and it was here they went to a communal-type dresser with changes of clothes. "They get many who are lost at sea and end up here. Most of those talk of sea monsters, or so she said. It is what they believe is coming." "Sea monsters?" "They have been told by the priest of Marog that they must prepare for the arrival of a terrible beast, and either prepare the harbor itself or pray at the altars, channeling their thoughts into Marog so that he will save them." As they changed into much less suspicious clothing, Valrin wondered of their next step. "After we meet this fairy, what then? How do we get your dragon?" "We get into the jungle, but we have to have permission by one of the masked priests, or so I understand it. I ran into the fairies just before my attempt into the jungle and, well, I should have listened. The fairies have been here longer than any. They claim they knew of a wizard from before, the one who settled into this place. They knew I was not from here, but claimed I had a particular part to play. I just wanted my dragon. Now, I meet you, another stranger to this place, and it just so happens we are both needing something. I guess we'll see where this goes." She smiled at him, and at that moment he sensed she had a plan, but she looked at him almost as lost as he was. It seemed, for now, they would have to work together. As they headed back out, the woman from before was just staring out and didn't even recognize them. She seemed like she had been crying. "Is everyone like this?" Valrin asked. "Mostly some claim it is nothing. Others are ardently preparing to fight the creature. That's what a lot of people are doing, it seems." "Any time frame?" "Soon," she stated. "That's all I've heard. Apparently it coincides with the eruption of the volcano that forms this island. I flew over it initially, but I haven't once heard the earthquake. I know volcanoes. We have several in the south, but nothing has given me a hint that there is an imminent eruption. I was actually searching out volcanic crystals that form near the inner portion of volcanoes when I ended up stranded here." They headed south within Raikanala, moving toward the harbor, but as quickly as he saw a glimpse of it again, they were back in a narrow alley, headed to another small square. "We need to get to my ship. Is the path guarded?" "The harbor is watched. Stepping on that ship would likely mean everyone would attack you, considering the level of servitude here. Not that the people of the city have an issue with you, but if one of the masked type sees you and wants you stopped, you won't have much of a chance. Everything is in a weird state here. They are waiting, not the people, I mean, but the masked ones. Partially, it is why I believe there is something to their claim of their end of everything. But I don't know. If I can get my dragon, we can get your friends, and then we can get your ship." "But if your dragon is stuck like before?" Valrin questioned. "I'm planning on burning most of these jungles and this island if I have to, but I'm making this up as I go. If you have a better plan, feel free to tell it to those who will listen. But my first focus is getting my dragon, Captain." He didn't have a better plan at the moment, but he wished he did. There was a fountain up ahead with several of the fairies floating up and down at the surface of the water. As Ilera approached, they gathered together in the air before her, and she bowed. "Okay, what is it?" The fairies moved over to where Valrin was, and after moving up and down his arms and legs, all but one fairy fled up into the air. "Time," the fairy said in the faintest of voices. The fairy bounced into Ilera several times and then fluttered down an alley. "Okay, I know, follow you. You don't have to hit me." As they followed the fairy into the darkness of the city, they then went down a passage that twisted beside a small tree and several croaking frogs that hopped across their path. They came to a stairwell that went up and over the waterway into a small thatched roof hut that was at the corner of several buildings and hidden away. Several fairies floated just out of sight, and 2 fairies sat on the edge of the roof. The fairy leading them went up to a small bell, ringing it twice. A torch flickered to life on the small porch of sorts, and the door opened for them. "This is all so strange," Ilera said. "You're the one doing what the fairies want. I'm just following," Valrin said. As he did just that again, following his companion into the small hut, they were greeted by the smell of incense. "Lovely, isn't it?" a voice said. The door shut behind them. Part 2. Lone Rusis. She opened her eyes to darkness around a single window of light. "Valrin," she said, rolling to her side. But she was not on the deck of the Ayla Sunrise, and she wasn't back in the Elven lands as she had been dreaming. She felt very weak, but she was sorer from the hard stone she had been lying on. She looked around. Seeing the bars on the door, she knew she was in a cell of some kind. She was alone and had no idea if anyone else was even alive. She forced herself to her feet and went to the door. Looking out, she spotted 2 figures standing beside her door. "You've got special treatment," a voice said. She knew this voice. "Ordak!" she shouted. "Yes, I'm here." His voice was weak, as if he were sleeping. "What happened?" "The best I figured. We were captured," he moaned. She could hear his struggle to stand from the shuffling across from her. The 2 figures did not move as the half-orc's face appeared in the grates of the cell door. "I'm glad you're well, Bri. We were hit from some type of poison. I haven't seen the others. The best I heard was that our shadow wizard was taken far away from here." "And Valrin?" "Oh, I'm sure he is somewhere. But not on this wing, or perhaps he is asleep too. There were several others in the cells around us, but they were taken away. No one else has come back in." "How many days has it been?" "I think just 1. I really don't know. The poison wore off quickly due to my orc blood, or maybe the intent was to capture us and not kill us. All I know is if these people are anything like the ones on Ayaklo, they'll be trying to put rings or masks on us, I'm sure. I suspect that's what the others were taken to do." One of the figures suddenly lunged out, smashing the cell door, and Ordak staggered back, coughing. "Touched a nerve with these here," he said, annoyed. Bri noticed that both figures guarding her had masks. "I'll figure something out, Ordak," she said. "Good," he said, vanishing from sight. "I will lay back down for now. Seems the best idea. I don't feel too well." Bri was alone. She hoped the others were okay, but right now her concern was to get free of this cell. She was able to summon her powers, but her gauntlets were gone. "Ha," she thought to herself. If she had her powers, it wouldn't be that difficult to escape. But even as she had these thoughts, both figures looked into where she was, their eyes glowing. "Can they read my thoughts?" Both figures lifted their staves and smacked the door. She took several steps back, and they turned back around. "Hey, Rusis!" Ordak shouted out. "Do not answer me or say anything, but yes, they can read your thoughts and plans. The worst thing that could happen for them would be an empty cell. You're a Rusis. I'm sure you can figure this out. When you do, go. You know who you need to find, and it isn't the captain." Bri thought to herself, But then, instead of thinking of a plan, she thought of memories. Before, in the castle in Taria, she could feel the guards as if they were in her memories too. She focused, changing her thoughts from shifting invisible to vivid explosions as she fought the undead. She imagined doing it to the guards outside her cell, and once again, they tapped her cell. She closed her eyes. She had her plan. She only needed a moment to focus. She would do what she did before, the same way she had fooled the ensnared Rungar by shifting from plain sight to invisible. She felt herself falling into a pool of shadows, veiling herself against the stone. She kept focus, looking directly at the masked foes who were now gazing into the room, but could not see her. At least, that was what she hoped. The cell door opened, and the masked foes rushed in, both splitting off to look at the sides of the room, but Bry rushed out of the open door and clung to the wall near Ordak's cell. Both masked guards grunted, and one of them ran out and down the hall. "Good, you got out. Now figure out a way to the next step. I believe this place is like most shadow temples of the eastern lands of our friend," Ordak said. "Be careful of everything and everyone." The masked guard smacked the area near Ordak's cell, but Bry had already begun down the hall. She hurried, reaching another corridor, and then finding several stairs palely lit by torchlight. She fell into the shadows and ceased her spell. She exhaled. She had escaped, but they'd no doubt be looking for her. She took a moment to catch her breath, and then looked up and down the stairwells that snaked both above and below her. She would go up, and hopefully she would not regret it. Leaping up the stairs in several bounds, she ascended with haste, coming to an open passageway and crenellated walls. She hurried to one of the openings, carefully peeking over to her right and left. She spotted the ocean and a town around a harbor, but that was far away from where she was now. Though there were many lower buildings with curved roofs that came to upturned points on their end, she was next to a massive circular tower. Looking to her left, she saw the edge of the walls and a massive forest that led onto the sea. To the right were spires of varying size and shape, but all had curved tops that formed upside-down moons. She sighed, looking again to the harbor, wondering of Valrin and Everan both. It was then she heard someone coming up the steps, and she jumped to hurry back into the tower, but then spotted the shadow of the approaching person. She turned to sprint down the passageway that led to another large tower. Making it to the opposite door, she jumped into the darkness where another stairwell twisted down, and she quickly descended. I have no way to know where this is going, but it is better than alerting the entire place to my escape. She followed the stairwell until it came to the oddest of red carpets and a long hallway with sheer walls. Here, the torchlight was softer, and the air was not as stale as the prison tower. She looked back up to where she had come from and then peered down the hall. There were many pieces of furniture here, cabinets, benches, and small tables with flowers. But this wasn't a storage area. This was a well-decorated portion of this castle or temple she found herself in. She began down the hallway, hearing a shuffle and falling against the wall again before turning herself back invisible. As she looked out of her shimmering magic from her point of view, a woman with dark black hair emerged carrying a tray with a single cup. The woman ignored her, moving to a small table where she gathered other mugs before continuing into another room. Bry began to walk, and to her surprise, she heard birds tweeting somewhere in the ceiling or walls. She looked back to see if the woman had returned to the hall, and then hurried her own pace, moving down the hall to a central room where the floors made a circular path of red around a large black stone. Here, a stone stairwell led up to somewhere else, and the red carpet went in different directions by way of many different halls. As she continued forward exploring, she could not help but hear more of the birds, their bizarre tweeting, no matter where she was within this strange place. "You are lucky," a voice said behind her. Bry glanced behind from within her veil, knowing that her magic was still working. But still, the woman with black hair from before was staring in her general direction. "They are all gone for now, but they will return. I know you are there. This place is old, a place for a grand wizard, built in the design of the eastern lands of the main continent. I do not know if you are the one who escaped many hours ago, but if you are, I bid you leave. This place changes you. It changes me. I go to attend my duties, but I'm a friend for now. If I can help, please join me in the kitchen." The woman then bowed, glancing around and obviously knowing Bry was there, but not exactly where. The woman continued forward into a small wooden door off the main carpet. Bry glanced in by the slowly closing door and noticed the woman was attending a kettle on a small stove. As she looked around, curious as to what she should do, she noticed two unsettling statues with rubies for eyes down one of the halls. She felt her stomach tighten and began to sweat as a sour taste filled her mouth. She slipped into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. The woman looked up, but Bry was still within her veil. "You are a Rusis, then. Not like the one who escaped, neither of them. Show yourself, please. I do hope this is not all just a hallucination. They would have one then. They will have been right." Bry had no other friends or sources of information, no way to get assistance beyond this person who could have alerted the guards to her presence, but didn't. Though she still had reservations to revealing herself, her body was fatiguing from her spell casting. Bry appeared as normal before the woman, who smiled and then sighed in relief. "You are not an islander, not of Rekernala?" Bry shook her head. "I am not. I am of the north," she said plainly. "There are truly people still outside this place?" she asked, returning to scrubbing a dish in a bucket of water. "Of course, many. There are many people beyond this place." The woman looked down and swallowed, a tear rolling down her face. "I was not insane. I am not insane. It is what I thought." Bry noticed the woman had a small bed in this cooking chamber. "Are you a servant?" The woman smiled. "I once was more, I suppose, before my time here. I was one who did not believe we needed to pray to the Dark One, but now nothing moves within this place or anywhere else without the will of the watching shadows. The occurrence of you moving through this place means that my time is coming." She put down the dish and took a kettle full of water that was sitting on a stone slab, placing it over the fire. She sprinkled several leaves into the fire. "You'll understand if I do not offer you any of my tea? I do dislike being rude, but I cannot speak more of it." Bry walked near the woman, looking back at the door before sitting against the stone slab. "Not at all. Can you tell me of this place and perhaps of my friends?" The woman turned and moved her head at a strange angle, coughing. "I think. You are of the ones they brought from the ocean? I heard them talking of it. I tend to all the warriors, the high warriors, the ones who are most precious to Marog." "Did they talk of any dying?" "No, not of those they did speak of. They placed the one they deemed a normal human far from here. They put another, a half-breed, in the primary tower. There was another, one they were most interested in, within the Silver Tower. Odd choice for that prisoner to be placed there." The woman's tea was steaming, and the air was incredibly sweet. "Why?" Bry asked her. The woman took down a wooden cup. "Because that was once the place of magic used by the old wizard of this island. I know much of this place before. I was who discovered that our prayers are empty, that the one who claims they are a god is nothing but a shell of what once had power in this place. But they force devotion. They force honorary prayer. We are told our end is coming, and we must be prepared to be saved by the one true Marog. I once fought that. I killed so many of the types I now serve. I was told it was my punishment, and I'd go mad, as all who serve Marog do. I do think I am near that. I see so many shadows moving in the corners of my sight within this place. I'm always watched. Even now, I feel their presence." The woman let out a sudden scream. Bry ignited her spells and spun around, but there was nothing. The woman staggered back, nearly falling into her bed, and then shook her head wildly. She was silent now. Bry put down her hands, and the woman was quivering. She put a finger to her mouth, telling Bri to be silent, and then went for her kettle with a small towel, taking it off the fire. She poured it into her mug. I have always had a plan. I knew the true gods would answer it. I served the Grand Priestess for a time. Bri knew that name. Everan had used it before. It was the shadow elf version of Etha, a blood god of the Shadowlands. "You are from the Shadowlands?" Bri asked. "I do not know of that place, at least not anymore. Maybe. I remember back in Rikernala, I had a small statue and a scroll that my father kept for me. He told me that was the true goddess I should pray to." The woman's gaze went to the floor. "Then they killed him for the glory of Marog." Bri didn't know what to think of this woman, but it seemed at every moment her conversation was turning darker. "But you want to know of the Silver Tower? The one where your friend is?" "Yes," Bri said. "The way is direct. The statues outside my little room, they guard the way. The tower is the silver one. Perhaps that is all you need. I must have my tea. I must have my tea before they come. Go, go, one from the north." The woman pointed and Bri bowed. Thank you so much." She hurried, stepping backward and peeking out the door. There was no one there. She slipped out and shut the door behind her. Part 3. Swamp. Valrin was disturbed of the situation he found himself. Elara backed up, bumping into him, and again, the voice from before spoke. Now, we mustn't be shy. Come forward. You will find the accommodations fine here." As they passed through a veiled cloth, they saw a man sitting with his legs crossed. His skin was dark, his hands long and gray. But it wasn't these qualities that disturbed Valrin. This man wore a mask just like the others, and his eyes were glowing. Now, Captain and Dragonrider, we are gathered here for certain needs. Now, I am to tell you to go to the jungle as you seek, Dragonrider, but I tried to stop you before you went further, and you did not listen to my fairy friends." Valrin stepped in front of Elara. "I am Valrin, and you know I am a captain. What of you? You are of the cult like the others? Where is my crew?" "Stout captain, do have a seat, you and the Dragonrider." The candles in the room increased in number, and though they could see more in general, it was stranger that the seats moved without obvious force, sliding out before the masked man. Valrin looked around at the several hanging skeletons of lizards and fish. Incense rose from a table behind the man, and though he was masked like the others, his presence was different, to say the least. As they both took seats, Elara partially disturbed, the masked man spoke again. "This island is old, a place once haunted. I am older than most who still breathe as the old tribes did. I saw the masked ones come. I am one in form only. I do not swear fealty to the mask of Marog, but I have my issues and tasks as do you. I know of your crew, Captain, and I know of your dragon. All has come together. I have but a simple task. The way to the monsters of Marog and to where your dragon resides is but a simple place to enter. You only need the permission of a masked form. I can give that. In releasing your dragon, you gain the way to rescue your friends. No short amount of work will be required, but all is necessary for necessary ends." "So, we will have to fight to break out my crew? Why not just say it?" Valrin asked. "I did, young captain, but you have come upon a place in a time or change. Workings within workings, masks upon plots. I cannot help you more than this." "I can burn that entire prison with my dragon, Valrin. We can get your friends out. But I couldn't fly over this island before. How will getting her free help if that happens again?" "Time," the masked figure said. "You have true time as your ally. That is all you need. Patience and time. That which controls the island will be destroyed as a purer form emerges. It has all been engineered as such. Events are as they need to be, but you must journey into the jungle together." The masked form looked at Elara. "Take the captain in this." The gray arms handed her a torch with a darkened crystal on the tip. "This allows you entry as a patron of Marog. You will not be stopped by other masked forms, but this cannot protect you beyond that. The jungles are not the place they were before. You are to proceed into the jungle. There you will meet another follower of Marog, and they will take you to where you can retrieve 3 silver mushrooms. That is the task I am to give you. Complete this, return to me, and I shall give you the blessing of passage, and by then, the workings will be complete. Your dragon, young one, is kept in a place you cannot hope to reach without my blessing in your path. Just as the jungle requires the blessing of one with a mask, so too, the place where your dragon is kept." Ilera took the torch. Valrin noticed that it was not at all like a normal torch, and the crystal seemed to have some type of fog that circled the tip. "We just need to go into the jungle? We will not be stopped?" Ilera asked. "Do you have any weapons?" Valrin asked. The masked form bowed. Tendrils of the mask flowing off the outer edges snapped as it did so. "You have all you need," the man said. Valrin and Ilera looked at one another, and when they looked back, the fairy from before hovered in front of them with a pinkish glow around its body. It began to slam itself into Ilera, pushing them back to the doorway and to the outside air, which was a salty contrast to the incense of the masked man. The moment they were outside, the door shut, and the fairy landed on Valrin's shoulder. "What? Are you going with us?" The fairy jumped off and zoomed around them before hovering just to their side. "It seems so," Ilera said. "Here you go." She handed him the torch with the darkened crystal. As they began back toward the town, back around the small stream where the croaking frogs jumped into the water as they passed, he was surprised that the fairy was following them. "Don't fairies normally just heal you and be done?" Ilera smirked. "Well, that's kind of rude. Do you normally just think of yourself when it comes to things, or is that just a captain trait?" The sun was beginning to come up over the jungle, and a red glow surrounded the peak of the volcano in the distance. Several townspeople were coming and going now, and at least 2 stalls were open where men were cutting fish, and a woman was preparing to cut vegetables. As they passed them, Ilera went to both stalls, taking their knives and sliding them into her boots. "You just stole those," Valrin told her, his disapproving tone obvious to the Dragonrider. She formed her face into a fake sad expression. "Oh, I am sorry, Daddy. Want me to go ask them nicely?" "No, because they took my dragon. They owe me." As they began up the road back north, they took another path that cut off the main road and took them back down an alleyway. "They, as in the people of Rikernala, did not take your dragon. Marog is their master. His ilk took my dragon. His ilk hides my dragon. We are going into a dark place, and based on what I've seen so far, I'd reckon that you're not going to be using any of your own skill to get us out of trouble. I've heard of the glacial seas, and I know of what kind of people are there. Sea monsters, dwarven pirates. No, you must have powerful friends for you to have survived this long." "Friends indeed. My crew means much to me." "Then don't worry," she said, as they came to a hill within the city where the buildings followed the growth of the terrain. "I'll get you to them safely, and when it is all said and done, I'll be there to help you to your ship. I expect our mutual enemy will no doubt come against us both." They had come to another door, this one different from the one they had come through when they escaped before. In fact, Valrin could see the open sea if he looked to their left. A wide jungle was before them, but here too were many of the masked forms holding staves. 2 of them approached Valrin and Ilera. While the other figures were dark and veiled in the shadows, this one had a staff with a glowing light that glowed brighter as they approached. Valrin held up the staff, and the one approaching simply stopped, motioning with their staff for them to follow a path in the darkness. As Valrin and Ilera silently continued, their torch began to glow white, and the dark path was revealed to be a white stone road that led into the otherwise bleak darkness. As they began down this path, they looked back to see the way they had come was once again closed. We take a path of their worshippers, or so I think. It is why we must have permission to go this way. They act on almost a hive mind of sorts, or that is how I have understood it. Though Valrin could see that outside the jungle, the sky was becoming increasingly brighter, it seemed like that light was forbidden from reaching the jungle. The path was just as dark, and the only true source of light was their torch. "Let me see the torch," Alara said, reaching for it and kneeling at a pile of rocks off the road. There were pictographs in the flat stone that the pile of rocks surrounded. "A rune stone," she said. "And?" Valrin asked. "It is just strange. I have not seen these in some time. They act as beacons or nodes to magic. As magic moves through the stones, they typically have a convergent point, a central location where these energies gather." Valrin noticed that these markings did not look like Dwemhar markings, but their use reminded him of the crystal energy systems his own ship used. "As you mentioned, there was a powerful wizard here," he told her. They continued down the path, finding a large stone bridge that reached over a bubbling black river that had a haze of steam over it. "Maybe an eruption is not too far off," Alara said. "This happens when the fire of the mountain is rising up in the ground. I've seen it before. Strange there is no quaking of the mountain, though. It is like birth pains. And do you have any children? How old do you think I am?" Valrin hadn't really thought of that. "Well, you said birth pains. I assumed you had children." "No, no children for me. I've seen that. Not any time soon either. Haven't found a man who can keep with me either. Many offers, but if you can't beat me in a duel from a dragon, I don't even want to entertain dragonlings with a weaker mix." She winked at him. "What about you?" "No, my crew is enough for me." She laughed, moving the torch across the darkness before them. Their path had begun to ascend further into the jungle, and the trees here were much older. Ruins ran along the road, and the air was much cooler here. "So no wife for the captain?" "Not yet." "So there are interests?" "One. I don't know if I'd say she'd marry me, as the word goes, but I do care about her. I have to imagine it hard for a woman on the seas with few choices. You are cute, I'll give you that, but I prefer a bit more aggressive male. If you were a dragon, you'd be tossed into the fires by another dragon. I can tell these things. Might want to work on that. Is she a weak woman too?" Valrin wasn't sure how this conversation had gotten to this point, but he was quite annoyed now. I did it again," she said. "Must have made you angry. You're not talking." "Haven't really had a chance," he said. "But no, she isn't weak. She's a Rusus." "Fire or ice?" "Neither, really. She uses all elements." Alara nodded in approval. "Well, that is different. I've heard of Rusis, but most I've met have only had control over one element with any luck. She must be powerful. Now tell me, you have a Rusis and—" "A shadow elf wizard and a half-orc." Small crew. Good thing you haven't fought a dragon. You'd not be the captain for much longer with such a small crew, magic or not." Alara was an obviously opinionated person, but for now, she was the best bet of an ally Valrin had, and while some of her questions were annoying, he could not help but notice that she had a level of confidence he did admire. The ruins were closing in around them, and they came to a gateway with tall spires, but a miniature door. The door itself was locked. Valrin noticed two small crystals on either side of the door. He moved his hand along the darkness on either side of them, brushing moss and mud with his fingers. Alara used the torch to see where he had moved his hands, and neither of them saw a switch or lever. As she moved the light over the crystals, both began to glow and then dimmed. "Put it against the crystal, the actual torch," Valrin suggested. She did it. and the crystal lit up. She moved it to the other as if she were lighting the two crystals with the light of her torch, and both crystals began to glow. Valrin pushed open the gate, and they walked into a courtyard beneath a large, glowing red tree. As Valrin and Ilera approached the tree, Valrin noticed that the dark black bark was segmented with bright red lines that seemed to pulsate as they drew closer. Valrin reached out to touch it when a branch snapped down, grabbing hold of his arm. A horrid pain overtook his arm from his fingertips up to his shoulder. He pulled against it to no avail until Ilera slashed the branch with one of her two blades. Valrin fell backward as the grip lessened on his arm and his fingertips tingled. Ilera pulled him back up. Blood trees. They feed on humans or elves or whatever they can. We have them near the Shadowlands. You should be more careful. Valrin rubbed the spot where the tree had grabbed him and noticed an indent in his skin with raised red bumps. Ilera put her knife back in her boot. Like I said, if you were a male dragon, you'd be dead. Valrin shook off the returning judgment of his companion and looked up at two statues on opposite sides of this courtyard. He noticed that both had red eyes that seemed to give off the impression that they were staring at them, seemingly moving to keep a focus on them. Ilera went up a small stairwell that led to another larger gateway that sat above the blood tree. Here, another gate, she said. As Valrin joined her at the gateway, he noticed there was a small flat altar on the edge of the doorway with the still quivering near corpse of a rat-like animal. The animal, whatever it was, squeaked loudly as they moved the torch over its body. This was done recently, Valrin said. Very, Ilera agreed. In a sudden merciful act, she smashed the skull of the animal with a rock. The air was silent as the supposed sacrifice to Marog, as it seemed, ceased movement. Let's keep moving, she said. As they approached the actual gateway, Valrin took the torch from Ilera and motioned it over the crystals on either side of the doorway. Both came alight, but the door would not budge. A small flash behind them caught both their attention, and from the altar where the creature was killed, blood followed a narrow canal of glowing stone that traced a path all the way to the gate. At that point, the gate opened on its own. That's different, Valrin said. Not within the Shadowlands. I had a thought that it might be a blood door considering the tree. Both of these are not at all uncommon in my lands. As the gateway opened, they both proceeded to what Valrin could only describe as a river of green moss that glowed an eerie yellow hue in the shadows of the jungle darkness. Here, they found a lone figure standing beside a boat. As he stepped forward, Ilera drew both her knives and Valrin stood firm. The figure was wearing a mask and had a staff, like the one that had allowed them entry. You come by the will of Marog, the entity said as if whispering, but its voice was loud. Doing the work of the god are those who pass this way. Honor, that is what I bid thee. There are few who take this path but the most devout. You go the way of the priests, but you have not the armaments? We have what we need, Valrin said. You will take us forward? We seek silver mushrooms to prove our faith to Marog. The figure lunged over to them. It was massively taller than them, with strange skinny legs that were green in the torchlight. It bent down over Valrin. Its breath was sour. Your faith to Marog is not of question. If you are here, you do Marog's work. That is why you were given the ancient staff, the torch of the gods. We of the island guard what is sacred, and we must bow to that device. It is not our place to question, but to serve, and that is what we do. The figure stood back up and made a single bounding step toward the glowing river. It reached out with its staff and pulled a boat from the opposite side of the river. I will take you to the tribe. They will give you what you need. Then we will take you to the place you seek, by the will of Marog. Ilera looked to Valrin. He could tell the Dragonrider was frightened. Come on, he said, walking up a small wooden dock and stepping into the masked form's boat. Don't want a dragon to throw my dragon self into a volcano, he teased back to her. She smirked. Yes, would hate for that to happen. Just something about getting in a boat with no rider or guide. As she stepped in, the masked form stepped onto the boat and sat on a tiny platform affixed above the small boat. It was almost as if the form was weightless, since though it was quite tall, the seat it sat on was smaller than Valrin's hand. Without delay, the masked form pushed them along the river with a large stick that it thrust into the mud of the water, if it was actually water, beneath them. They proceeded forward in quick haste, leaving the ruins behind them and passing through overhanging vines and flowering plants, though Valrin wondered how any flower grew in this darkness. The air was putrid, like it was sickened, but that made little sense to him. He didn't know how a land could be sickened, but he thought of the elven lands he had visited before and how the blight had affected both the woods themselves and the occupants of the land. Alara leaned over the side, and their guide hit the boat with its stick. "This is not a place for sightseeing, young one." Alara sat back up straight, raising her eyebrows to Valrin. He was in front, and as they passed through a large cave with glowing red stones, he noticed that the air was much fresher than that of the mugginess before. They had emerged from the cave into a pool of blue water that was not the murky mess of the waters before, but it was still glowing with a yellow hue. He could see short figures running up and down the banks on either side of them, and it was here he noticed a strange creature he had never seen. "Monkeys," Alara said. "Common to the south, but these seem oddly organized." She was right. The monkeys, as she called them, were not at all just wild animals of the swamp, but had purpose, moving to and from, and pointing out to the water and the boat with the two strange occupants coming near their territory. Several of them had long spears, and though they did not wear clothes by the meaning of the word, they were wearing armor. The boat lurched away from the main open water and went for a wooden dock, where several other monkeys gathered around. "You will go here to retrieve what they keep safe. You are Marog's chosen. They will not question you." This strange detour did nothing to build confidence in their journey in Valrin's eyes, but they proceeded, exiting the boat as several of the monkeys bowed. "Oh, great ones," one of them said. This monkey was older, only just arriving to the bank. It was a male monkey, and his armor had metal, unlike those around him. He bowed before them before smiling and pointing with his spear. "The ones with the fairy en route to praise Marog. Truly, my life is a grand one to see the prophecy of our people realized here. Perhaps you have time for an offering. We wish to give offering to Marog." "That isn't necessary," Valrin told them. "We only seek what you have kept safe for us, an object as we understand it." "Yes, it was foreseen," the monkey said, pulling out a long reed and stuffing it with a dried weed of sort. The monkey then lit the weed with one of two torches on either side of a fallen log. It was here that a dark entrance led away from the river. "Follow me. I will show you what you seek. We have not gone to this place for some time, but I will take you to where it rests." As the monkey began to smoke the dried weed, he led them away from the river. Valrin looked back to see the masked form seem to be planning to wait for them. He turned back forward, passing through the fallen tree trunk and emerging out of a grass-covered side to a massive expanse of open blue water and towering green trees. The sky was visible here and was as blue as ever, with many large pink, orange, and blue flowers spread out over the water. In the center of the great expanse of water was a stone tower with a crystal at its top. From the edge of the water to the opposite edge of the tower, reaching out in the grand expanse, were wooden platforms and small rafts going back and forth, with many more of the monkeys spread out all over the area. "This is our place, kept safe and well by order of Marog. We keep this place and what hides here in the name of Marog. We do not allow any knot of the swamps beyond the water's edge. We do not even allow the masked ones here, for they are not who the wizard of old told us to allow." "So other followers of Marog cannot come here?" Alara asked. As he led them forward off the muddy bank and onto the wooden platforms to cross the actual lake, he continued, "No, the masked ones are not true followers of the wizard, so they are not allowed. They know our land is ours and do not question. The prophecy that has been passed down from our elders for many generations tell of a man and a woman with a fairy. They are the ones meant to take what was hidden away, something to thwart the shadows and what has empowered us and our kin for many lifetimes to both be and protect as we have. These objects we have kept as decreed by the great wizard before shadow came upon the island, and that is what we have done." As they walked through the lake-top village the monkeys had created, they came to a gathering of several buildings where they found a statue made of mud that resembled a figure holding a staff. "The Great One, the Wizard Marog." This figure was not wearing a mask or had any sign of such an object near him or her. There was an altar in front of the statue with many cut fruits, and mother monkeys were bringing their infant babies wrapped in the petals of flowers and offering them up. Valrin could hear them speaking, but he did not understand their language. "Marog the wizard blesses our young ones as he blessed our lake and turned us from the animals we were before the dignified people. We are but an empty vessel without his power, animalistic, horrible types with no inkling of societal fortune. Now, we further pray to this statue in honor of all that is to come." "And what is to come for you?" Valrin asked. "We are to be as we are to be," the monkey said with an ecstatic laugh as he jumped up and down, smacking the ground with his large hands. "At last, with your coming, we have finally served our purpose, and the celebration of life shall begin as it was foreseen and prophesied by our great god." Valrin noticed several large boats that the monkeys were working tirelessly to fill with freshly picked flowers and several fish. "Once you have taken what is yours, we shall begin our celebration." Several smaller monkeys now walked beside them. These children were in absolute amazement of the strangers who had come to their lake home. The monkeys jumped up and down in utter happiness as more and more of the villagers came out of the many twists and turns of the lake-top village. As they ascended several platforms that took them higher and higher over the lake, they noticed that the tower was not of the same design of the ruins in the jungle before. In fact, from this place in the lake, the volcano seemed much less menacing than it had in the darkness of the early morning. It was almost as if they were in another place entirely, a place hidden from the rest in more ways than just a grotesque and shadowy swamp. Reaching the tower, they came to a large door with crystals flanking either side of the dark wood. As they looked up at the tower, which came to a jagged point in the sky above, Ilera pointed. "Like the other passageways." Valrin lifted the torch and placed the strange crystal tip near each of the two crystals. They came to light, and a rumble shook from the tower, spreading out in a ripple across the lake's surface. Valrin paused, looking at Ilera and the Monkey King. The door opened to the ecstatic applause of those nearest. "Now, you enter into the sacred space set before you, for it is as the great wizard set forth." Valrin stared into the darkness, looking past the moss that was hanging over the entrance itself, and slowly stepped forward. Ilera was just behind him, and as she passed the void and the only light was the fairy who was now hovering above their heads. The doorway sealed, and the same quake happened again. But this time, it seemed to echo through the tower around and above them. "Okay, so a monkey kingdom that doesn't worship as the masked ones worship, but who hold Marog in high regard, and the works and words of a wizard are a prophecy for good things for them?" Ilera asked. "It seems like it," Valrin said before he turned to the fairy. "Where do we go?" There were two different stairwells, and as the fairy floated up the one to their left, Valrin quickly followed. The passage forward was narrow and small. The stairwell twisted up in an almost unnatural fashion that was not the least bit comfortable, as it seemed to lean to one side more than it should. "Who built this place?" Ilera asked. It doesn't seem right. The Dragonrider was correct. The more Valrin noticed, the more he saw that the windows were cut uneven, the steps were slanted, and even the bricks were different sizes. They emerged from the stairwell and found themselves looking at a center room that had a ceiling that reached much higher than they'd expected. "The tower isn't that large at all," Ilera said. Valrin looked out one of the many windows and down to the monkey village itself. They were above the lake, but much higher than they'd expected, much higher than they should have been. At first he didn't notice it, but then he saw it. The tower they'd entered was actually below them. They were above the tower in a room veiled from sight. A place that sat above the tower yet still appeared as if it was the tower. "Look out there," he told her. She did, and then stepped back slowly from the window. "Valrin, do you see this? Do you see this?" she stuttered. Valrin had become accustomed to the strangeness of his most recent journey. "Yes, I see it. It doesn't make any sense. We'd have had to go through a portal." Valrin noticed there was a single chest made from white wood on a platform that was only a bit higher than the floor around him. "And that isn't weird to you, I guess?" "Well, no. Portals exist in volcanoes if your dragon is capable of sensing them. They are born on the edges of such places, and my own brought us here through a portal. It's how us dragon riders are capable of moving so quickly, though this was not a known volcano to us." Valrin noticed the chest had no lock, and as he and Ilera both knelt at it, he looked to her. "So, wouldn't someone be missing you by now? Would they not send help?" "No. I'm in my last stage of training. Retrieving a crystal like I mentioned and returning back home is part of the final test." As Valrin lifted the chest open, a black smoke rolled out around them and down out of the tower. As it cleared their immediate area, he noticed two curved blades that were black in color with white edges glowing in the darkening room. The sky outside, which before was bright and blue, shifted to an overcast color. The fairy who had been with them the entire time began flying erratically, shooting from one side of the room to the other. Valrin reached in and gripped one of the swords by the hilt. "So, this is what we needed." Ilera took the remaining sword, and as they both stood up, the sky outside went black. The winds began to gust around the tower, whistling through the windows. "So, is this typically part of a dragon rider's test?" Ilera shook her head. "Getting trapped on an island and having the sky go black as I find a shadow blade? No. Do you know much about shadow magic, Valrin?" "No. We just released a contained curse, something set up to destroy. I think we will need these blades much sooner than you think." Valrin said nothing. He moved for the doorway and began the journey back down, taking notice that the stairwell was even more distressed now, the rocks chipping beneath every step and the walls fracturing around them. They pushed through to the outside as the entire tower trembled and shook. As they made it back to the village of the monkeys, he noticed there were no sentient beings here as before. The monkeys were jumping around the houses, swinging sticks at one another. There were smaller monkeys, several of the children, already lying dead on the steps of the tower. "What is this?" Valrin asked. "A shadow curse. It destroys everything. This was all set up." The tower shook and fell away from them into the water, sending a wave up and into the monkey village. Several monkeys looked at them. They howled loudly, slamming their sticks on the wooden platforms and jumping up to higher ground around Valrin and Ilera. One slowly approached. This one did not seem so aggressive. It seemed curious, making a careful approach, turning its head as if trying to figure out what Valrin was. It then began to smile, and Ilera shifted her own stance, slashing at two monkeys approaching behind them. The one in front of Valrin parried his first thrust, but not his second, and the Stormborn spilled the blood of the once revelry-holding monkey. "Follow me," he shouted to Ilera. They began their flight as the water began to boil around them, sending up waterspouts and tearing through the village on the lake. The water that before was clear and full of life now was filled with the corpses of monkeys and fish. The beautiful flowers were blood-soaked, as not only did the monkeys attack them, attempting to block their path, but each other. But no monkey was cowering. Even the children were biting the older monkeys. Chaos had fallen upon them. Valrin led with his sword, parrying his way through most attacks and only striking when it was clear his adversary would not just retreat. They had made it back to the tree trunk, and 2 guards waited for them. Valrin and Alera both took one of them. The monkey thrust its spear high, and Valrin's edge found the bottom of the spear. He lurched forward, sending the blade into his opponent's upper chest, spilling its blood. The monkey recoiled and attacked more aggressively but sloppily. Valrin parried this attack to the right and quickly shifted the edge into his opponent with a deep slash. Alera fell her opponent in much the same way before kicking it into the lake, sending it into a screaming frenzy as it was clear the water was very hot. Valrin left his opponent bleeding, pointing for them to continue through the passage and back out to the boat, and the guide he prayed was waiting for them. They emerged on the other side, pushing through the draping vines and leaves to see their guide ahead. But it was here the Monkey King waited for them. This one was different. He did not act like the others. In fact, 2 other monkeys were dead near him, and he himself had a bloody spear. He turned and looked at Alera and Valrin. So, the time of our apocalypse, that is what this was. Truly, we guarded this place for you. Now, as all do in their time, we fade away. I don't understand, said Valrin. I don't see why this happened. Workings in the shadows, boy. Marog will have what he seeks. It is the will of the god. Oh, how I wish the wizard of old remained and not the shell. I held it off. The monkey coughed. I made sure they did not harm your way from this place. He motioned to the 2 guards. They wanted to destroy your boat, though they were the last to fall to the curse. He coughed again, and a black sludge shot all over the ground. My time now. Glory to the wizard who once was, but curse his horrid shell. The monkey's eyes turned black, and he reared back his head in a horrid cry. Alera was fast, sending her blade through his neck and dropping the Monkey King before them. Valrin stared at the one before him, meditating on his words of the wizard and Marog. The wizard who once inhabited this place was somehow tied to Marog, but he did not know how. Did he create the mask? Valrin wondered. Come, you have what was kept safe, the guide said to them. As they both boarded the boat once again, the large tree stump passage caught fire, and the guide pushed them away from the shore. They passed through a narrow way, moving fast through the river and back into the stench of the outer swamp. Looking back, whatever magic had protected the place before had faded, and even the water from where the monkeys had been was not tainted. I think I should pass my Dragonrider test by default at this point, Alera said. And if you don't pass? They separate me from my dragon. Valrin sighed. That seems a bit harsh. I have trained for years for my quest, and if I do not pass it at this point, I do not deserve to be a rider. So, ending up captured in a place like this and helping some random captain from the north doesn't count as some kind of special circumstance? Alera stared at him without expression. This is the test set before me, and I shall not fear or fail. I do not know where you come from, but no matter the test, I will pass. I must. That is the way of our people. Did you not have some similar test to become a captain? Not exactly, but it was more of a survive or die type situation. I haven't had much preparation for anything that has happened so far. And is that not the best way to test what you are truly made of? She smiled. Being told exactly what you will be tested over gives even an idiot time to prepare, but the bond I will have with my dragon when this is all said and done will be one that no other can compare to, much like the one you love, I assume. I care much for all of my crew, She cut him off. You can love someone beyond them being your crew. The first thing you mentioned when getting out was finding Bri. I assume she is the one you care about. Listen. He was a bit thrown off focus by what she said. You may not be my type, but I don't need anyone. It is as it is. The guide lifted his stick out of the water and pointed it forward. We draw near the place in which you are to go. As long as they have mushrooms, Valrin said. That is all we need. Valrin was kind of happy their conversation had been interrupted by the guide. Alera just smirked, saying nothing else. As the boat drifted toward what looked like a flat wall of green, the guide pressed his stick into the underbrush, and a rock passage opened as if a gate that slid unseen, suddenly sucking them forward through a narrow passage where the boat struck the edges of sharp rock. Valrin saw light ahead, but nothing else. For a moment, he felt himself go airborne, and then they crashed into a large, dark lake where purple flowers grew along the banks of black sand beaches. Here was a lone structure surrounded by undergrowth and bushes, a lone island within the swamp. As the guide directed their boat against a flat stone dock, he could not help but see the similarity to the first temple from when they had met the clockmaster. It was then he felt the boat shake, and the ship locked into the dock just like the Ayla sunrise into a Dwemhar dock. Valrin stood and looked at the guide. This place is Dwemhar? The guide made no motion and spoke no word. Dwemhar? Doubtful, Alera said. I thought you were a captain, not a psychic. We don't need any mind readers here. He went to speak, but instead felt it would be easier to just play dumb with Alera. She didn't need to know anything else, and looking at the structure before them sent a chill through Valrin's entire body. He stepped off the boat ahead of Alera and felt a rumble beneath his feet as torches high above them burst to life. The path before them went directly up to a gateway with markings that he could not decipher from here. As he and Alera walked toward the door, he saw silver mushrooms, not growing as in real mushrooms that would sprout up on the dark side of a log. No, silver mushrooms on a doorway. We're to go in? Alera asked. I guess, Valrin said. No, I figured. I'm just surprised. I thought we just had to take some kind of physical mushroom. Valrin pushed open the thin wood covering the passage before them, and they entered a chasm that went downward in the darkness. Alera lifted her blade. I wish I had my dragon. Like a dragon would help us in a small place like this, Valrin pointed out. No, we'd tear it up from above. They both made small and careful steps. They could see light ahead. Part 4, Transformation. Bri had taken some comfort in the woman from before. It meant, at least for a time, she wasn't alone. But even that soul was tormented. Bri did not hear any approaching footsteps, so she hoped that it meant that perhaps the woman from before was just a bit mad and had imagined the approaching enemy. Bri peeked around the corner from where the doorway was and looked at the two statues guarding the way to the silver tower. If I can get even, then we can at least have a chance here, she said in a whisper to herself. She noticed that the two statues were staring in her direction now. She fell back out of sight and exhaled. Bri focused, vanishing from sight, and looked back out through the shimmers of her magic. The statues were still staring her way. She stepped away from the door and cut across the room, moving to the complete opposite side and behind another column on the opposite edge. Peering back out, she noticed that the statues were still staring where she had been, and not where she was now. She crept forward, careful of her footfalls, moving directly in front of the statues. One of them seemed to now be looking her way. She paused, not because of the statue, but she saw several forms moving down the hallway she was looking down. She fell back all the way to the doorway of the woman, and before she could think of what her next move would be, several forms bearing silver masks swarmed into the doorway, and the woman screamed. Bri could not hear her words, but she was screaming something. A few moments passed, and her screams became louder, They dragged her out by her feet. Her face was now sallow, and she was drooling. Her body was pale. "No, no!" she shouted, rolling in the long hands of the masked forms. "No one was here! No one! I saw no man! I know nothing!" "Why do you write on parchment in the House of Marog?" "I only wrote because it helped clear my mind." "Your words made no sense to us. What language was that?" "Nothing. I know I am only to use the script of Marog, but sometimes I—" "It is time!" one of the masked forms shouted over her. "No, please!" The woman's speech was slurred, and she was coughing over and over as she was pulled down the hallway. Bri ran to see where they were taking her, but they vanished down the passageway beyond the statues. She went to run forward when she thought of the woman's writing. She went back into the room. The entire place had been torn apart, even in that short amount of time, but after a quick survey she saw a parchment and could read the language. It was the common tongue. "If you return here for me, I am dead. If my body is not here, then they took me. Kill me if you come upon me again. The tower may prove difficult to enter, but I could not speak of it, for they were coming, and I did not want them to know. I write this to you to help you beyond what I did before. In my room, a single scroll. You are of a race who can use magic at will. Use this. It shall aid you. That is what I leave as my last good deed. My tea needs only a few more moments, and..." The writing ended most likely when the masked forms had arrived in the room. Bri glanced around. With everything in such disarray, she didn't see any obvious spot for a scroll. But surely something of this nature would have to be hidden out of plain sight, yet there was nowhere they could hide something. She knelt, looking at the rocks along the floor, kicking several spots but not finding any of them loose. She then looked up along the upper portions of the ceiling. Here there were wooden rafters, but the space in between the rafters and the stone of the ceiling did not leave any room and seemed to be a tight space beyond, even where a scroll could maybe be slid. Where could you hide something? Staring at the fire, she then focused on the banister where several cooking utensils were hanging. She noticed the banister itself was loose and took hold of one side, pulling it and noticing the wood shifted off the stone with ease. She looked on the back of the wood, much thinner than she'd expected, but saw no hidden space here. Yet looking behind it, she saw where the flames from the stove came up through the opening. She took what water was left over from the tea and tossed it on the fire beneath, dousing the flames. As the white smoke rose up and out of the chimney, she looked behind her, as if suddenly noticing someone there was going to make a difference, but then noticed that there was indeed something that the fire had veiled. She reached in, touching a hot stone and jerking her hand back. She used her magic, cooling the stone, and then pulled out a blackened box. Setting it on the table, she opened the box and found a single small statue, an effigy reminiscent of the god Etha, and underneath it, a single scroll. As she unrolled the scroll, she moved her hand over the parchment. Scrolls were an interesting form of magic that she had little experience in, but she knew enough to know that if she was told it was important and would help her, that activating it here would not be any good. She tucked it away and then moved back to the door. She needed to get to the entrance of the tower, and then maybe she could figure out how the scroll would help her. Not that she even knew what the scroll was. Scroll magic was something not at all easily commanded by a Rusus, though she knew she only needed heat to activate it. She had heard stories of those called warlocks, studiers of magic who could learn basic spells. They'd keep scrolls for more complex spells, but upon using the spell, that was it. Not sure how a warlock spell will help, but we'll see. She shifted from sight to invisibility and exhaled. She remembered back in Taria struggling to do such a feat, but now she had developed the power much more. With a smile, she moved from the hidden doorway and past the two statues. She exhaled as she passed, hurrying down the hall, but glanced back to the statues just in case. They were staring down the hall. They could see her, but let her pass. Dread filled her chest, but looking back down the hall, she saw no other approaching masked forms, but she suddenly felt nauseous. She swallowed her saliva and pushed forward. She was already this far. No point in turning back now, and it wasn't like she had much of a choice anyway. Part 5. Shadow Play. The light ahead of Valrin and Alera was oddly soft for such an otherwise dark place. Though the rocks above their heads were just as jagged as any cave in the mountains, the sides of the passage were carved rectangular stones. The floor, too, were cut stones that had been laid at some time well before now. They drew closer to the light they had been seeing, and walked into not another larger cavern as one might expect seeing that they had been going down, but a grand library with a spiraling staircase that went upward into the darkness. Valrin noticed torches throughout this place, but seemingly no keeper to have lit them, at least that they had seen at this point. He could hear a distant clicking. Alera picked up one of the books, but quickly tossed it down. "This place is cursed," she said. "Aside from essentially this entire island being cursed and us being taken to a dark ruin, what else convinces you of that?" "Scrolls. The one who came to this island was a warlock, not a wizard." "I'm not sure I understand," Valrin said. Around them were shelves upon shelves of old and tattered books and an innumerable amount of capped round cylinders. Valrin took one of them out and pulled a roll of parchment. He figured it was a map considering the way it was put away. "What are you doing?" she asked, slapping the scroll from his hand. "Looking at the map," he said. "Are you not listening? These are cursed objects. Scrolls cannot be controlled and have a habit of doing their own thing. Many dragons have been killed by scroll traps in the Shadowlands. They can be ignited by dragon fire." "Well, we have no dragon fire or other fire presently on hand. What is so bad about a warlock?" Alera looked around him and then up the spiral staircase. "Warlocks are those who do not know magic yet study it to learn more. They are normally limited to a few spells, but typically have many spells they can recite if given time. I don't think this person was a wizard who ever inhabited this island. Wizards normally have some form of innate magic. Shadow elves, dwarves, they all can use innate magic. Rusis can use elemental magic, but those who wish to go deeper, to use spells beyond themselves, normally must learn them. Those of the race of men who wish to learn magic must recite spells. This was not a wizard. A wizard would not keep spells like this. So, a warlock is who constructed this island. And the masks? He or she might have created Marog." At the mentioning of the name of Marog, the entire structure seemed to rumble, and the distant clicking Valrin had heard before became much louder. Water began to rush into the level they were standing. "What?" "The mention of Marog," Alera said. "Go up!" Valrin didn't need the Dragonrider to tell him to flee away from the steady tide of water coming in from all edges of the room and swirling the dust and old parchments into a thick slurry around his boots. They began up the stairwell, climbing higher just as the torches of the lower level were extinguished. As they came up to another level, Valrin noticed several fallen timbers and altars. He looked below them and saw that the water was still rising, but not as fast as before. The stairwell just above them was blocked, forcing them to exit the stairwell on this second level. Wood shavings were all over the ground, as well as the skeletons of many animals, from birds to lizards to fish to monkeys. Many vials lined one side of this workshop, and at least 3 white stones floated above one of the altars on the far edge of this nook of sorts on this level. "It's strange," Valrin said. "This place is reminiscent of a place my crew and I came upon in our journey, yet the interior is nothing like that place. But then again, we were in that tower before, and it was nothing as we expected on the inside. This place is disturbing. If I had my dragon, I'd burn the entire structure." She said that as Valrin noticed several small skeletons laid out. "Are these of the race of men? They have broken bones along their chests." The skeletons were laid out on one of the black altars. "The warlock removed the hearts," Ilera said. "That is the work of shadow elf magic, or perhaps blood magic." Valrin scanned the room for an exit or a sign of where they should go next. He noticed a passageway in the far corner and motioned for Ilera to follow him. They came to another stairwell and began the climb upward, noticing that this passage had a window to the side of them. He looked out, seeing the massive volcano was now smoking. "There's your sign of an eruption," he told her. "And the ground has been quaking," she pointed out. "I want to get to my dragon. Let's find these mushrooms and get out. I've had enough of this place." They came up to a third or perhaps fourth level. It was hard to see how far they had ascended. It was here they came to a grand open room with a center stone altar surrounded by many columns of wood in a circular pattern. The ceiling came to a large dome, which was broken near the top. There was a balcony on this level that looked toward the volcano, and a massive cylindrical construct on the opposite side, aimed to the sky. Valrin further noticed gears and cogs along one side of the room that seemed to be rhythmically ticking. "Surely this place is not of him," Valrin said. "Who?" "A person of the past. This wouldn't make any sense. He had no need for magic." Suddenly, the entire room darkened, and something began to flop wildly on the center altar. Shimmering crystals spun up from the floor in a triangular pattern. Ilera and Valrin lifted their swords as the ground rumbled beneath them. A steady stream of smoke poured out of the massive volcano in the distance. A mask arose from the center altar, and Valrin stepped forward. "Marog!" But the mask did not lash out toward him. It hovered harmlessly, not summoning forms to fight for it. Its eyes glowed blue. It was of simple design, a dark wood, it seemed. "I am not Marog," the mask said to them. "No? Then what are you, warlock?" Ilera said. "Warlock? I am not the one you claim. I am the mistake, the one not powerful enough. The one who created me needed more power. I have become just another part of this island, that which was created for another purpose. The realms of power converge here in a way that only makes sense to one." The mask floated away from them, going to the balcony and staring out before turning and looking at them again. "I see your blades. Those were his. They, like me, were placeholders in time, meant to be removed or destroyed, to then lead to the next steps. Curious, you do not know why you are here?" "Silver mushrooms," Valrin said. "We care little more of anything beyond that." "But you should," the mask said, moving toward Valrin, who lifted his sword higher, putting it between him and the mask. "I care not of that which you wield, but you should care of all that transpires both here and back near Rikernala, and of all on the island, for all shall come to pass. But I am not what you claim. Marog was once a being of true power, but no more. It wishes to take form again, and with the great sacrifice to come, it will take a new form independent of its old form. Marog is but a brooding evil that now is set to unleash its own terror, but all works for the warlock. I work for the warlock. I prepare you for further revelations. My spell is soon up, and I shall complete that which I am good for. My own destruction. I could not contain the power as I should. I could not hold in the evil as needed. But still, I have my turn in things. Do you understand?" Valrin stared at this mask, this being or more so object that was not powerful enough, that which had been discarded by its creator, that which would serve another purpose now. "I don't know. Tell me, the mushrooms, where are they? That is what we were told to find." "There is nothing to find. You found the mushrooms, but had you been told to find a door with mushrooms, you would have not come, would you? No, you have acquired what you need, for even the one who charges you with such a task is but another part of the greater plan, just as I am to be now. You have the blades, you have the knowledge, but I guess I am to give you this anyway." The mask floated up high above them, grasping something with its strange tendrils that flowed from the mask before lowering down to their level. At that moment, the fairy that had vanished from them returned, floating through the opening in the dome high above them. The fairy floated into the mask, and a bright light formed behind the mask. The mask now had a small body of a form made of sparkling light, but no larger than a child. Valrin opened the box set before them and discovered 3 silver mushrooms. "So, there were mushrooms?" Alera said. "I tell the truth and lie, yet I do not know which. I was discarded. I was faulty. I complete my creator's plan." The strange masked creature went to teach of the spinning crystals, pulling them from their resting places and floating toward the balcony. Valrin grabbed the mushrooms and put them in the small brown bag that was in the same container. He tied the bag to his belt. "Let's get out of here." At that moment, the guide appeared with his boat at the same level of the balcony. Water began to flow into the upper level of the temple. They looked out the balcony and noticed the jungle was visible. "This place is sinking!" Alera shouted. They rushed for the boat and jumped aboard, and the guide moved them away from the ruins. Valrin noticed the mask was moving toward the volcano with the crystals. "I don't think we have much time before the eruption," he told Alera. "Guide, return us to where we can return to Rikernala." "I will return you," it hissed, "but our path will not be so simple." The water level was higher, or so it seemed at first glance. What in fact was happening was the land had sunken considerably. Where before they were in thick jungle, now the watery path was much more pronounced, and the trees from before now brushed against the bottom of the boat. They were surrounded by high and muddy cliffs. The sky, where it had been blue before by enchantment or by some personification of pureness, was all gray. The ground shook. The water had random areas where steam vented up from deep underneath the island, and their guide was most alert to the hazards. Though a masked form itself, it had a decreed duty to protect the worshippers of Marog, and it was ardent of its task. With its long body reaching high above them with its guide stick, it'd then slam it back into whatever it could stick it into, pushing them along even as currents increased around them, and the boat passed through a small cave with narrowing rocks on either side. The guide hissed, "Swords!" Valrin and Alera drew their weapons, though they did not see their foe. They would soon enough. Their guide's robes furled, and the guide became as a dazzling light, chasing away the darkness of the cave as from all sides they were attacked by black forms with orange eyes. Valrin stood with one foot on the edge of the boat and his other on his seat. His blade up, he parried back the entities as they came at him with their hands and jagged, pointed faces. It was here he realized these were not full forms, but they were masks, cursed objects that formed ethereal hands and feet. Alera and Valrin worked to keep the beings back, their shadow blades burning with a cold silver fire and knocking back their foes. The guide continued pushing them through with an ever-increasing pace, and as they emerged into the daylight again, monkeys jumped upon them in a frenzied panic. Their home had been destroyed, and what drove them mad before had been angered further as they used the boat as a launching platform to try to get to the high rocks on the left side. The boat was taking in water. The guide brought up his stick, spinning it about and knocking back the monkeys before making a series of quick jabs into the water, pushing them with increasing speed down the now narrowing canal. More monkeys jumped for them, but Alera caught each of them with the edge of her blade, spraying their blood across the wood. Valrin pitied them on one hand. They were fearful, just as any would be. But as he conceived that very thought, one landed on the boat and attempted to bite him. Alera stabbed it. "Wake up!" she shouted. Valrin turned to the other side, lifting his sword but seeing no enemies. He glanced behind them and saw that above the volcano was a glimmering white light. He did not know what the masked form was up to, but it was clearly doing something. As the narrow canal became much narrower, The boat bounced through muddy rocks and came at last to rest in a rocky outcropping. Muddy water rushed underneath them, but they could go no further. The jungle rose up around them. "This is the end of my time with you," the guide said. Valrin looked back, and the guide had collapsed. Its stick still in its hand, it slumped over and fell to the side of the boat. The ground rumbled again. "Let's go," Valrin said. They both carefully got out of the boat, moving along the shifting rocks and climbing up to the left side of the muddy gorge. Valrin noticed he could see Riker Nala, though from a slightly different point of view than before. It had to be late evening now, or it was just hazy from the darkening plumes of smoke rising above them. They hurried to find a way from the jungle, while on another part of the island, a lone Russus faced off against something slightly above her in power. Part 6. Shroud of Marog. Bri found herself in a twisting series of passages, but seemed to be getting closer to the silver tower. She could see it from the windows, and emerging on an open-air pathway, she quickened her pace, reaching a flat area open to ground below. She knelt. As the ground rumbled beneath her, she glanced up to the billowing smoke of the volcano. They needed to get off this island by one way or another. A passage went to the silver tower further up, but one level down. From where she was, this section of wall turned away from there. She couldn't drop all the way down because the wall and the silver tower were actually on opposing rocky slopes, an air moat, as it were. Suddenly, she heard footsteps somewhere behind her. She noticed vines that might hold her weight, but in a moment of forced subterfuge, she reached out, grasping them and hanging off the wall. The steps stopped, and she held herself as still as she could. Another set of steps approached from the opposite way now. "The time has come," a voice hissed. "Take all to be prepared for the great awakening of our god. The mountain is alive, and the time long prophesied has come to pass." "What of the wizard?" the second voice growled. "He is of use to our god. He will no longer be himself soon enough. None can resist the influence of the tower." Nothing more was said. Each speaker seemed to go their own way, their steps drifting off. Bri had to get to Everan. She looked up from where she was and then down. A more stable ledge was just beneath her. Good thing she liked climbing. She released her grip and fell to the lower level. This ledge was much stronger, but at least here she had a solid grip she could take advantage of. She worked her way down the underside of the wall and looked to her left. She spotted another ledge that she expected to be able to get to in just a few more paces. Here, she could walk along the edge of the wall and then jump onto the passage leading to a balcony on the lower level. She wondered of what they spoke of in regard to the tower. For some reason, she figured Everan would just be sitting in a cell, but it seemed that due to his power, those of Marog had some other nefarious plan. She had made it. She dropped down to the ledge and was able to give her hands some much-needed rest. She didn't slow, though. Moving to where she was parallel to the balcony, Bri took a moment before leaping to the roof of the balcony. She stumbled, falling backward, but managing to just catch the edge of the roof. She heard voices beneath her. "Okay. You better be okay, Everan. We must get to everyone else." Bri took a deep breath and then swung herself onto the balcony. Two masked forms spotted her and drew their weapons. Bri focused her hands at either side. The air snapped with her spells, and as lightning surged from her fingertips, she flung her spells at both adversaries, dropping them onto the stone floor. She looked right and saw an open passage with torches leading back under the wall she had been climbing before. To her left was a grand doorway made of black stone. One of the masked forms stood up, still quivering as the bolts of Bri's spell still jolted from his body. "Foolish Ruses, you shall fall to the influence of our god. You shall be made into Marog, and it shall all be done as decreed no matter what you do." She sent another burst of chain lightning. This one dropped him for good. Turning back to the door, she grasped the large metal handles and pulled open the passage, slipping in and sliding along the wall. She exhaled, looking either way around the center portion of the tower. She had no idea where Everan was. The air here was still and lacked the musty smell of the rest of the fortress. Green fire in hanging braziers above her was the only source of light. Following a feeling in her stomach, she began to her left, seeing as it went upward. As she ascended a flight of stairs, she came to a long hallway that led to the right and curved into the tower itself. She sprinted, moving up to the next void and scanning for more of the guards. She was clear for now. She went right, moving toward the direction of vibrations against her skin. The green light from the torches above her cast a silhouette of her body as she moved with haste, but she was unsure of where she was going. She passed into a room where two large statues looked down on a center circle, and it was here she paused. There was something in the middle of the room. She scanned the walls around her, seeing nothing but the same ornate pattern that ran the entire length of the room. The statues were massive birds with their wings outstretched and looming over the center area. As she crept closer, she saw a body, and staring longer, she noticed the blackened outlines of several other bodies all in the center of the room. "Go!" The voice was sudden, hurried even. She looked around for who had spoken, and she saw no one. "Go!" The voice was the same again. There was a single door ahead of her, or she could turn back. As she began to move forward, the voice came again. "No." She backed up, staring up at the ceiling at this point. It was then she saw many figures floating above her in a pool of slowly shifting red energy waves, all floating toward a great black form suspended in the tower itself. "Go now. You are not one to be assimilated." This voice was different. Bri backed out of the room and went back the way she had come. She kept moving up. Her skin was covered in goosebumps, and a distinct chill ran across her body. This area of the tower was made of a darker stone that was sheen in appearance. There were torch basins of normal fire here, not green like before. A clear path continued upward and around, but once again she felt a drawing to her right. Another passage to the center of the tower was here. She crept this way, feeling torn between the two directions. There was a sorrow to the air, a sadness as if someone had been abandoned and needed help. As she moved down the corridor, wind shifted through the hall from an open breezeway high above, and a wisp of energy like she had seen before dropped into view. She tried to turn back now, feeling an ominous presence in front of her, but she felt her body wanting to walk forward, drawn by something else. Suddenly, darkness was behind her. Her skin felt icy, and pain tore through her back. She stumbled a few steps and emerged just beneath the black form she had seen from below. Here she could see it better, the malice within the tower. A dark form wrapped in layers upon layers of charred forms. Though red bolts of energy spun around this central form, it appeared it was in a sort of cocoon. "You made it here," a voice said. Bri jerked to look behind her. It was the woman from before. She wore a white dress, and her head was covered with a hood. You're okay?" "I am in service of my God. How would I not be? The shadow knows all and directs all. You are not to be here. You have seen death here. You shall die." Bri stared at the woman before her. The fear and panic of the woman before had fallen away. She stared, not blinking, almost as if not breathing. Her stance was strong, yet she held no weapon. "You cannot believe that you could do a single act with the shadow not knowing. Do you not see the mountain? Do you not know the great cataclysm to come? You have seen the form of our God, the energies of prayer and fellowship flowing through the forms of sacrifices to enrich a physical form. A form that my God so wishes to return to." Bri no longer felt any drawing to this room. She exhaled as sweat poured off her face. She forced herself past this woman, who suddenly appeared ahead of her again. "Your friend has no need of you, Rusis. He has been within the Silver Tower. He no longer knows friend from foe. His power will be blended with my gods. You should not intervene." Bri pushed past the figure again, entering the hallway, but with each step, she felt caught in a spider's web. Strands of energy flowing over her, she pushed forward and attempted to break from its grasp. "The dead have warned you. I, purity of life, have warned you. You have seen Marog without the blessings of the god. Such an act deserves death." As Bri reached the stairwell she was on before, she at last felt herself again. Free from the pull that had her before, she collapsed against the rock. Her fingers were bleeding. She felt her nose and eyes, finding more blood. She pushed herself up, startled by the sight, and looked back down. She wanted to run, to flee this place, whatever in the gods it was, but she thought of Valrin, Everan, Ordak. She had to push forward. She looked up the stairs with an earnest vigor and charged upward. The path turned and the air became cleaner than before. The stairwell ended, and the stone at her feet turned white. Though she went back toward the center of the tower, she felt nothing like she'd felt before. There was no presence here. The place she had been before was somehow sealed within the tower itself. She had come to an area with several doors encircling the center of the tower. She looked up and could see the sky and heavy smoke rolling over the top of the tower through a massive glass ceiling. "Bri," a voice said. It was Everan. She knew that voice. "Where are you?" "Behind you, Bri. Come to the door." The Rusies hurried to the door just behind her. She pulled it open. Strangely, it wasn't locked. There was a single candle in the center of the room. Everan was against the wall. "I thought it'd be you. None other makes so much noise. Ordak is too dim-witted to make it this far, and we know Valrin could never get this far." "Come on," Bri said, reaching out with her hand. Everan stared at her. "We do not have long. The volcano is erupting. We need to get you out of here and get to the others. The path is open, and I know where Ordak is." Everan stood up. "Did you realize the door was not locked?" he asked her, walking past her and shoving her with his shoulder. "I did, but that doesn't—" "What does a fish that you've just caught do if you give it sight of water?" he asked. "It swims away. And a grasshopper if given an open hand?" "The same, but Everan we need." He lunged toward her but did not strike her. "We? We need what, you fool of a Rusis? You should have left. You should not have come here. Do you know what I need? I need a Dwemhar like Aviam. Do you think you can get her?" His voice was much more somber now, and tears ran down his eyes. "Everan, come on. Let me get you out of here." "You truly are a dumb thing. If I wanted to leave, I would. Marog gives me the power, yet have you ever felt the intoxicating pull of love?" She thought of Valrin. "Yes. Magic is different. Not at the level you use, but at the higher levels, that like Aviam, like me. I haven't always had such control over my powers, but a life of darkness will do that to a shadow elf. Have you ever tasted the roasted flesh of your own family?" "Avorn, I don't want to." "You don't what? Don't want to hear my story? I was truly one of the most powerful of my race, but no one asks Everan why he leaves the Shadowlands. No one asks Everan what he wants. It isn't important to me where or why you are here." Everan smiled and then laughed. "I know! Is that not what I claimed?" Bri shook her head. "That isn't what I meant." Everan began to hop in a small circle. "Then tell me what you meant, you dumb Rusis. You don't have Riakar. Now that is a Rusis, not a lovesick wretch of fakeness like you. Do you think the crew would save you if you were trapped on Iaclo?" "Yes! That is what we do!" Everan laughed. "You are not what Valrin needs. He needs those of power, not hot-headed Rusis wretches." Suddenly, Rossi slithered between Bri and Everan. The snake slithered in a path toward Everan, hissing. Dumb snake! Everan shouted. Bri summoned her spells even as the words Everan had spoken sunk into her mind. What do you mean to do, Rusis? You cannot contend with the power of Marog. Sparks bounced from her hands to the ground, and the tingling sensation in her fingertips surged up her wrists. I seek not a path from this place, Rusis. I shall engorge the form of Marog with my powers, and through me, the resurrected form, the physical form torn from the awakened mask, shall have form once again. Things so evil are not cast aside as mere trinkets, no matter if the creator is elf, dwarf, Rusis, or Dwemhar. I am Marog. I am the cursed. A sullen shadow was upon Everan, and Bri sent a blasting shock of energy toward the shadow elf. He raised his hand. Energy pouring from the ceiling caught her spell and sent it back to her. She summoned a ward, layers of magic forming away from her hands in a flash of a moment, absorbing the attack. She darted right, and yet Everan stayed stationary. You are a Rusis, a rat of the seas. You've never had a place to call your own. You've just clung to whatever ship would take you. I have only ever served Edanos and Valrin. She shifted her spells. Lightning receded as ice formed before her in a cold blast that Everan deflected again. He was now staring at her, following her every move. Why don't you run, Rusis? I need my friend. You have no friends here. Bri ran forward, casting ice but then leaping, sending another bolt of lightning at Everan. He is, but you're not him! The spells landed, both of them. She ceased her attack. She just wanted to jolt him, literally. As her feet touched the ground again, she saw Everan on his knees. Bri, he said solemnly, go from here. Bri ignited her spells, her hands rolling with the fire. It is me! He put his hand up in the air. But stay back. I feel his presence. I feel Marog. It is why I was brought here. I have many powers suppressed. Come on, we need to get you away from the tower. I've said things, horrible things, I know. Don't. She paused. Don't think of it. Everan looked up to Rossi, who was just a few paces away. My friend, go. Do not stay here. You should have stayed with Bri. Rossi was not with me, Bri said. The tower must not affect the serpent. The venom, it must be beyond the tower's knowledge. The tower learns, the tower thinks. It is the essence of the mask of Marog. It seeks physical form. I shall be a part of that, I think. Everan began to stand. Go, Bri. Free yourself. You cannot hope to defeat the power of Marog. Everan's form was covered in shadows once again, and he cracked a smile. Testy Rusis. I like Rusis. My thoughts before still stand, for that is the truth of all matters. Ignore what you think you can do. I cannot be harmed again like that. Everan is mine. Rossi struck, wrapping around Everan's neck, fangs glistening and digging into a pinch of skin near his neck. Everan dropped, but Rossi did not move. Rossi! The snake held fast, its eyes looking to Bri. The shadow fled from Everan. Bri looked around, grasping the old shadow elf by his torn clothing and dragging him from the center of the tower and into the stairwell. The ground quaked again, and the entire tower shook, pieces of rock falling down around them. Bri stumbled with Everan, falling down several steps and rolling to the next few steps down. Rossi was still latched to his neck. Bri crawled back up the steps, lifting Everan onto her shoulders and struggling down the stairs. Her body ached from her fingertips to her chest. She was already much weaker from her magic usage. She could use a stout cup of coffee. The thought of that actually seemed to encourage her more. As she made it past the next landing and got to the level she had entered the tower, Rossi's tail coiled around her arm. I carry you and your master out of here, and now you're my friend? As she trudged down the corridor, going for the door out, she glanced at the snake's fangs. They were barely in Everan's skin. He hadn't even fully bitten him. As she made her way toward the doorway, she stopped at the sight of the woman from before, the one who had helped her, the one now dressed in white. "You've been given every chance. My God seeks your friend. I am a faithful servant and shall deliver what my God requires." Bri knelt, dropping Everan, and then sprinted, summoning a blast of fire and immolating the entire area around the woman. Whatever care and help she had offered before was long from her mind. Bri had no choice but to destroy her. The woman deflected the fire, grasping Bri by the arm and throwing the Rusies against the opposite wall. She brandished a dagger now, walking toward Bri. "My master chose me to be his hand in these final hours. I shall be as the final birthing of our God into this world. I shall be his mother." Bri pushed herself up, summoning her magic, but suddenly feeling multiple tendrils grasping her. She looked behind her to see many masked forms had come to the room. She could not fight. Her powers were not enough. She felt for the scroll. Whatever it was, it did. Perhaps if she could reach it, it would work. But the scroll had fallen to the floor when she was tossed. There were so many of the masked forms. Above her, the shadowy form of what was to be Marog began to glow. The woman lifted the dagger above Bri's chest. "For my God," she said with force. Rossi snapped into view, biting the hand holding the dagger with full force. The woman dropped the dagger, staggering back. The masked forms released their grip on Bri and attempted to grab Rossi, who quickly slithered away. Bri collapsed, struggling to catch her breath. The masked forms cornered Rossi. "Kill the serpent!" the woman shouted. "I wouldn't like that," a voice said. Bri looked up to see Everan standing, holding the scroll open, venom dripping from his neck. "You see, Rossi and I have been friends for some time. I made a point to make myself immune to my friend's venom, and it seems that immunity turned out to be helpful, as your lovely tower here is unable to penetrate my form any longer." The masked forms and the woman surrounded Everan. "What could you possibly do without a staff, Shadow Elf?" "Your father loved you," Everan said to the woman. "You tended to me many times, and I can say that reading this scroll, I understand your solemnness. You sought death by another way upon helping my friend here, and for that, I thank you. But now," he said, squatting near a random bit of fire left over from Bri's spell, "you better pray to your God to save you." The fire caught the scroll, and the parchment flew high above them. Everan rushed for Bri, grasping the Rusies and then sprinting across the floor, sliding just as a blast of fire tore through the entire lower area of the tower. Rossi slithered out as the fireball reached the edge of the door, blowing up the stone near the base of the entryway. Bri summoned what ward she could, and the fire quickly fell away. Everan shook her. "Bri, Bri, I am tired. I know. We need to get to the others and get off this island now." "The scroll, it did that," she whimpered. "It was a sacrificial spell meant to kill only those in a small area, a way for a family to die together in this case. There are many dark times that have happened in the Shadowlands. This spell was something of that time. Everan, do you feel the presence?" "I am free of it, my dear. I do not need to tell you that nothing I said while under that presence would be considered true." Everan was holding her, ignoring the rumbling around them. Rossi was sitting on his shoulder. "I know. I just had to save you. I have to save everyone." "You've done well, Rusus." He kissed her on the forehead. "I know you need rest, but we need to get moving. While none are expected to leave that tower, I have seen into the grander plan. As fate would have it, I now know the inner twists of this entire place. Our stuff was taken to a holding room to be burned. All that is this island is meant to empower Marog, and even objects of trivial power are considered something to feed its form." Everan helped Bri stand. Its form is in that tower. Yes, an incubator not too different from what holds Evium, but it is different. Marog is the embodiment of dark energies left over by someone greater than both of us. A shell of what was, where all the malice of a person was encased into a single object. The many masks of the followers and the mask of specifically Marog were meant to give many powers to the otherwise powerless. But I know there is more to this. Marog now seeks its own form, and such all prayers and thoughts have gone to this one purpose, and with blood magic and a twist on necromancy of all things, Marog takes the form of a lich made of many bodies, empowered by a darker evil than I have felt in some time. This is a purity of hatred. How such hatred could be focused to one point like this, I do not know, but that is not for us to determine. Everan led her down the hall, past the two masked forms she had killed before, and into the main structure again. I see you had a bit of fun before getting to me. Do you know where Valrin and Ordak are? No, Bry told him. Ordak was next to me, but told me to leave him. I understand that Valrin might have escaped. That'd be a first, for him to actually get his ship and do what I'd want him to do. Likely not, but we can get our weapons and then get to the actual prison. It isn't far from here. Bry noticed that the hallways were empty. No one, not even after an explosion of magic like before, was here. Where are the masked forms? We are trivial now, or maybe that scroll paralyzed the essence of Marog. I do not know where the mask itself is. I don't mind such luck at this point. Everan pushed through several doorways, moving through room after room, and finally reaching another stairwell leading up. So, you have some map of this place you've seen? Bry asked. No. While I was in that tower, I was enlightened, I guess you can say. I was given much knowledge as my mind was melded with that of the greater malice. The first bit I saw was of his grandness, which gave me visions of this place. If I am right, we'll find all we need. Everan led them down a long hallway, where now several figures appeared. They were not masked, but had white paint on their faces and wore long robes. The shadow elf shot ahead of Bry, Rossi slithering fast by his side. Everan struck one of the closest with his fist as Rossi struck, taking down another. Everan grabbed forward, pulling another one of the figures toward him before kicking a third. Rossi shot up and over Everan, biting the fourth one, and all the figures were brought down. Ha! I still remember a bit from my younger days. Younger days? Said Bry. Before magic, I learned to fight with nothing at all, then blades. But I will not touch those again. Dark times, Rusis. I do not know all I said to you before, but know I can never return to the Shadowlands. Everan came to a door and then looked ahead of them down another corridor. This is it, he said with a wink. As the shadow elf opened the door, Bry noticed a plethora of artifacts and objects of many sizes and sorts. There were orbs of crystal, swords, shields, helmets, and many staves. Also, against the far wall was a massive furnace. The fire was out. It seems that their god did not need more powers or something. I'm guessing if we'd been a few days earlier, our stuff would have been tossed in as well. Bry noticed a box of their items, indeed. Everan claimed his staff and then moved on to Ordak's daggers. Bry slipped on her gauntlets and took Valrin's sword. She held it for a moment and sighed. She looked up as Everan handed her a bottle of red elixir. Drink it. Your body is tired. Your magic is spent. We'll need it to get to the prison. He paused for a moment and embraced her. You are most important to me, and as a member of this crew, Bry. Everan's words did little to heal the self-doubt that had stricken Bry earlier. While she knew she had done much to help, she didn't feel like it was enough. She drank the elixir and felt a surge of vigor in her entire body. Everan had gone into another room, gathering many vials. Something about shadow elf temples, Or at least, bastard versions of one. Bastard versions? Yes, true Shadow Elf temples have a ton more wood. Floors are made to merge with the earth and whatnot. Bri had never seen Everan so enthusiastic. It was different, strange, especially how she was used to him being. Are you ready? She was gathering their clothes. Leave those. They will not help us save the others, and we can always find more. Plus, I think we look good in these rags. Sarcasm, another strange thing as far as Everan was concerned. Bri wasn't sure what to say, but she nodded and joined Everan at the door. It had been a long time since she'd worn a sword now, but her powers had become much more useful to her over everything else in the past few days and weeks. Everan was about to exit the room when he looked at her. I want to tell you, I saw much while I was in that tower. I only speak what I feel is true now. We must get off this island, or we risk losing all that Valrin and his quest as Stormborn stands for. This Marog, it is something beyond what even I can fathom. We get out, we find Valrin, and we hope. He stopped as the ground rumbled. We can get off this island and far from here. Then, we will talk of what we need to do to get to Avium. Bri nodded quickly, feeling the earth tremble again beneath them. It was becoming more frequent. Avorn leaned out the door, and Rossi quickly climbed on top of his staff. You're more useful on the ground. Thanks for that venom earlier. It worked well, my friend. Everan led them back to the stairwell, and they cut back around to near where the silver tower was. The path before what Bri had taken was above them, as Everan ran through the corridor with his staff outstretched. They came around a corner that bent to the left, and the Shadow Elf released a volley of green earth magic that bounced off the halls, striking several masked forms and dragging them down to the ground one after another. He kept running, and Bri followed just behind him. They turned a corner again and came to a large open room with many tables and large fireplaces. Here, more of the white-faced figures held up weapons of many kinds, all in reverence of a masked form, an assembly, in fact, standing high above them. The other way! Everan shouted. Bri staggered to a stop and turned to follow Everan as now more of their enemies swarmed in pursuit. From the opposite end of the passage, more figures appeared. Everan grabbed Bri by the arm and pulled her close. He put both hands on his staff, lifting it above them. Hold on! Everan slammed his staff, and they fell into a lower level. Bri pulled him up, and he pointed behind them. Back up! It takes us to the other side, and should be right near where the holding cells are that you came from. I assume if you came to get me, you passed into the level with the statues that watch the corridor, correct? Yes. Then this way. As they fled down the passage, Everan sent a volley of spells that collapsed the passage they had fallen through. They saw several masked forms in the rubble. Everan and Bri had made it to another set of twisted stairwells. You saw a map of this place in your mind? How do they not know of it too, being actual servants? Because they know it as it was placed in their minds alone. This place. He paused, checking an edge of the hallway, and then back down another side. This place is more than what I thought. It is reminiscent of a place in the Shadowlands, a place I called home. How? I do not know, but I do not care. Such is as it is. They came at last to another stairwell, and Bri could see the cells where she had escaped from. They hurried to Ordak's cell. Friend, sleeping well? Everan teased. Screw the half-orc, that's what I imagined you'd say when she got to you. Good work there, Bri. Bri focused her powers, heating up and breaking the lock, breaking him free. Everan gave Ordak his weapons. You look like you've been sleeping. Felt horrible before. The poison must have taken a while to wear off fully. Now where? Bri asked. We need to get to the lower prisons. The corridor will take us that way, but I have to imagine we will not find Valrin there. Yes, Bri said. I think he might have escaped. Well, The lower prison is near the outer lower courtyard, so if he took that way, then so can we. Everan began to lead them forward and through a snaking passage that Bry would never have been able to navigate. They reached a long corridor with high ceilings and pillars. Looking ahead, Bry could see daylight, though the skies were a soupy black. Another rumbling shook the entire structure, and this one was so forceful that Everan and Ordak knelt with Bry against the walls. In the light ahead, they saw many masked forms holding glowing staves. Everan rushed forward, jabbing his staff into the round, sending a blast of vines forward as a volley of spells came their way. He shifted spells, bringing up a ward as Bry did the same. They were battered with an explosion of magic that shook the entire structure more. They lowered their wards and cast their own volleys of fire, and in the shadows of the corridor came many white-faced servants of Marog with spears and staves of their own. Ordak drew his weapons. "Dozens versus 3! Stand firm," Everan shouted, "and perhaps say a prayer if you're into that kind of talk." Another rumbling shook them from beneath, and they heard the deafening sound of an explosion. Cracks shot through the temple walls, and crevices split the hall down the middle. Everan and Bry were on one side, and Ordak was on the other. Their enemy converged upon them. Spells flew, and Ordak shouted, charging forward. Getting out would not be easy. Part 7. Eruption. They had come to the edge of Rikernala. Their fairy companion hovered just above them as they entered the town to a hurried and panicked crowd. "The mountain quakes and the end has come upon us," one woman shouted. "To the harbor," another said. As the fairy flew ahead, twisting around and into the corridors, Valrin and Alera pushed through the panicked crowds. While it seemed many acted erratic, Valrin noticed others huddled together in their homes, and still others seemed to be carrying large spears in the direction of the harbor. "They think they can fight what comes," Alera shouted. The ground quaked beneath them again, and Valrin turned to see the crystal descending from above the volcano into the open cone. "I believe the eruption is coming at any moment," Valrin said. "I'm sure it is. I can smell it." Though the atmosphere was smoky, and Valrin was not too sure what returning to the masked man was to do at this point, they had the mushrooms, but they could not figure out what purpose these could possibly have. They would have held up their end of the deal. They'd be able to get to her dragon, but he wondered if they'd have time to get to his crew. He'd make time. He had to believe they were okay. Back past the area with the croaking frogs that had since hopped away to hide from the destruction on the brink of arrival, they ascended to the oddly placed hut, and the fairy floated up and over the top of the door, joining several other fairies. The door opened, and they entered to find the masked figure just as before, but this time he appeared to be meditating, hovering just over the ground. The smell of incense was stronger than it was last time. "Time is fading from grasp. You have returned." Valrin took the bag of silver mushrooms and set them before the figure. "Let us see," the figure said. It reached out, grasping the bag and looking in. He set it back to the side. "So, it is done. But truly I knew you had taken the correct path before now. Marog shall soon be released, and Cataclysm comes from Iaclo." "My dragon? We need passage now," Alera demanded. "You are one he did not expect, but yes." He reached into his robe and pulled out a silver key. "You have done well to play your part, but will your part continue? That is the question that is wondered. Surely you made this task easier on the one beside you." "She was most helpful," Valrin said. "I'm not sure I'd have been able to do this without her." The masked form nodded. "Yes, perhaps not. But in all things eventually you'll be without your crew, Stormborn. Not all can weather the storms of time. But for now, all has gone according to the design of the one who orchestrates all. My own time comes to an end. Dragonrider, your dragon is northeast of town. You must hurry there before that which rises from the seas comes." "You and your ilk cannot allow this entire town to be destroyed," Alara said. The figure's arm fell off, and where the stub should have been bleeding, several crystals were melting in a blue fire. All goes as my master plans. Truly, you've figured out the origin of all by now? A warlock came to this island, Valrin said, and created dark masks that now threaten everyone here. Your cult plans to kill the innocent here for your god, Marog. Marog takes physical form, but what you do not understand is that the dark god has never had its own form. The warlock, as you call him, was cast aside by the Dwemhar. Though many agreed with him, they did not break away and allowed him to be left to fight the evils of the world on his own. The warlock was no man, but a Dwemhar, Iliu of Eliaka, and he has made all that you see here. The masked form's other arm began to burn. It reached into the bag of silver mushrooms and held them in its open hand. The mask it wore fell off, revealing a silver face with many glowing crystals. The silver mushrooms burst into flame, and in the crucible of the figure's hand, the mushrooms became as a multicolored crystal. It handed the crystal to Valrin. You know what this is. You are to go to my master. The clockmaster is Marog. Yes and no. At one time, perhaps. But Marog has become from what he discarded. Know that while I am but a creation placed here to guide you, my master has orchestrated much more in your time with him. He has seen error. He seeks to correct it. But the cults of masks and Marog are no mere creations like me. Valrin, my master and the gods have decreed you to have a direct hand in this. Peace be with you, Stormborn of the glacial seas. The figure fell apart, burning crystals and metal pieces falling upon itself as in a heap of burning green. The masked figure, who was no more than a creation of Iliu, became as ash. The ground suddenly quaked again. Valrin and Alara stood speechless for a moment. Alara reached for the key the figure had, and Valrin looked at the crystal. Who is Iliu? Alara asked. A Dwemhar I have been dealing with. The Dwemhar are extinct. Yeah, I've heard, he said with a sigh. We get my dragon, Alara said, and then we return to the prison. I told you I would help you. They left the shack, both descending in the direction of the town. Valrin looked up at the volcano. Suddenly, fire shot up into the sky with a deafening explosion that shook the island like it had not been shaken before. He watched as buildings within the town shifted and then fell. The ground moved beneath them, and in the darkness of the sky streaked down flaming rocks. The people of Rikernala shouted and screamed. To the harbor! The great fleet of our god flee! We must hope they'll take us with them! No! Another shouted. We must stay true to our gods! They will save us if only we believe in them! My dragon, Alara said, northeast of town. I know where he speaks. There is a cave there. They hurried north as most of the town was moving toward the ocean. Buildings were on fire, but thankfully it seemed that the flaming rocks that had come with the eruption were not nearly as plentiful at this time. As they ascended into the town, Valrin looked over to the prison to see flashes of light. He paused. My crew, he said. You don't know that. We need to get to my dragon. You have passage, Valrin pointed to her key. Get to your dragon. You said you know where it is. It's another prison. It's in the mountain that leads to an inlet and the ocean. Then go, Valrin said. He drew his sword. I go to my crew, and then to the harbor. Valrin knew Alara did not care for this idea, but he wasn't giving her a choice. He knew those sparks of color. That was Everan. He sprinted to get to the prison. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Everan held his ward as several volleys of spears flew into the rocks around them. They had reached the halfway point, but were still separated from Ordak. The half-orc was moving between columns, emerging from one and then vanishing, just to pop out around another and cut down one of the white-faced men attempting to advance on him. But the masked forms were floating above them now. Bri focused her spells, sending bolts of lightning through columns as Everan used more of his vines to bind their foes. Suddenly, the side of the structure gave way, and they were exposed to more masked forms swarming their flank. Several spears flew nearly into Everan and Bri. Everan slammed his staff on the ground, releasing it as a static ward formed over them. He fumbled through his potions before settling on two that he quickly uncorked. A group of the masked forms had come in a mass, one of them holding a ward that deflected every spell Bri cast their way. "In the ward," Everan said. He stepped out for a moment, tossing the one vial in his left hand before throwing the right. He quickly retreated into the ward as an explosion of fire engulfed the masked forms. He claimed his staff back and pointed to a pillar on the edge of the gaping crack in the temple. "What was that?" Bri shouted. "Potions! I love potions!" The shadow elf laughed and shoved his staff into the base of the column. Another blast of magic ruptured the lower portion of the column, and it fell to their side and nearly struck Ordak. The half-orc needed no prompting. He quickly jumped up, dodging spears and white-faced warriors as he sprinted across the expanse, falling quickly back down beside Bri. "Keep moving!" Everan shouted. They were pushing for the open path on the far end of the chamber. Everan thought to try to fight through the new opening, but they'd end up in the courtyard. This other way would lead them out. As they jumped through the columns, meeting new foes and engaging them as such, Ordak jumped for a masked form and attempted to slash its body. His weapons did not have any effect. "Magic or shadow blades! That is what you must use!" Everan shouted. "You're telling me my blade can defeat wraiths, but not these!" Everan parried a spear-wielding white-faced man, and Ordak cut him down. "Yes, I am!" Everan shouted. A blast of magic struck high above them, bringing down several of the pillars as more of their enemies swarmed the long room. They took cover in a circle of broken rocks, and it was here their enemy moved in. Everan took another one of his potions, chugging this one. He took position at the center of the ruins, lifting his staff up in a brilliant light. "Under my ward, I shall knock back our foe and blind the rest. We are close enough. We should be able to get to the edge of the structure before they can see again." Everan focused his spell, glancing around as many forms swarmed them. It was then he saw him. Valrin had made it to the prison and engaged the masked forms on the far end. "Valrin!" Everan shouted. Bri looked up, spotting their captain quickly becoming surrounded, but slashing through his foes with his blade. Valrin had taken much of the attention off them, and they took advantage of it. Bri sprinted ahead, running through the many fallen pillars and leaping to a high point. She summoned her spells around her, casting fire at those who surrounded Valrin. Valrin slashed through two more masked men and looked up at her. "Bri!" Everan and Ordak made it to him, and the crew was reunited. They stood back to back, Bri joining them as more of the masked men and white-faced men pushed in around them. "Kill these interlopers. They are not welcome in the plans of Marog." Shadows shot through the top of the decimated ruins. Fire rained down from the volcano, and the ground quaked. "All serve Marog!" the forms before them said in unison. Valrin and the others moved toward the outside, but even here the ground had shifted again, leaving rubble, and now fiery rocks fell all over the area. "Valrin, you escaped! Good work!" Ordak said. "We're not truly free yet," Everan said, "and I wonder how you came across a blade such as that." Their enemy moved in a grand circle around them. They were not advancing. Everan and Bri summoned their wards, intertwining them. From several of the masked forms came straight beams of energy, shattering parts of the ward. "Hold!" Everan shouted. Another blast. The wards shattered again. Everan slammed his staff in the ground, sending up rocks to reinforce their position. The masked forms attacked again. Bri's gauntlets were alight with white fire, her ward shimmering brightly, but the Ruses was sweating profusely. "Just a bit longer," Valrin said. "She has to be nearly here." "She who?" Ordak asked. "We lost momentum. We must figure something out. We should shift the ward downward, maybe try to break through their perimeter." Valrin looked to their side and then shook his head. "For once, we just need to wait. I trust her. We had a deal." A roar split the air, and a blast of ice struck the ground around them. Everan and Bry's ward shattered, but in the place of their enemies were frozen shards of ice. A great dark blue dragon soared high above them with Alera atop it. But the dragon was not blue now at all. It shifted in color, turning now a silver color before landing just beside them. "Come to me!" Alera shouted. The dragon turned its head, sending a blast of white fire in the opposite direction. The entire wall of the courtyard was engulfed in flames, sending up white smoke. "A dragon!" Ordak shouted. "Where'd you get a dragon?" "I am Alera of the far south. Do not worry of my dragon, just climb upon it." Valrin noticed that the dragon had an elaborate saddle, that while it had a spot for Alera to sit, it also had an area made of a dark black substance for cargo on its back. As the crew of the Ayla Sunrise joined Alera on top of her dragon, she shifted the dragon to many more of the masked forms. White fire split through the ruins, bringing more of the structure down upon them and further breaking the temple and prison just as she said she would. They took to the air with a great force. Valrin felt himself sucked down against the hard substance on the dragon's back as the two scaly wings pounded the air and they moved up and over the city of Rekernala. Alera pulled the reins of her dragon, glancing behind her as flaming rocks streaked behind. "Hold on!" she shouted. The dragon dropped to the right, and they turned nearly inverted as it shot over the top of the buildings and over the harbor. Valrin could see his ship against a far dock, and to his surprise, the entire fleet of Marog had left. The harbor had two massive towers on the far edge, and the gate to the harbor was open. As Alera flew down to the waterside, multiple large bolts shot up around them, narrowly missing them. They landed, and several men ran up with spears. The dragon sent a stream of white fire, engulfing them in a fiery blast. Valrin and the others disembarked. The captain quickly ran out in front of Alera, drawing his sword as many of the townspeople approached. Valrin could feel the heat of the dragon's fire against the back of his neck. "People of Rekernala, you believe your apocalypse is here, but this is a mere dragon. Do not attack us." "It is a beast of destruction. Our god has not come for us. Our city burns. The masked ones have left us. Many of them have even turned on us. We barricaded the western entrance to the harbor. Our end has come." "The masked forms care nothing for you, but you are still people of your own regard. Do not falter," Valrin shouted out. "Do you not have ships in which to flee?" There were so many people of varying age and dress, old women, young boys. Most had makeshift weapons. The people of Rekernala had two great crossbows set up, the weapons that had nearly struck the dragon when they were descending. While there was one large man who had been speaking before, there came a man in a silver robe. "I am a speaker of our people. I was chief among the priests. Our prayers, stranger, have went unanswered. But we cannot flee to the sea, for it is written in the Book of Marog that from the seas of the north comes a monster, and those of the island shall die for the Great One, Marog, divine darkness." "You're going to believe that?" Ordak asked. "Even better, you are okay with this?" "It is all we have known. It is our life," the man said. "There is not a monster except that which has forced you to serve such as this," Alera shouted. "That dragon looks like a monster," one of them shouted. Alera stood on the head of her dragon. "This is Rornuk, born out of the fires of my homeland. He has been with me since birth, and he is mate to Shrade, a fire drake. This is no beast, but one of my dearest friends. We bring no apocalypse." Seriously, Valrin said. If you have ships to sail away, the time is now. Flames rolled through the outer parts of Reikernala, and the volcano was covered in flows of lava. Okay, those of us who can flee, we will try. We have but small boats, no great ships. Our god has taken his ships. Gods do not need ships, Everan said. This was no god but an evil entity of shadow magic. Flee while you still have time. As Valrin and the crew went to the Ayla sunrise, he noticed the 2 turtle assistants that repaired the ship had been guarding the ship, as he thought before. There were 2 more masked forms dead laying on the dock. The masked ones, a fisher who was getting his own ship ready said to their right. They tried to get on, but it was said they were not to touch it. These 2 tried first and were killed. I've never seen magic like this. Well, good, Valrin said. Valrin noticed that there were many different buildings along the water's edge, and most of the ships the people had were kept in these structures. He went to the rear of the Ayla sunrise and noticed that the ship's crystals were still mostly out of energy. As they checked over the ship, Ilera approached. Valrin, she said, this is your ship and your crew? Yes, he said. Everan, Shadow Elf, Ordak, half-orc from the south. And this is Bry. He paused. The one I told you about. Your captain cares much for you all, she said. You are lucky to have such a man. Not my type, but that's fine. Bry gave her an odd look, and she bowed. I will watch from above upon Roanoke as you escape this place. Thank you, Ilera, Valrin said. As Ilera departed, Valrin directed them to cut the lines holding the ship, and they drifted out into the center of the harbor. The volcano still rolled with fire. There were at least 20 boats and a handful of smaller ships. So, what of this place? Everan asked. From what I've seen, this is all the work of Iliu somehow. What crazed test is this? Ordak asked. I don't think that is what it is, Valrin said. It is shadow magic. Putting dark energies into an object is something of my people. This island somehow channeled the prayers and energies of the people into a physical body, an embodiment of Marog, Everan told them. I am sorry, Valrin said. I was able to escape with Ilera, but she said we'd likely not be able to get into the rest of the prison. She had been here a while. I got out, Bry said, but I think you got out a bit ahead of me. He embraced her. I came as fast as I could. Almost not fast enough, she teased. We were almost out. The Shadow Blades, Everan said. I saw both you and the Dragonrider had them. Valrin shrugged. As I understand it, the Dragonrider was not one they planned to have here, but all of this was set up to stop something greater. Iliu is tied to this, but it is like he is entwining his own plan, not that he directs it himself. The surface of the water seemed to shift, and Valrin looked out over the harbor. What is it? Bry asked. Valrin went to the helm. He raised the sails and the ship moved forward. Suddenly, both towers at the entrance to the harbor were struck with waves from the sea, exploding into crumbling debris. A roar came from the ocean. Valrin looked up at Ilera and her dragon. She flew down in a dive. Do you think she sees something? Ordak asked. The silver-colored drake turned to dark blue, and in a blast of energy, the dragon spewed ice over the front of the harbor, blocking the way. Ilera flew back around to the deck of the Ayla sunrise, the massive wings of her dragon pounding the air around them. Something is making its way into the harbor, and I see the fleet of Marog. They are on the outer edge of the waters. They are waiting. For what? Everan said with dread. Likely for us to die, and the rest of Reikernala to perish and further empower their god, Valrin said. The ice wall Ilera had constructed was struck from the other side, and a shock wave went through the harbor. Horns sounded in the city as tentacles came over the top of the wall. It is a Leviathan! Ordak shouted. Damn, 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 damn us! Everan shouted. "Curse you, Wura, and your play toys!" Ilera floated upward. "I will see what I can do, but there is no escape from the fleet. I will try, Valrin." The dragon flapped furiously, pushing up into the sky. Ordak took a seat in the weapon Eliu had created. "That takes too much energy," Valrin said. "We haven't been able to restore the crystals. For now, we'll have to use normal spells." Darkness was falling, but the volcano still lit up the skies around them. Valrin could see the moon over the ocean, but without direct light, he would not be able to restore the crystal that powered his Dwemhar weapons. He tore through the ocean, though, with the amount of wind coming in. He looked up, watching Ilera dive down. This time, the dragon took its normal silver color, sending a stream of fire into the creature coming into the harbor. Tentacles shot up the water and struck the dragon and threw her to one side. She recovered, but then floated up slowly. It looked as if she was going to attack again, but then she took off across the harbor, flying high above the island before diving toward the volcano. A shimmering white light overtook the dragon, and they vanished in the smoke. "She fled! She left us!" "Where did she go?" Bry asked. "Home. This isn't her fight," Valrin said. "But these waters are part of the world and the glacial seas. We of the Ayla Sunrise will fight." Part 8. Storms. The monster that appeared only as a mass of tentacles pulled itself through the gateway of the harbor, sliding over the shattered ruins of the broken walls and into the harbor itself. As it landed in the water, a rolling wave of water and sand shot up. A roar bounced off the natural harbor of the island, and Valrin navigated the massive wave as the creature submerged again. Valrin sailed parallel with its path. It was heading to Rikernala. Everan and Bry stood on the side of the ship, making ready their spells. "You sure you want to poke this beast? I see a clear path, and we could cut back around the island to avoid the fleet," Ordak said. "Not liking the sea monster?" Valrin teased. "Oh, I love them. We should invite it over for a drink and fine ale." "Wouldn't that be the same thing?" Bry asked. "I need a drink," Ordak said. "I'm just wanting to assure our captain he has another option." Valrin adjusted his heading, catching the wind a bit better in the sails. The creature would reach the harbor before him, but he figured they'd get its attention rather quickly. "No option for us beyond helping Rikernala. They trusted us to help them, and that's what we'll do." Valrin wheeled hard to the right. The Ayla Sunrise drifted to the side, lining up their side with the creature emerging from the depths. Bry's spells were the first. The Rusis cast a large blast of electricity across the water as one undulating ball of energy. The blast hit the back of the creature still emerging from the depths, just as many tentacles shot up and into the many boats where the people of Rikernala were loading up. The creature roared again as several of its tentacles shot up into the air, quivering. Valrin could smell the burning of the creature's flesh. Bry had landed a good hit. The entire mass of the creature began to spin around, and Everan cast his own spells in several volleys, explosions of green magic striking at different areas of its tentacles in a dazzling bright flash. Vines grew rapidly around several of its tentacles. The creature slapped the water around it, knocking the vines free. Suddenly, the night sky streaked with two bright bolts of fire flying over the harbor. These two bolts came from the land, the people of Rikernala. While many of the town had thought simply the end was coming, that there was nothing they could do and were reserved to die, there were the others, those who sought to fight whatever came to destroy them. While nothing could stop a volcano against a sea monster, they had a chance. Valrin was circling back around as the creature slid back into the harbor. It was headed right for them. "Get your weapons ready, my orc friend," Valrin said. The creature cast a large fan of water as it moved through the harbor. Beyond it, the ships of Rikernala were making for the opening to the sea. Tentacles shot across the deck, gripping the Ayla Sunrise. Valrin looked at the crystals on the aft and noticed that while there was not much in the way of moonlight, the second crystal had begun to glow. Hold the creature, Valrin ordered. Everan sent several entangling vines off the side of the deck, and Bry cast ice. The entire ship vibrated as the creature discovered it could not pull its tentacles off. Ordok was jumping around the deck, hacking at its trapped form, but this did little. Valrin shifted the levers at the helm, sending energy into the center mass. The wood began to glow bright before he sent a focused blast of white fire into the creature's center mass. It pulled away, shattering Bry's ice and tearing through the vines as it fell back into the depths. "Ha! I did it!" Ordok shouted. He ran to the edge of the ship and shouted out, "Come back and make me cut off your other tentacles, you ball of salt water!" Valrin knew it wasn't dead. That was too easy by his reckoning. He headed to intercept the fleeing fleet. He didn't know where the creature was, but he knew it'd be back. The smaller ships were making their way out. Valrin went to one of the two larger ships. "Break around the side of the island. The fleet of Marog waits for us." The men at the helm nodded. One of them went to the edge of their ship. "One more ship comes from the harbor, the defenders of Raikarnala. We will wait for them." Valrin broke away from the fleet, moving back into the harbor. "That creature will be back," Everan said. "I'm not even sure why it left. It decided it didn't want any more of my blades." "Doubtful," Bry said. Ordok crossed his arms, the lumbering orc acting as if he were upset. "You know, I am still new to this crew. I am okay with a bit of encouragement." "You were the shadow demon protector of Iaclo for the Delkians. That's all the accolades you're getting?" Bry laughed. Valrin kept out of the inner harbor, but noticed the ship was now moving away from shore. "Good," he said, moving them into deeper water. As the other ship began to make way, moving with increasing speed, Valrin noticed this ship had many who were holding weapons. He took up a position just behind them, following them out of the harbor with haste as the waters began to shift around them. "Valrin," Bry said nervously. The other Raikarnala vessel was just out of the boundaries of the harbor, passing into the open ocean. But now, a strong current was pushing into the harbor. Valrin engaged the ship's energies, pushing forward, but still only moving so fast. Everan went to the back of the ship, looking over the edge. "The water is much shallower. We just need to get to the ocean." The wheel was spun out of Valrin's hands. He caught it, but found the ship was being forced to the side and directly into the crushed rocks of the harbor wall. Everan gripped the wheel with him, both forcing the ship straight, as suddenly the entire harbor was engorged with more water. "I have never seen the ocean act like this," Everan said. The ship was suddenly free, and Valrin pushed them forward, angling for the opening and the ocean. In a few moments they passed it, but even now the water was much shallower than before. The island became bright with fire as the volcano exploded, sending more flaming rocks high into the sky. Tentacles shot up onto the rocks of the harbor, and the creature emerged again, but this time it climbed high above them, and there was much more to this creature than had taken form before. As the dark clouds of the volcano spread out over the ocean, a massive form emerged from the waters. What they had fought before was only the head of the creature. Its full body was larger than any creature Everan and Valrin had ever seen, and it lumbered out of the ocean, standing on the edge of the harbor. It roared, and this time spikes along its back rippled with blue energy before a volley of large spikes struck Raikarnala, turning the entire town into nothing but splinters, even as the lava flows engulfed the rest of the island they could see from the ocean. The people of Raikarnala's fleet turned away from the island, and the safety of avoiding Marog's fleet, now heading away from the creature that had destroyed their town. As the creature roared, a bright flash overtook the blackness of the sky, and a shimmering form emerged in the smoke. Suddenly, great pinnacles of light shot up from the rocks across the island, and this form was engorged with energy. But then there was a loud pop, and the shimmering form became still. The sea monster, standing almost as a witness, seemed to move its head, looking around. The many tentacles coming off the upper portion of its body felt around as if searching, and then the entire lumbering mass turned and looked down at the fleet of Rikernala. They were what was missing, their life forces, their sacrifice. The creature began back into the water, and at the same time, the fleet of Marog moved to ensure none of them escaped, spreading out like a great band, a great fence to block their path and that of the Ayla sunrise. The moon pierced through the clouds, and Valrin chased for the open spot of ocean where he could see the light shining down as if a beacon of hope in this ever-darkening hour. They were in the moonlight, and the crystals of his ship were engorged with light. Valrin looked up, seeing what appeared as an orb of light high above them. It was only a speck, and only there for a moment. He thought to point it out, but as soon as he did, the orb was gone, and with it, the shine from the moon. His crystals were restored. "A blessing from the gods?" Bry asked. "I don't think so," he said. "Ordok, take position." The half-orc sheathed his blades and looked behind Valrin. "Yes! I love this part! I love this ship!" He took his position on the weapon of Eliu. Valrin engaged the ship's crystals, energy spinning through the ship. They moved with haste across the water. Ordok angled the weapon at the sea monster just as it reached the ships of Rikernala. Energy exploded across the deck, and the Dwemhar weapon's discharge struck the creature, knocking it under the surface of the water. Valrin kept at a distance. He wasn't sure of where the creature would emerge again, and as such, he didn't want to be too close to the other vessels. One of the Rikernala ships exploded, as not the creature's tentacles, but the attack it had used on the actual city immediately killed those on board. A visible flow of energy came from the dead and flowed into the figure above the island. The creature emerged from the depths again, and once again, Ordok gave the creature a taste of the Dwemhar vessel's energy. Water exploded around them as spells landed on their flank, shifting the Ayla sunrise in the water, and Valrin kept a fast hold on the wheel, looking out across the water at the two large vessels of Marog moving to intercept him. Behind them came the fleet and forces of Marog. "The death of those of Rikernala feed Marog," Everan shouted. "It is blood magic. As those people die, their energy feeds his physical form. We must stop the monster and then somehow protect the fleet of escaping ships." "How are we going to stop both?" Bry asked. "Like this!" Ordok shouted. The half-orc shifted his aim, focusing on the figure above the island. "Hold!" Valrin shouted. "Engorging him with power from this vessel may not be the best idea." The sky became lit with blue orbs of fire from the Marog vessels. "Wards!" Everan and Bry cast their wards, shielding the ship from the impact. The sea monster lunged forward, striking more of the Rikernala vessels. Now, the two large vessels engaged the creature directly as several smaller ships broke off and scattered. Valrin engaged the deck crystals, sending a volley of white orbs streaking toward the monster. It was a good strike, sending up chunks of flesh and water and angering the creature. But it did not break off its attack. As Marog's vessels drew closer, Valrin turned to angle the ship directly at the monster. "Ivurn, take the wheel. We'll ram the bastard. Ordok, Bry, hit it with everything you can." He had an idea. "Captain, what is the plan?" Everan asked. Valrin drew the shadow blade. "We were given this for a reason. Sure, it's good against the masked forms, but perhaps—" He ran to the front of the ship, holding the rail. "This is insane! We're going to ram the sea monster, and our captain is going to stab it! Ivurn, you have the best friends!" The orc began to laugh almost uncontrollably as both he and Bry sent blasts of energy at the creature. The Dwemhar energies rapped with the volleys of lightning striking from Bry's attack. The creature roared, splashing the water and toppling more of the vessels. One of the two large vessels was capsized, and the other vessel was reloading their crossbow. The massive form of the creature emerged from the depths, and Valrin was able to hear the snap of the crossbow's string and the bolt plunge into the creature's tough skin. It wasn't enough, though. Valrin tightened his grip on his sword as the sea monster turned, gripping the Ayla sunrise. Its many tentacles rose around him, and he slashed deep, sending blood and viscous fluid spraying across the deck of the ship. The creature recoiled. Another bolt struck its underside, and the Ayla sunrise emerged out of the water, caught up on the skin of the creature. Everan sent a volley of white orbs into its side, setting off an explosion that knocked them back into the water. The creature attempted to surround them, and Valrin drove his shadow blade into its form. The sea monster fell back, using its tentacles to push the Ayla sunrise away. Ordak used the Dwemhar weapon, striking the creature again, just as it put all its focus into smashing the vessels of Rekernala. Most of the smaller ships were destroyed, and the cries of the peoples filled the air as many struggled to swim in the now swirling water around the sea monster. "We can't get close again, or it will smash us into all the ones we're trying to save," Everan said. Valrin returned to the helm. The two vessels of Marog were very close to them now. With the cries of the people of Rekernala filling his ears, he pulled away from the sea monster and went for the vessels of Marog. "Captain, we struggled against one," Everan said. A blast of energy came from atop one of the copper spires of one of the vessels, and suddenly, the entire Ayla sunrise rippled with energy. Valrin looked back and saw that the crystal energy reserves were out. "How did they do that?" Valrin shouted. Ordak jumped up from his position, drawing his blades again. "Get to the helm," Valrin said. "Wards!" Just as he said that, volleys of poisonous arrows struck all around them. "There is not a way out of this again," Valrin said. "I don't have enough energy to even summon the lock to block out their advance." The two vessels threw chains onto the deck, the black iron scraping across the deck and catching on the rails. More lines came down, and masked forms in armor ran down the chains, landing on the deck. "By the glory of our master, we take your ship and command you cease your heathen acts in the seas of our master's holiness." Valrin drew his sword, walking out from the ward's protection. "I am Valrin, captain of the Ayla Sunrise, Stormborn of the Dwemhar and sea peoples of the glacial seas. Tell me, where is Wura, Kel, Etha?" The masked form who had been talking looked slowly at the others and then stepped forward. "You asked for those who have been in power and who shall fall. Marog is none of these." "Well, that clears it up for me. Not a god, just a mask." The cultists lunged forward, smashing the deck with a whip that sent Valrin rolling back up against his crew. "Blasphemy at the birth of our Lord is not what we allow. Do you not see the grand vessels he has given us? Those who are sacrificed in the name of our God still cry out as his creature devours them. Soon he shall be reborn, and the skies will burn." There were several large explosions from atop the island. "Do you not feel the presence of his power?" Valrin looked out over the island and saw that the volcano was erupting more, and multiple large stones flew out of it. The stones streaked up, but then did not tumble, as did the other stones from before. "Throw down your weapons! All shall submit! The glory of Marog is soon to be showered upon us!" A shrill call went out across the skies, and then came horn calls high above the ocean. Valrin turned back to see multiple winged forms descending upon them. The masked forms did not expect this either. Their own ships rumbled and churned with energy as blasts of fire descended from the sky, engulfing the tops of their vessels. Suddenly, multiple figures dropped on the deck of the Ayla Sunrise, flinging knives and bladed discs, cutting into the masked forms. Dragons pounded the air above them, blasting the tops of the vessels of Marog. The masked forms fell back, and one of the armored figures removed their helmet. It was Alera. "Had to get help. Took a while." The Dragonrider was in full dark blue armor. The others with her wore black. While her dragon was blue, these other dragons were all dark black and breathed a dark red fire. The other figures who had come with Elera blew whistles, and their dragons came to retrieve them. The sea monster wailed as another black dragon sent several blasts of fire across its form. "Rornok!" Elera shouted. Her dragon came to her, and she boarded it, pushing up off the side of one of the Marog vessels and grappling the line free from the enemy vessel. She pulled the Ayla Sunrise at a rapid pace away from the two vessels. Though they moved to try to pursue, an explosion of dragonfire struck the top of one of them as 4 more dragons strafed the ship. Several blasts of magic leaped off the deck and struck near the dragons, sending one of them into a frenzy for a moment. Elera directed her own dragon near the one, and she tossed something into the air that exploded with an orange dust. "Healing magic," Everan said, from a bottle. "I knew the dragonfire pits were using our herbs back in my day, but I did not know they had figured out a way to turn it into a powder." Valrin was checking the ship. Everything was in working order, and he still had some energy. Whatever the ships of Marog had deployed to halt them before had worn off. Valrin set their course to break off from the main fight as the vessels of Marog also fell back, considering the constant hampering by the dragons. As Valrin returned to where the Rikernala vessels had been, the dragon that had been harassing the sea monster had managed to chase it off. It floated above the surface of the water, the rider standing on the head of the dragon. "Valrin, I see none alive!" the figure shouted. With the wind blowing over the ocean and the night sky still lit by the erupting volcano, the blood magic from the final sacrifices floated toward the figure of Marog. Suddenly, the shimmering became bright and then faded. A shock wave shook the water, and the entire island crumbled as the ocean shot over the interior of the island. The volcano exploded, sending lava and chunks of the island itself in all directions. Elera and the other dragon riders flew to where the Ayla Sunrise was. "We go south," Elera said. "The fleet will descend again on you, I'm sure. There is a place we can go. We checked this before we came. It is an old place of our people and will at least offer us shelter." Valrin looked at the crew. "I don't have another plan at the moment, and we need to break away from this fleet." The sudden remembrance of the failure at Ayaklo, or doing anything of real substance to save Aveum, filled their mind, and Valrin turned them south, with the escort of the dragons to keep them safe and deter any attack by the rest of Marog's fleet. He thought of what had happened at Ayaklo, the Akan that flew away. He then thought of what he saw in the skies above him, and how he didn't think it was moonlight that had given the Ayla Sunrise energy before, not at least to the level the energy stores had reached. Perhaps they could sort it out, or something would be revealed to them soon. They traveled south well into the morning, leaving behind the glacial seas. Valrin engaged the map and noticed they were east, much further than where Ayaklo was, and in fact directly northeast of the Shadowlands. On the horizon was a large rocky crag, barren and desolate. As the dragons flying above split off, with several of them flying south, Elera and the one black dragon kept flying east. "A violent eruption," Valrin overheard Everan say to Ordak. "What?" he asked. "The mountain." Everan pointed to the island ahead. "When they explode like that, it normally destroys the volcano and everything around it." "I know this island," he said with a sigh. "At least we're not going west." Valrin wondered of Everan's true past. The Shadow Elf constantly referenced that none of them understood where he came from. The Verret gamblers of Ayaklo revered him. As Rossi sat atop his shoulder, Everan looked out across the water. It wasn't Valrin's place to ask Everan. If Everan wanted to speak of it, he would. Valrin was just thankful to have him as a member of his crew. As they came up to the island, the dragons flew into a large crack into the stone that went up the side of sheer rock. Valrin navigated through the lower portion, floating up and down as they rode a rough current that made moving into such a place difficult. He would not have normally taken his ship into such a narrow place, but with some fortune, they came up and over a shallow area and descended into a much calmer pool of water. Here they found flat rocks that surrounded them in a half-moon and rocky ruins of structures rising into the upper portion of the mountain. Large stone towers with wooden logs stuck out over the water, and both Ilera and the other Dragonrider landed their creatures high above them. Valrin brought the Ayla sunrise against what remained of a stone dock, and Ordak jumped off with the lines, tying them off. "We'll be safe here," Everan said, looking around. Valrin looked up. The light of the sun was only a sliver above them, and only a bit of light shined down into the cove. The rest of the area was dark, save now for 2 torches coming down from a small stairwell where the dragons had landed. He looked up at both beasts. They licked one another's snouts, soft growls between them. Ilera and the other rider came dockside. "You'll be safe here," the figure said with a bow. "Thank you," Valrin said. "Thank you for your assistance. I don't think we had a way out." The riders of Starry Ash could not let one of our newest initiates not repay a life debt, though we have angered the king. I'm hoping we can smooth that out. Can't have my love riding with another clan. The man bowed again. "I am Ninkas, captain of the riders of Starry Ash. Ilera is my wife, and now I owe you my own life, as it were, Valrin." "How?" He embraced Ilera. "For you helped my love retrieve her dragon and escape that place. In saving her, you saved me. So, as I see it, I owe you as well. Perhaps we can determine how I can repay such a debt. But first, a bit of tea. Part 9. Rock Nests. A hearty, strong, and spicy tea was just what all of them needed. "You put rum in this?" Ordak asked. Ninkas laughed. "Indeed, quite the drink after a battle. We haven't been in a good fight in some time." Ilera embraced him as they sat beside one another. "My love's dragons are some of the fastest of our kind." "Yes, but the title of brute power still goes to the gravelers of Rirora, but the beasts are too heavy to fly for too long. In caves we have a disadvantage, but over the open ocean or mountains we can generally win. The issue is if they burrow down. Gravelers are useful against shadow elves." "Yes, I know the beasts," Ordak said. "Orc, right? Part orc, at least. You're quite tall," Ninkas said. "Orc and shadow elf. The pure one is over there." He pointed at Everan, who had just finished his tea. "Are you from the northern reach or closer to the swamps of the south?" Everan grabbed the kettle and poured himself more tea. Ninkas handed him the bottle of clear rum. Everan took it and tipped it into his tea. "I'm from the Shadowlands, Dragonrider. That should tell you enough about me. I do thank you for assisting us, though. I've not known many Dragonriders who went out of their way to help another. Your beasts are fast, but not much else." One of the dragons on the perch above them growled and spit a small bit of fire into the ocean. "Quiet!" Ninkas shouted at the dragon. He looked back to Everan. "I am aware of the dragon pits and their dealings with the shadow elves. Know that I and the current king do not see eye to eye. His son was only just born, and it seems though his angry side has been stayed, he keeps our people's dealings moving forward in the world. It has been over 100 years since our last war with your kind. I for one hope we do not fight again." "I much enjoy going to the Shadowlands," Ilera said. "I have many shadow elves I consider friends in the swamp regions, though the wolf beasts have been appearing again." "I care little of the Shadowlands," Everan said. "This here is my concern." He motioned to Valrin and Brai. Ninkas stood up and finished off his tea. He held the cup in a salute to Valrin. "Good captain, you have a ship of utmost quality. What brings you to these seas? This is far even by our standard. We're going to have to fly back considering there are no good portals this way. The whole fact that Ilera found the passage was a weird working of chance." "We were captured after attempting to save our friend from Iclo. I had heard the island had been destroyed. It wasn't, Bray said, though an old evil has returned. The Scourge Siren, Ninkus asked. Valrin lifted a brow to the question. You've heard of such so far in the south? Only legend, but yes. We know of Ayaklo. You say this is a real place and a real event? Oh, very, Ordak said, reaching for the bottle of rum to refill his tea. Do you know any of these masked forms? Valrin asked him. No, they are not any people I know of. Then our mystery continues, Everan said. Our path is not one of sureness. Well, the tides will not be in your favor. I suggest you rest in the rock nests, Ninkus said. We can sort out your next path soon. We for one must return to our home. Ninkus and Ilera left the others and went into the ruins, lighting several torches in the dark void of the recessed structures. Valrin assisted in getting blankets from the others, but he himself, like normal, couldn't sleep even though it was quite dark where they were hiding. He headed into the ruins. It took him quite a while to find the other two in the place, but the journey was not without its own awe. He looked around him, seeing a sprawling structure that looked much larger from the inside. There were carved dragons 3 times the size of the 2 dragons perched outside. As he went deeper into the structure, following the small torches on the wall, he came to a well-lit room that smelled strongly of incense. As he entered, he saw the 2 Dragonriders sitting cross-legged before a great dragon statue holding a staff. The floor was glowing with runic lights. Ilera and Ninkus were facing one another with their eyes closed. Their hands were interlocked. Smoke floated from the dragon's mouth, swirling around them as more lights shot across the floor, lighting additional runes. Valrin was silent, standing off to the side. He bowed his head in respect to them, but it was Ilera who noticed him and stood up. Valrin, this place is quite safe, she assured him. Why do you stir? I don't sleep well in most situations, regardless of how safe. Ninkus joined his wife. All is well, friend. We were just speaking earlier of your endeavors, your crew, and everything else. We were having a merging ceremony. It is a way to pray to our gods together. Joining our minds in such a way deepens our tie, and that to our dragons. This is a place our dragons shall come in time to produce offspring. These hallowed grounds were once the birthplace of dragons, but the fires here have long gone out. Now, it is but a place of remembrance of tradition. That is why it is a place the dragons shall return before they create new life. Amazing, Valrin said. We've had little dealings with dragons. It seems part of my crew aren't too crazy about them. Ninkus nodded. The Shadow Elves were our enemies for many years. Though, I do hope that is changing for the better. Our ranks are growing once again. The King of the Dragons, a massive creature of wonder, has awakened beneath the rocky home of our people. We pray a new golden age is upon our kind, but our seers foresee doom. Doom? A dark scar is on the Dragon King. You should see him, though. A massive creature. In olden times, the king would ride such a creature into battle. But alas, the scar upon him has been taken as a sign that he is cursed, a belief he will lead our people to ruin. As it is, the king is much stricter with us dragon riders, though she has failed to return, he said, motioning to Ilera. There is still hope. Did you not return home? Surely they consider what happened? Valrin asked. I flew in, she laughed, and grabbed him, she said, pointing to him. Ninkus smiled. Nothing we did was sanctioned. I shall hear of it when we return. I told you, Ilera said, but we both agreed it was for the better. Your dragon still has its bindings on. The king controls it until you have been blessed. I would have never gotten back if it weren't for them, she said. I know, Ninkus said with a sigh. Besides, the king only needs good reason. You could tell him, the dragon priests can bless from afar. He is a strong dragon. He is coming into full form. You intend to stay with them? She doesn't have to, Valrin said. We work to help each other. I feel there is no debt. But I say there is, Ninka said. Not with her and you, but I and you, as I said before. But she is stubborn. Ilera winked. I am. You should see the way he acts when he talks about his love, she said to Ninkus. Oh, got yourself a good girl? Valrin shook his head. I do, but I don't. That sounds like you don't. Ninkus laughed. He then looked behind Valrin. Good orc. You cannot sleep either. Half! Ordak shouted, a bit disheveled by the name-calling. He lumbered over and sat down next to Valrin. I could not, and Everan told me to keep an eye on Valrin. I heard a bit of what was said. Does your king need something to free up this here Dragonrider? Is that what I heard? The king ordains what can be done by our dragons. There is a unity to our king, and while our warriors are fiercely independent, the hierarchy does not allow us to go off on our own unless under the wishes of the king. Furthermore, the king does not allow new riders or young dragons to do this at all. Ilera is at a cusp, but she must return to the dragon pits to receive prayers and blessings. Sounds like nonsense, Ordak said. Valrin was taken aback by Ordak's statement, partially unsure of how the dragon riders would take it. It is the most holy decree of our people, Ninka said. Yes, so is roasting villages of shadow elves as I remember it. Do you not still partake in blood rite? Blood rite. That is outlawed in our lands. I challenge you to blood rite. What? Ilera said. Ninka stared at Ordak. But you do not wish to take my dragon, so why would you? I do not understand, Valrin said. Blood rite is a shadow elf act, a claim one makes when attempting to take what another owns, be it a glass of rum or a kingdom. It depends on what is of value and what is desired. Many blood rites have been had over a woman, that I can say. But no, he said, staring at Ninkas. I claim blood right against you, and any others who would state Elera cannot do as she wishes. It is you who does not want her to go, yes? No, I only want her to complete her blessings and join the fellow riders you saw earlier. It is my king who has decreed such a thing. Ordak bowed to Valrin. Captain, I am new to the crew, but I wish to go to this king, plead our need for the dragons, and secure allies to help rescue Avium. We're outnumbered against the masked ones, and I trust not what the Clockmaster does. I want to do this. Everan told me years ago I needed to embrace whatever path I was on. Before, I guarded the Delkians. Now, as a member of the crew, I must embrace a new path to safeguard our future. You do not see this as rash, half-orc? Ninkas asked. I understand what you do now, but surely you must stay with your crew. Will the dragon riders help us? Valrin asked. We are outnumbered. We must return to Ayaklo to help my friend. I could, perhaps Ilera, but we are only two. You wish for the dragon riders as a whole to support you? That would take an act of the king. Then I will go to the king, Ordak said, smacking his chest. He will see reason. Ninkas and Ilera looked at one another. This is not how I saw our time within the ruins going. He smiled. But you have already told me your feelings on this matter. I could take Ordak and make our case for your blessing. I would like that. Then, regardless of the king's decision, return to me. The king could tell me no, and for you, I'd return. They embraced one another. Ordak spat on the ground. Captain, he said to Valrin, I do hope this is well with you. We need more bodies, more blades on our side. It has troubled me. After we were captured, I brooded on it. It seems that this happening is all a chance blessing. That makes me happy. Having invoked Bloodright, I will secure this for our crew, or I will duel the king. I'm sure that this will go over well, Ninkas said, but I do hope he will be willing to help without bloodshed. Valrin! Bry shouted from a distance away. They stood up to see the Rusies running toward them. Outside, something has come. It seeks to deliver a message. They immediately stood up and rushed to see whatever Bry was speaking of. Immediately, Valrin saw a glowing owl sitting atop the rocks above their makeshift camp. As Valrin and the others came into view, it changed from the form of an owl to a hooded old man. There, and I had thought the evil workings of the land had lost you to the greater plan, the old man said. No, not yet. Who are you? But a memory, but a chance. At the fall of night shall come a great tide that takes you to me. It is time for us to talk further of what is to come. Elio? Valrin asked. Once that was my name. Now so much time has passed, but all workings have gone as planned. Ieklo was brought down, but aside from taking a bloodstone and releasing something of the Dwemhar, Everan said, our friend is still trapped. What do you say of this? I say you should trust that I have not been resting on my aging form. I have many motions set to come to an eventual end. I am but on the edge of the world. The goddess speaks with me, and we seek the Stormborn and his crew on the verge of a new scourge. Etha, the goddess of the world, seeks your hand personally. It is why she came to protect the ranger back on Ieklo, why she has guarded you many times before. But she cannot obtain what is needed to bring down the scourge Siren, and even that might not be enough as it is now, for the merging of the old evil with the powers of your friend throw off the plans of greater works to restore the world. Avium is a key to the future of all. Wait for night, when the moon shines on this hidden cove. Depart upon your vessel, and let the waters bring you to the edge of the realm. The image of the clockmaster faded. Valrin looked at the others. I, for one, am tired of the clockmaster, Ordak said. The half-orc looked to Everan and Bry before bowing slightly to Valrin. Captain, I am new to your little crew, but I've already made my desire known, and you confirm that you are good with it. I am going with the Dragonriders to their home to acquire allies for us against the masked ones and their fleet. Everan was already shaking his head as Ordak spoke, but he stood up and grabbed the half-orc. These two helped us, but the others will kill you for just being Shadow Elf, no matter how much you aren't. No, Ninkus protested. They will not. We have come a long way, and we must come further, but no, they will not kill him, especially since he will be with me. Must he go? Bry asked. We must get back to Ieklo, and no offense to anyone. Ordak is another blade on our side. I am staying, Ilera said. My husband supports me, and I will assist. My dragon should not make that journey as it is right now. He is showing signs of transformation. I sense he will become an ice drake, but that's not why I wish to stay. Valrin saved my life as much as I saved him. I've started down this path and will see it through. Plus, it sounds like an adventure worth having. This is no merry quest for some trivial object, Dragonrider. You could die. We all could. If you're not dedicated to the Stormborn, then you should not come with us. We've managed without a flock of dragons, Everan growled. We need any allies we can get, Valrin said to him. Ordak, please go see if these Dragonriders will aid us. I imagine you have to smooth out any issues from you leaving before, Ninkus. A bit, he nodded. We are not to do that which is not the will of the king, but I believe this is something we must assist. My king wishes to be greater upon the rest of the world. He has spoken with elves to the west and the race of men in the north. We believe the race of men to be elevating itself beyond mere factions and turning to a true fifth race. Most of us are a great mix of races and cultures unified by our dragons many hundred years ago, but I cannot deny that many of us are of the fifth race, and as such, it is exciting to see men becoming more than mere pawns needing care. I believe men will be grand. Everan shook his head. Men desire power and lust for gold, not much different from dragons of old. I see little point, and little of the race of men have ever meant much to me, but as it is, the world is changing. Everan walked away from the others and went toward the ship. That basically means he's okay with this, Ordok told Ninkus. Ninkus laughed. As the time for departure came upon them, and the moon high above began to shine into the cove, Valrin and the others boarded the ship. Ordok stood near the Dragonriders as they embraced and kissed, but quickly ran over to the dock. "Take care of yourselves," he told them. "I will secure this ally for us, Captain." "Thank you, Ordok. Good luck." Ordok and Everan looked at one another and said nothing, but Everan quickly climbed off the ship and embraced his friend. "Watch yourself there," he said, pointing in his face. "I trust Dragonriders about as much as other shadow elves." Ordok laughed. "Indeed, friend." One of the two dragons suddenly growled and then leaped to the ground. Its entire body began to glow blue before a flash of energy covered it completely. The winds around the dragon began to spin with a white glow before the dragon itself became as a small orb of ice. "What in the gods?" Bry asked. Elara ran to the orb, ecstatic. "Finally! He has come of full age and has chosen ice! I knew it!" "Chosen?" Valrin asked. Elara picked up the orb, and Ninkus embraced her again. "When I see you again, your dragon might be larger than even mine." His dragon roared and shot a blast of flame from its mouth. "I don't think she liked that very much," Elara joked. "Ah, well, she will be fine." Ordok began into the tower with Ninkus, and Elara walked aboard the ship. "It is in an egg again?" Bry asked. "In a form," Elara said. "When a juvenile dragon is still learning its own powers is when we as Dragonriders start training. It just so works that normally a Dragonrider's final test and the dragon itself matures at the same time. Up until now, he was using mostly fire or ice with his breath. I was thinking he would have ice." "And the orb?" "The dragon enters its own realm, much like the passages between volcanoes, a place where it can grow and evolve. Once it is ready, he will emerge from the orb back into our realm. Then everyone should watch out. I think he will be bigger than my loves." About that time, Ordok and Ninkus took off from the high roosting place above and took to the sky, passing across the bright moon now shining into the cove. "You ever feel like that'll be the last time you see someone?" Bry asked. "I'm sure he'll be fine," Valrin assured her. "I do believe we might need their help. It is fate that brought us all together, and I'd rather not need to break out of another prison." She laughed. "Me neither!" "So we wait for a tide?" Elara asked. "That's how this clockmaster works," Everan said. "Random events, random words, random everything." As Valrin guided the ship back toward the way they had come in, the tides did shift, pulling them back out quicker than they had come in. The water was much higher than it had been, and though the wind would have moved them one way, the current took them east, and with indeed great haste. Everan joined Valrin at the helm of the vessel. He looked behind them and then to Bry and Elara sitting on the deck below, talking with one another. "Captain," he said, but his voice wasn't in questioning or concern, just plain. He sighed and then seemed to stare at him from his side. "Apparently," Valrin said. "I know I just still see you as I did when I first met you. So eager, so immature. When we went back to the island where your captain at the time was, I saw you as a bit annoying." Valrin laughed. "I understand, and technically I was captain already. You know, Stormborn and all." "I know," Everan said softly. "But you are a captain now. You make decisions, direct your crew, and I think of myself. I'm not what I was in this capacity, Valrin. Back when we met, and I then found that my old friend was alive, I never thought we'd have to deal with Iaclo ever again. That is why I said I'd kill Eviam before I'd allow her to become as her mother. But I could not do that. I will not do as my people would. Valrin thought about how often Everan put down the Shadow Elves. He knew Everan had much more of a history than he would admit. You don't trust the Dragonriders? Vorn half smirked. I didn't, back when it was my business to worry or not worry about their intrusions into our southern lands. But we all change through the years, and that is the most constant force in the years. Be it 1 year or 10 or 100, nothing ever remains the same. Ordak is a good example of that. He was always headstrong, foolhardy, but he would have never gone on his own to a place he once feared, no matter what he might say now. Everan laughed. I never figured I'd be doing any of this when I was gathering eels back on my home island. Life can change without any warning for the good or the bad. Indeed, Everan said. Fogs were rolling over the deck of the ship now, and ahead they could see nothing but a tall cloud bank reaching over the seas in all directions, but even that became veiled in the thick mists surrounding them. The wind turned icy cold and then warm and then cold again. Well, that is strange, Bry said. Valrin could hear the roar of water, but he no longer felt the strain of the wheel against the ocean's grasp. The cold and the warm air undulating returned. Suddenly, they could see stars above them, and the sun in the far distance surrounded by orange sky. Opposite of that, looking behind them, he could see the moon and dark skies. He saw nothing but blackness beneath them, save a ledge of rock that the back end of the ship was sitting on. He looked over the edge and saw great waterfalls, where it was almost as if the ocean was flowing off the side of a great cliff. The edge of the world, Bry said. I have heard of this. The world doesn't have edges, Ilera said. I have flown many times and have never seen an edge such as this. This is some enchantment. Or a realm, Everan suggested. Valrin nodded. Likely a realm. So, what is next? Ilera asked. That looks like a path, Valrin said, motioning to their left. There was a flat rock pathway that ran away from the ship and into the sheer rock. It was difficult to see where it went because of the mist from the waterfalls. Ilera was the first to disembark, much to the surprise of the others. What? Let's go. I'm curious what it is you all actually do. As Bry followed Ilera, Valrin whispered to Everan, Do you think we should tell her that we don't even know what we were actually doing over the last few weeks? Everan chuckled. She'll figure it out soon enough. Part 10. A Failed Path. Though Elera had been the first one off the Aela sunrise, she didn't go too far. Valrin looked back at his ship hanging in such a precarious way that if it weren't a force of magical will that brought them here, his ship would have fallen off the cliff into whatever nothingness was beneath. Come on, he told the others. Leading them down the damp path where to their right side they saw nothing but falling water, he descended several steps and came to a cave with 2 golden torches. Moving forward through the torches, he felt the winds change, and suddenly he looked out upon the very sea with the dense fog they had left, just as before. But they were above it, much higher than the ocean, and the sky was alive with the brilliance of many thousand stars. How did we? Ilera began. You wondered about us, Bry said, and just imagine, this would have been strange to me only a few months ago. Ilera stood with her mouth open, trying to fathom what she had walked through before and how they were where they were. She looked back into the cave and could see the golden torches, which she attempted to point out to Valrin as he and the others continued down the path. If that is such a distracting feature of the journey so far, perhaps she should wait on the ship, Bry said to Valrin. Did you notice she brought the egg orb? Bry looked back, seeing her clutch the orb in her right hand. I mean, it is her dragon, but still. Valrin laughed. Good thing she's just visiting our little crew. She seems fairly surprised for someone who rides a dragon through portals in volcanoes. From the high point, they descended a long and dark stairwell that went into the cloud layer and eventually, through clearing fog, down to a long stone bridge. Everan rubbed his hand down the railings of the bridge and looked at his fingertips. "This is within our realm," he said. "How can you tell?" Valrin asked. "Moisture manipulation of it. I noticed in other places the water was wet, and we could feel heat and cold. There wasn't dew on structures. It was like in every other occasion. Something wasn't quite right. It was always small, like each realm other than our own were canvases and a painter simply moved on to the next." "Now you're talking about art," Bry said. "And when we were escaping, you seemed to be at home in the place, knowing more than even myself, who had spent time running around the place." Everan brushed his hand on his robe. "Well, I make mention of such things because I do believe wherever we are going, we are at last going to get a true answer. We are not time-traveling, and I feel somehow this is exactly where we should have gone in the first place. I suspect this will all make sense soon." But as the bridge dropped them further into the clouds and fog, the path ahead cleared, and it was not a temple or village they saw, but quite the opposite. "You said it would make sense," Bry said. "I think I blame you for this." Before them was a large golden metal object with glass atop the center of it. There were large blue crystals spinning on either end of it, and a silver metallic fluid rotating underneath the structure, if it even was a structure. While it was sitting on top of two smooth rock towers, there was a gate to a lower portion of stone. The bridge led there. Valrin put his hand to his sword as several small golden orbs rolled out onto the bridge. They were like his turtles on the Ayla sunrise, the machines that repaired his ship and defended it, that is, after the work of the Clockmaster. They crawled like spiders until they were just a few more paces from Valrin, and then recoiled back, vanishing into the rock. Several runic inscriptions lit up on the rocks, and he could hear clanking stones within the structure. "Follow me," he said to the others. Elara drew her sword. "You won't need that, Dragonrider," Everan said, but she kept it out anyway. As Valrin passed into the gateway before them, he walked into a bright cave with many more crystals, providing light to plants of all kinds, both some he had seen before and some he had never seen. A large library was on one side of the massive room, and a constant humming sounded in the air. As they walked in and spread out in a foyer, as it were, Valrin was surprised how large the place was. He noticed an old man tending to the rather expansive garden, who looked up at them and then just simply leaned on his staff and stared. He had a long beard and even longer hair. "You tell us, where are we?" Elara shouted. Everan smacked the ground with his staff near her feet. "Dragonrider, quiet. You realize I do have a name, don't you? I try not to realize you're here, but you must understand my opinion of your people is a bit skewed. I've had many reminders of what I once was." "We all have a past, old man." "You speak of age and call the shadow elf old," the gardening man said aloud to them. The man shuffled out of the garden and laid his staff against a rock. A stream came down from a high point in the cave, running down to a spot near the garden. He cleaned his hands and wiped them on his simple tan robe. "I know more of age than any of you, but I'm glad you've come. Much has happened in the world since I intervened to protect you at Iaclo." "Eliu?" Valrin asked. He smiled. "That was my name as a younger man, when through many weaves of time, a crew came upon Iliaca and led me down a different path, as it were." "But if you have all of this, how did you even exist here before? You have a massive golden house. You must not have been doing that bad," Bry pointed out to him. The man smiled. "You are correct, Bry, but come. I have prepared a meal for us." As he led them up into a central room that looked out over the ocean, Elara nudged Valrin. "Where is Iliaca?" "The past." She went to speak, but he put up his hand and shook his head. "A long story. A very long story." Eliu led them to a great table prepared with all manners of vegetables. As they took seats around the table, Eliu went around, pouring them a green-hued tea. You have grown all of this here? Everan asked. I have. My crystals capture the sun and focus it into my garden at a near constant rate. Not quite what I had constructed in Iclo, but this beats the fish I was eating before. So, you've gotten more than you had before? Valrin asked. I did not manipulate time and not give myself some forms of comfort. He smiled. But what you see around you, in the simplest way, is what I have had since the ascension of the others. Wait, you're a Dwemhar? They ascended, Alara said. Iliu looked over to the Dragonrider. I am the last. There was but one other that I felt upon the world for a time, but even that has passed. I am the last of my people unless others have hidden. So much has happened that I don't know how to express it fully here. My people tried to use our technology to ascend and failed. In time, they returned to the original focus of the Conclave and ascended as one into the Ascended Realms, but it was not without trouble. You, Stormborn, he said, pointing at Valrin. You are part of what was prophesied by those who followed my own beliefs, or more my beliefs as they became. You, Valrin, you are a key to a much greater task that I am not privy to as it is. I was cut off from the greater Dwemhar for some time. But while I sit in my cave, I have but a view of the world, and with the awakening of Iaclo, my old remnants of trinkets of Iaclo came alive. I saw your ship upon the looking glass atop this tower. I began to manipulate all in order not to change history, for that would be disastrous, but to fix what I wronged in this world. Have you not already changed history? Bry asked. Iaclo, you turned it into a weapon. Iaclo was always a weapon. I simply modified it. Yes, the Eliu you met there was angry, vile, and in part, that is what I purged from myself in later times. But nothing beyond that has truly changed. The elves of the old lands were still given a sacred place, Urlas. They had to be protected, for they hold the key to the blending of our cultures, something that I still detest, but I am told by higher powers is the future of our race. But I am getting off what I must speak about, of why I have done all this. He pointed up. That is my greatest achievement. The golden object? Valrin asked. All I have done is to prepare for something else. You see, I knew a darkness was within me. I was a splinter into my own race. I had a great knowledge that I explored and, in turn, darkened my own path. Iaclo was a weapon, a horrible weapon, but too it was meant to purify me. My father was born on a dark moon, as it were, a time when the gods warred upon one another, and the southern lands of our world were still above the seas. When the gods split, and the Itsu demons from the void took hold in more of the gods, meant to rule our world in the absence of the sleeping great poet, the creator of all things, other evils were bred. The Dwemhar, the Rusis, the elves and the dwarves were never meant to war with one another, but between orcs, vampires, and foolish prideful intent, evil crept into our world. I sought to purify myself of this evil, to force ascension with my own intelligence to where I could remain in this world and still have the powers of the internal cosmos of the soul. I failed. His voice trailed off. Though the others had slowly been eating, Valrin looked down and stirred a carrot on his plate. I split the darkness from myself in Iaclo. That darkness called out and ensnared another, the Scourge Siren. I created that from my own evil, but not all of what was placed in my bloodline was separated at Iaclo. I went mad. I fled east from the ruins of my great creation and came upon an island in the ocean of tribal peoples. I attempted to learn magic, as rough as I understood it. Cut off from my great knowledge and the powers of my people, I crafted masks after the tradition of the people who inhabited the island. It was a form of witchcraft, akin to the Shadow Elves' magic of possessing others. These were a wild variation of the Shadow Elves, and in ritual sacrifices, I murdered hundreds as I formed my masks, all with the intent of doing away with the evil still clinging to my form within my soul. I diluted from their knowledge that they were channeling dark forms into the masks and channeled what evil remained of me into many said masks. Then I lost control again. I cut that part from myself once again, and at last, when I had cast that darkness into the fiery places of the island, I sealed it with a crystal that I hid. You were the warlock, Valrin said. Then why would you direct us to the crystal to release that thing? To destroy it. You see, the evil of the Scourge Siren and Marog are but the same, my own demon. They will seek one another like no other, both seeking to destroy the other, to absorb the energies and reach completeness. Each had their own cults of followers. The masked ones served Marog, the Ruses served the Scourge Siren. The Scourge Siren could never locate the place where I sealed the mask, but intrinsic evil of the mask enslaved others upon the island, and I had not the power to stop any of this, but I had hoped I could sort out a path to destroy one or the other in time, but I had lost my powers. I sought Etha, the one goddess who could intervene. I had a place for all the gods on Iaclo, but for Etha, I created a place where she could come upon our holy city in person no matter where we were. A holy realm. But that place was lost when I lost myself within Iaclo. His voice trailed off. I do not understand where we play into this, Valrin said. You created two great evils by your own selfishness. Eliu looked up and nodded. What can we do to free Avium? That is what you said the weapon on my ship would do in one form or another, yet this Marog is upon us at every turn. We have traversed time for you to prepare something. Surely you have done that. The rings, the sword, all of that could be useful, but I must finish this. Rings? Swords? Bry asked. I used a soul machine to guide you on the jungle island to claim 2 shadow blades, one of the few weapons that can harm the actual masked forms. That is to protect you. I have outfitted the Ayla Sunrise with a tool to help me in time. But in all my workings and manipulations of time, I have angered the goddess. I am not to manipulate time any longer, but that is all well. I have created what is needed to purge both evils from this land, and in it, undo what evils I created. Killing the Scourge Siren is but one step. You must retrieve a blade from Iaclo. Hidden in the vault of the goddess is a blade. That blade was placed there by the goddess to be used by a failed hero who could not destroy the Scourge Siren on her first rise to power. She tells me it is still there. I am the only soul who knows how to get there. But just like how I could not go to the island of Marog, I cannot go to Iaclo. You and your crew must obtain this. The island is fractured. It is on the brink of complete destruction from within, Everan said. What old energies powered the old city ruptured as we crashed into the ocean. In the first occurrence, it was a powerful Rusis attack that destroyed the city's energy source, but in the current timeline, it was the Ayla Sunrise. He paused. It doesn't matter. I can take steps as the time comes closer to reveal myself. Aevium, Valrin said plainly. How do I save her? In truth, my friend, she may already be consumed. Valrin stood and slammed his hands on the table. I did not take my crew through all of your trials to not be able to save her. Everan exhaled, watching Valrin's hands tremble. That is why I have done all of this. Bry touched his hand and he relaxed. Ilera pushed her plate away from her. There is a way, I think, Eliu said. Then speak of it or I take my crew and leave. I will not risk any of them for any more of your machinations. Speak now. Valrin's voice was firm and not at all how any of them had seen him before. In order to save her, you must replace her, Eliu said. You would have to have someone of considerable power that either can ascend above your friend or outright attack the Scourge Siren. In the Siren's form, none can harm her directly, not unless you have a spirit on your side who would wish to harm her. I tell you this, by claiming the Sword of Etha, you will have a way to destroy the Scourge Siren, but only if she is sealed to a form of our realm can you destroy the evil within her too. You mean Aevium, Valrin said. Your friend would no longer be who you knew if she takes this form and becomes the Scourge Siren, but at least we could destroy the evil. Valrin collapsed back down into his chair, a single tear coming down his face. He gripped Bry's hand and then had a sudden thought. You created rings that could take those of power in Iaclo, did you not? I did. I know of a spirit, a force to fight the Scourge Siren. Who or what? Everan asked. The Vengeful Mother, the one the Scourge Siren killed. We came upon her form. She exists. If she was to do our will, we would be able to use her to fight the Scourge Siren. How would we convince her to help us? Bry asked. Not give her a choice, Everan said. You wish to use a ring on a spirit? Her bones. If they are not destroyed in the fires of Iaclo, we could use her. We just need a ring and a staff. You must have one here, Valrin said. He stood up. Where? Where do you keep such objects of control? You would not come here without it. Eliu stood and bowed. I am not the evil man I once was, only a man seeking to right what I wronged. Your plan would work, for the ring can control even the soul if kept on the body after death. But he paused. The place is deep. There is a ring and a power strong enough to enslave the one you seek to enslave, but it is ironic. What? Bry asked. The one you seek to enslave was a powerful user of shadow magic, and she had come to Iaclo seeking to destroy the one who had enslaved her husband. But that was me, in a time well before now. Her husband was a user of death magic, a Dwemhar, a necromancer. She was but half-blood Dwemhar, but a very potent caster. That is why the Scourge Siren killed all her children and then destroyed her. It is said that the return of the Dwemhar would be hearkened by half-bloods, and she, having been made of my own evil spirit, knew this. You enslaved her husband? Valrin asked. I did. The ring is upon his corpse within the inner recess and what I can only call a crypt of Iaclo. The place is bound by magic, and the staff to control him was sealed within that place as well. Why would you seal both of them in there? I originally kept him there to use at another time, to resurrect dead Rusis and use them against their brothers. But upon purging myself of evil, I sealed the place. Only the gods can open that vault. Or their weapon? Alera asked. Eliu looked at her. Perhaps a sword? He then looked at Valrin. Valrin shook his head. I will not use that to kill my friend, but if you think it can break the seal you put on the place where the ring and staff we can use to save Avium rest, I will claim your blade. Where is the place the necromancer is kept? Your ship was once docked within Iaclo. It was within Iaclo, and the magics that moved between it and the city mean that the location can be found within the map system you have aboard the ship. Finding it by any other way would only be possible if you had an Acan and flew to it. But that is the best chance you have. And once you save your friend, if you can, the sword must strike the Scourge Siren in whatever form it claims. If it is your friend, know that it is what must be done. Otherwise, it will be a fight between Marog and the Scourge Siren for domination, and the purer form of their combined energies will be birthed upon the world. But I will act in my own way, a path I have prepared to break both at once. And that is? Bry asked. It matters not to you, Eliu said. Outside, the green, undulating waves of the polar lights were rippling across the skies. The god Wura watches over us. He has been with her quite often as of late. At that moment, stars seemed to encircle the night sky in a pattern. A light emerged, and white fire danced upon the floor beside the table. A woman in flowing raiment appeared. Eliu bowed. Goddess Etha. Valrin and the others made a point to bow slightly as the goddess ceased her glowing and took physical form before them. You embrace us with your presence, the Clockmaster continued. Welcome to my humble abode, Goddess of Light. I have called forth the Stormborn as you wished. The goddess, though tall and beautiful, seemed remarkably like them, not at all as Valrin expected a goddess to appear. He bowed to her as she centered her focus on him. Stormborn of the North, Far you are from your place in the glacial seas. Meridas has spoken with us that the dwarven pirates have returned under a new leader, and in the many workings of the seas, he wonders what could be so important as to pull you so far from the glacial seas. A member of my crew is trapped on Ayaklo. Etha nodded solemnly. The daughter of Lorlam, the great caster of both Rusi's and Dwemhar blood. Such loss is great to the alliance of the northern gods. She is one of the few who will have a grand hand in the world we work toward. Much as you, Valrin, have a place in securing the future for all, so does she. You're a goddess, Bry said. Can you not do something to help us? I have watched you, Rusis. You're brave, strong, and not without a mind to do just that. I will forgive your blasphemy because, like you, I do more than I should. I step in when the other gods claim I should not. It is what I do, and in such I admire your courage. The truth is that I have already acted upon Ayaklo in multiple swaths, attempting to quell the dark demon that was Iliu's essence, crafted in a time well before now. I razed the northern portion of Ayaklo, attempting to seal the one entrance to the realm where the weapon meant to strike down the evil was kept. I furthermore sealed the way with 3 shards. One you already have, my own game in this play on time Iliue has constructed. The other 2 can be found in the high fells of Etha's Rage, as it is so lovingly called. One is a rocky outcropping where a lone spirit resides beneath a spring. This place will be a test of words and ingenuity, for she is more powerful than all of you. The one to the east is within the bones of an ancient beast. She looked at Iliu. Even he did not know their location, but he knows that the place is a place within, yet not under. She looked back at them. Combined, the shards will form the entrance to my home, and the way to my blade will be open to you, Stormborn. In a way, this place is its own realm within a realm, indeed, a place protected. I decree you take my blade. She then looked at Everan. And as a slayer of beasts for the god Wura, you are to finish what he cannot if the occurrence comes to pass. Evium will be saved, Valrin said. Then I will destroy whatever form the scourge siren has taken, as my duty to my crew, the gods and goddesses of the north, and as Stormborn, I swear it. Etha smiled. You were rightfully chosen for your task, Stormborn. Though after so much time, we gods had lost our love of the Dwemhar children of the great poet. In time, I feel the world will recover what was lost after the selfish wars of the past. When I sealed the way to my holy place upon Ayaklo, I never thought any would still be of the power to reach it or wield my blade. But if you can obtain the sword, we may all have a chance. I, like Iliu, cannot go there. The Scourge Siren draws great power that is channeled toward me in every way. I spoke with Kel about dealing with her, but it seems that the war to the south has drawn his attention. The vampires? Valrin asked. Yes, a great war begins. A ranger and a woman upon a phoenix fight that evil. Valrin laughed. They survived and are well, then. Indeed they are, Etha said. I knew such news would bring you and your crew joy. With that, I leave you as the workings of the Clockmaster come to fruition in a reclamation of all that was done. With that, Etha became as many stars and moved back out into the night sky, yet the polar lights of Wura remained. Haven't heard of a slayer of monsters named Everan, Elora said. One of many titles I have had, Dragonrider. Bry smiled and sighed. I'm happy that Fadis and Kurla are well, but that doesn't change the uncertainty of what we need to do now. It does not, Iliu said, but know that many work for a positive outcome out of the swarming darkness. But I cannot help beyond what I have done. You still hold the shard you received from the masked machine? We do, Valrin said. Then return to your ship. See that which we have planned to motion. To the north of Ayaklo, you will come upon a large bay that leads into the high fells of Etha's Rage. To think, that was all once a great lake upon Ayaklo. Evorn stood up and tapped his staff. Then we will depart. We must not delay." As the others went to join him, Eliu looked out to the starry sky, and Valrin went to him. "I don't blame you for this, though you blame yourself." Eliu nodded. "I am the reason so many have suffered. I tried to become purer, and because of my mind, many have suffered through the ages, well before the time of the Scourge Siren and my machines. But many have and will be saved. My ship has saved many, even those of Erlas." "You have been to their realm?" "Once." "And the elves are well?" "They are, and one day I, as Stormborn, will assist them in what is to come, as is my task. But not all evil has come from your workings. The world does not curse the Dwemer, but many, including those of my crew, see the Dwemer as a true path to enlightenment in this world, not a bane." Eliu embraced Valrin. "You are kind. I cannot give you what any of you deserve, but I wish to show you something before you depart. I have been watching this." Eliu beckoned them to follow him, and they ascended to an upper level that was just beneath the golden parts of whatever it was floating above them. Here, they found a silver pool upon a pedestal with a clear liquid within it. "What is the strange ceiling here?" Everan asked. "It is a—" Eliu paused. "It is my greatest work, and I do wonder if I will work. A culmination of many thousands of years of thoughts and skill." "And it does what?" Everan further questioned. "Nothing, right now." As Valrin laughed at Eliu's answer, the clockmaster handed him a folded parchment. "This is a very basic map. It will show you the areas where the shard should be. Nothing too fancy, just a token that might help." Eliu then motioned to the pedestal and the silver pool. "This is my window to the world beyond. I can see any of what I wish, but I think for you," he said as the crew of the Ayla Sunrise gathered around, "perhaps this is the best I can show you, though I do not know if they can hold out. I want to show you what happens upon Ayaklo." As they looked into the pool, they saw the water shift and move, and almost as if looking upon the map that would appear on the Ayla Sunrise, they saw a dark wisp of smoke whirling above a fiery island, Ayaklo as it was. Moving closer to the center pinnacle of stone, they saw a mass of swirling white magics and a form within the mass. White light shot out and struck the shadows as in a flash they saw Evium. Her hair was furling with white just as when she cast her magic. The darkness would recoil and then swarm back down upon her. Then the clear image of Evium faded. They saw Evium within a prism swirling with blackness. A winged black form floated above her and cackled. The image faded and the water stilled. "Your friend remains inside the dark prism. She fights the blackness gripping her soul. She resists for now. There is a chance you can save her, but the Scourge Siren will be aware of your workings within time. I will do all I can to support you, but ultimately it is up to each of you to do all in your power to resist the evils converging on Ayaklo. Even Marog will seek the spirit of your friend and her mother. I cannot foresee what all will transpire. Just know I have not been relying just on you or the gods. I will act when it is time in the only way I have ever known how." Suddenly, Valrin and the others felt themselves begin to float. Valrin closed his eyes, and they were back outside Eliu's home. Valrin looked at his garb. He was wearing dark robes. The others were wearing similar clothing. "A parting gift?" Alara asked. "It appears so. We have only one path now." He sighed. "Then that is what it is," Valrin said, looking at the others. "Evium is fighting to survive. We mustn't let her down. Let us return to the ship." They turned and began into the cave, only to then be upon the shift, feeling the vessel move forward, rotate, and begin back into the clouds. All the crystals spun across the deck as the rear crystals surged to life. The entire ship had been engorged with energy. Keep well your ship, for it will have a greater purpose in the coming days." Eliu's voice was sudden but clear. As they moved back upon the water of their own realm, Valrin brought up the map of the region. Iclo had been marked, and with haste they sailed north. Part 11. Upon a goddess darkly. It had been over half a day now. The sun was up and burning brightly above them, and the skies and ocean were clear. Elara slept below deck, as did Bry. Everan had gone to lie down, but instead returned with an odd-looking staff, a staff Valrin had almost completely forgotten about. "Irikau's staff, the necromancer of the Barb King?" Everan smiled. "Did you really think I had forgotten about it?" "Well, I had forgotten about it, to be honest." Everan had set his own staff against the railing as he examined this white staff of twisted bone. Surprisingly, it is well made. The bones are a mix of animal and elf, from what I can tell. There might even be a few embedded shark teeth, or perhaps that is a baby sea monster of some kind. It is difficult to be sure. The longer Everan held the staff, the more a strange aura began to surround the staff itself. The necromantic energy is dormant, but still quite potent. Valrin glanced to Everan and back to the seas ahead. "Are you sure you should have such a device at all? Could it not be bad luck?" "Now I know you're a sea captain, but you don't have to start talking about bad luck aboard the ship. No, the staff may have been used for evil dealings, but that does not make the staff inherently evil. It only knows the magic it was blessed with." He paused for a moment, running his fingers over the runes. Or cursed. He took his own staff back in hand and set both down beside him. The aura upon the necromancer's staff darkened. "Do you plan to use both staves in our challenges ahead?" "I do. I never studied death magic to any degree beyond basic familiarity. This staff may be of use to us." "Because it is a necromancer's staff?" Everan nodded. "Staves that are carved and then made to focus certain types of magic will allow those not familiar with advanced spells to cast some basic necromantic spells. Dispel is a common one. Many magics will just annoy spirits, but necromantic dispel spells will turn them away. This staff in particular should be of use for that." "What of your staff? You cast many spells, earth magic, but also the other ones." "Blood magic? Well, I guess that is what you call it. I was more referencing the elemental spells." "Any staff can do basic elemental spells, but if you're asking if I have focused my own staff, yes. Blood magic is an inherent shadow elf magic. Though I never used it for offense before I put my blades down, it is a fail-safe. Considering it weakens me to such a degree, I only use it when I have no other choice and the situation is dire. But I didn't realize I had used it before you, Stormborn." "I don't think you have, but I have never heard of that as you describe it. So if I did, I didn't know." The Ayla sunrise began to rise higher in the water as a storm blew in behind them. The winds shifted, and to keep up their pace, Valrin used the ship's energies. Everan stood silent next to Valrin for some time. He was solemn, staring out across the vast sea. Valrin looked down at the shadow elf's long fingers tapping the wood of the ship, and while he was silent, his face spoke much. His eyes were sunken in, and there was little color in his face. "You're tired," Valrin said. "Go get some rest." Everan sighed. "I will rest when I have reached Evium. In my homeland, we have words for certain acts of extreme sacrifice. My entire culture holds individual actions regard over any acts as a group. Further truth that one's own actions have the greatest effect on the turning of the pages of life. I must not rest while one of my own is in such dire circumstance. I have not slept save when I was captured, and sleeping then was not for rest but because of poison." "Do not worry of me, Captain," he said with a grin. "It will take much more than sleepless nights to truly weaken me." It was clear to Valrin that Everan had made up his mind on the matter, and it wasn't long before the ship began to shift across increasingly larger waves. Soon Bri and Alera emerged. Alera's orb was glowing. "Is it hatching?" Valrin asked. "No, still growing," the Dragonrider said. "It will still be some time. But when it is time for my dragon to emerge, we will all know. The sound the orb will make is truly unnerving if you do not expect it." "No chance of your little friend emerging in time to help us get these shards?" Bri asked. "No, unless it will be a day or two longer to get there, though her emergence time is not set. In some situations she could come sooner, but I'd prefer her to come as she wishes." "We will be at Ayeklo by nightfall," Valrin said, "though the area we go is not one we have been to before, and we must hope the Scourge Siren does not sense us." "We have Avium on our side," Everan said. "If she is continuously fighting off what is consuming her, we can likely move unseen upon Ayeklo for a time. The deeper concern is the remaining 2 shards. Considering your tasks in getting just the one, I suspect this will be no easy feat. Ready for another monster, Everan?" "Child, I wasn't ready for any monster I've ever faced, but I'll deal with it. Why don't I go get the one from the spring, and you 3 can go deal with the one in the bones of the creature?" "Do you really think it is still a spring?" Valrin teased. "Well, no, considering that entire ruin of a city island is a smoldering pot of fire and ash, I do not. Still seems less likely to have a monster than the shard in the bone." "Could the goddess not just tell us what to expect? Prepare us?" Alera asked. "You don't know the gods of the north, do you?" Everan laughed. "They entertain themselves with our misery." While Valrin wasn't completely in agreement with the shadow elf, he didn't mind that Bri had been busy preparing a bit of tea. He handed the wheel over to Everan and joined her near the device Eliu had placed on the ship. "Sleep well?" he asked her. "Yes, I did, and then the rolling of the ship in this growing storm woke me, but the seas have calmed since I woke up." Valrin sipped the tea and looked up at the sky. "I think Ayeklo is influencing the weather somehow. The dark clouds we're coming into are not of the same that were above us from the storm. I was hoping to convince Everan to sleep. He needs it." Bri put her arm around him. "You know, you need to rest too. Everan will do what he does, but you haven't slept since—" "A long time," he smiled. "Perhaps when we have Avium back, I wouldn't mind heading back north for a time, back to Corson. We can spend a few nights resting at the old harbor. We didn't stay very long after I woke up initially, but I wouldn't mind just resting for a bit there. Just spending time to enjoy one another versus our constant toils back and forth across the ocean." Bri embraced him. "That would be nice. Then we can go hunt down some dwarven pirates. You know we can't just kick back for too long," she teased him, and he laughed. "Once the crew is back together, I think we deserve a small break." He touched the Dwemhar device before them. "I wonder how Ordak is." Considering he was afraid of flight, perhaps unconscious? They both laughed. A streak of red lightning shot out across the black clouds above them. "Getting close to Ayeklo," Everan shouted. The wind had kicked up, and the waters were starting to crest in rolling waves. Valrin handed his cup to Bri. "I'll take over the wheel." Ayeklo loomed before them. While the island had been foreboding on their original approach when they were first searching out the Verret gamblers, this time the sick turning in their stomachs was nothing but an unnerving, near-terrifying reaction. The island had many bright stacks of lava flowing out in the mountains. Ash was thick, rolling across the ocean, and still, high above the island, there was the bright glowing light where Aveum was suspended in a crooked towering crag of stone. Drawing around the eastern edge of the island, Valrin checked the map, ensuring they did not go too far around the northern cusp of the island. He could see towering dead trees, still sticking up like skeletal towers, a reminder of the life that was once there. He imagined that they must have been grand back when Ayeklo was a city, a garden of life in its time. The contrasts between the terror of the weapon, Iaclo hid within its core, and the bastion of hope it must have represented for the Dwemhar race, was stark. Now it was a hellish reminder of the dark evil of the world. The entire crew shuddered as a screech shot across the bow. Explosions of white popped in the sky above Iaclo, and the dark-winged spirit of the Scourge Siren struck the area where Iavium was. "Our wayward friend still resists," Everan said. "Iavium," Ilera said. "She is quite a powerful member of the crew?" "Very," Bry said. "She is still within the prism, as we saw," Everan said. "Her energies resist the darkness. The teachings of her home at the Temple of Suia have come to purpose. Perhaps this will give us enough time." Valrin noticed that the pointed crags that made up most of the island were beginning to soften, and as they came around the edge of the island and neared the region of the high fells of Etha's Rage on the map, the coastline was that of dark sand, and the waters were not nearly as rough. He turned them south, moving into a bleak coastline and smoothed rock that went as far as he could see across the island. "I see no shallow port here or place to dock the ship. We'll put anchor here." Bry looked over the edge and focused her magic, sending a stream of ice spells across the ocean, creating a large pathway of ice. Evorn joined her, building up a causeway of ice wrapped with vines that led to the shoreline. "You've done this before?" Ilera asked. Valrin secured his sword at his waist and handed Ilera hers. He also had his Dwemhar saber he had gotten before. "Assault an island of dread, searching for 2 shards of a goddess to free a sword capable of killing a dark siren's soul. Or do you mean making a bridge? We've done one of these before. I'll let you take a guess." Ilera laughed. "Fair answer." The causeway to the cursed slice of paradise was complete. Rossi jumped from Evorn. The serpent slithered to the helm of the ship. "Not going?" Valrin asked. "I figured Rossi could stay here," Everan said. "I'd rather we have someone of regard keep the ship well for us. Rossi can keep the turtles company." Valrin led the way, navigating over the ice and vines that was surprisingly well made. As he reached the sand of the beach, he turned back, watching the others make their way to the shore. "You know, Everan and Bry, if it doesn't work out on the Ayla Sunrise, I think you two could find work making arcane bridges. I mean, it works out that you're so good at this." "You're not getting rid of me that easy," Bry teased, punching his arm. "You're stuck with me." As Everan slammed his staff on the bridge, being the last person across, the bridge shattered. "I might be interested. At least there would be no monsters." Valrin trudged through the sand, smiling at Evern's comment, and knowing that, like Bry, he would rather die than leave the crew. He was okay with keeping his companions close. He hated that they were back on this island, but glancing to the tower of rock in the distance and seeing Evium, in whatever form she was in, still fighting everything coming against her, he knew they could save her. They just had to be quick. The soft sand of the beach was so fine that with each step it went up nearly to his ankle. More like ash than sand, especially the closer they got up to the sheer rock that made up most of the land away from the coast. When at last they ascended from the shore and he looked back at his ship sitting offshore, he felt a strange urge to return to it, to not move forward. He looked back at the others forming out in a line, looking over the barren terrain ahead of them. The land was desolated. The surface was rock, but was so sheen that it was almost slick. But it wasn't like the hardened black lava stone of the island where they were captured. It was like glass, black glass. "They call this the high fells of Etha's Rage. The power of the goddess has many forms, but in this case she brought stars down upon the land. I can only imagine the sounds and sight of the horror. Perhaps she destroyed the last outward signs that Iaclo was ever a city in the clouds." Valrin glanced at the map. He knew about where they were, and they could either go west or east. So, the spring or the bone? "I'd say the spring, but you three will likely want to get the one in the bones of the beast. Let's do that. I'll end up dealing with something regardless, the Shadow Elf said with a chuckle. The bone shard sounds easy enough, Bry said. Ilera? Valrin asked. Well, unless you're going to say spring and we have to break a tie, I'll just go with bone. It was decided. Valrin pointed them east, and they began the journey across the barren rocks. The wind cut across the open area, bringing a chill that was only thwarted by the heat rising from Iaclo itself. They came to an area of bones within a deep crater, not unlike a valley between mountains, but the bones were from creatures they could not identify aside from they were massive. Night had fallen. Everan used his staff to light their way as a smoky haze floated high above them. Even so, they could still make out the stars. Red lightning flashed in the distance, and Iaclo trembled. These are not dragon bones, Elera said. Not even our Dragon King is shaped like this. The palette of which the gods have created beasts is so full of color, you'd be amazed at what exists to simply kill you, Everan told them. What do you think the change is that we'll just find it lying on the ground? Bry asked. I mean, it is in the bone creature. I doubt that means it must be in a living entity. Nothing of bone is living, but anything of bone can be enchanted, Everan said. They were descending into the crater, walking through ground-up bone that stuck out of the sand like jagged spikes. The ground itself shifted under their feet as Valrin held his stance, floating down a small avalanche of bone into the bottom of the crater and spotting a glimmer of crystal ahead. Well, would you look at that, Bry said. She ran ahead of Valrin, stopping just short of the shard. Everan had hung back, his staff in hand. Valrin noticed he had both his normal staff and the staff of the necromancer. Ilera drew her sword. Bry looked back at Valrin. I know this will not be so simple. Are you ready? Might as well waken whatever it is. Everan is getting restless. Rusis, Everan said. Restless is not in my actions, but annoyed that I'm fighting any monster or spirit is absolutely present in my mind. Valrin reached down, grasping the crystal. He went to pull it up and nothing. Is it stuck? Bry asked. He tried to grasp it deeper into the ground, but nothing. The thin layer of crushed bone atop it went to hard rock just beneath the surface. He used his sword to attempt to break it off, tapping several times. It was then the ground rumbled, the sands and bone shards around them shifted, and the sky itself seemed to get smaller around them. We're in its mouth! Go! Everan yelled. He was right, too right. Valrin and the others clawed their way up the side of the crater, just as the sharp bones of an open mouth clenched behind them. Bry was nearly caught in the jaws, but between Valrin pulling her up and a blast of fire into a piece of a tooth, they both emerged on the other side and rolled down the hard surface of whatever creature they had been baited to. Everan and Ilera were far enough away that the creature shifting out of the stone and emerging was not a threat to them as much as Valrin and Bry, who were directly under it. The bone creature, whatever it was many times larger than any dragon. Its entire head was made of white bone, with oversized incisors that were filled with the skeletal remains of other creatures. Its body was long and slender, rooted into the rock and sending bits of lava wherever it reached out. It was a slow creature, but so massive that it was difficult to flank in any form. Valrin and Bry rushed to get close to Everan and Ilera. The creature screamed a shrill, high-pitched sound. Ilera's sword was shaking. What in the creation of all creatures is that? She asked. Everan rushed forward, slamming his staff into the rock and sending several dark shards of stone into the creature. The spell struck the bone, sending off plumes of white smoke before the creature grew upward in incredible height, before angling its head downward and smashing into the sand, nearly striking Everan. Several tendrils shot out with sharp bones on their ends, swiping at the others. Alera parried as best she could and then rolled away. Valrin managed to deflect one of them away from Brae, who drew up a fireball, sending it streaking toward the bone of the creature. It struck, but had no effect. "Brae, use ice and I'll use fire!" Everan shouted. "Valrin, you and Alera stay back!" Valrin ran out of range of the creature, noticing that its tendrils with the shards of bone were slowly pulled back to the creature's center as it turned its focus back to Everan. Brae sent a blast of icy wind toward the massive skull, encasing what appeared to be one of its many eyes in an orb of ice before focusing her ice into one spot. The creature's tendrils were fully retracted. "It is about to use its other attack!" Valrin shouted. At that moment, Everan sent a blast of fire into the spot Brae had focused. A chunk of skull flew off, much larger than they had managed to destroy before. The creature screeched, snapping its bladed tendrils out again. Brae was struck and thrown across the sand. Valrin ran for her, the creature reaching high into the sky to smash the area where Brae was with its massive skull. Just as Valrin reached Brae, the shadow of the creature hovered above them, ready to smash the ground. Everan channeled a spell of earth magic, building up a large earthen mound around them piece by piece. The creature smashed into the spell, and darkness covered Valrin and Brae. He couldn't move. He could feel Brae's hand, and could hear Everan shouting. Another explosion, and the air turned hot. "Get them out!" he heard Everan shout. Alera was above them. "Hold on!" she shouted. "Brae!" Valrin said. She didn't answer. "Brae!" "I'm okay," she said. "Something is on us." Everan's spell. He kept the creature from smashing us. Valrin could see the night sky. Alera had removed most of the rocks and worked to pull them out. Brae was a bit deeper down. Though Valrin was able to get out, he kept her hand in his. "Don't worry, I'll get you." Alera and him worked with haste, freeing Brae, who smiled in relief seeing Valrin. "I don't think it likes you," Valrin said to her. "No, not at all." Valrin looked to Everan and saw that the wizard held a series of vines with his one staff while using his other staff to channel purple magic into the bones around them. He was resurrecting creatures, drawing upon necromantic energies and summoning all forms of beasts to claw their way upon the ground and attack the bone monster. The creature was growing. The massive skull made up of so many creatures was truly a spell of its own strange design. But as it reached high into the sky, surely to strike at Everan, Valrin saw a long tendril rooted into the ground. Perhaps that was its weakness, but there was a significant amount of lava. He looked to Brae, seeing the blood running from her nose. "Alera, stay with her!" The creature smashed the area where Everan was, and then recoiled back. "Everan!" Valrin shouted. "Get it to rise again and send those summonings into its center. There is a spot I can strike." Everan nodded, sweat pouring from his body as he channeled both staves with magic. The creature turned to strike Valrin when several blasts of fire and earth shards struck the broken part of its skull. It reared up, and beside Valrin, the purple necromantic energies surged around him, the creatures Everan had called forth running beside him, diving into the lava, providing just the footing for Valrin to move forward. He drew his Dwemhar blade, now wielding two swords. The saber flashed with white magic as the contrasted shadow blade burned with blackness. The tendrils with the small blade struck out, attempting to slash him, but either missed or struck the summonings. The creature had risen high into the sky, seeking to strike Everan, when Valrin lunged, slashing with his Dwemhar blade. That was all he needed. The searing white flames cut through the strange tendril, and lava burst forth. Valrin recoiled, tripping over the bone creatures as he scampered away. The towering skull fell like a collapsing tower, striking the hard ground of Ayeklo in an explosion of dust. He couldn't see anymore, but he kept running, more pieces of bone falling to the ground. He suddenly could see a glowing flame and pushed forward, spotting Brae holding her spell outward. with Alara not sure if Valrin or something else was coming. Valrin noticed Everan shielding himself with a ward, still as the remains of the creature fell around the wizard. He hurried over to them as he noticed Valrin. "Don't do that again," Bry said, out of breath. Everan dropped to his knees beside Bry, tipping a potion into her mouth before chugging one himself. "Damn monsters. One day I'll deal with Wura again personally. He is the bastard god who created this thing, I'm sure." Valrin looked at his blades. The Dwemhar blade was as normal steel again. The creature was dead. "Good work, Captain," Everan said. "Thanks. I had no idea it would work, but I didn't see any other option." Everan smiled. "Well, I can't say I had to do all of that. I might have competition with my Monster Slayer title soon." "Don't mention it." Bry laughed, now taking the vial of elixir from Everan and finishing it off herself. Valrin went to where the skull of the creature was lifeless and broken upon the hard, rocky surface of Iaclo. Though Everan stayed with Bry, helping her to stand, Alara hurried next to Valrin. As they entered the bony form of the creature, Valrin noticed the shard had moved up into its skull, glowing faintly as they approached. "Like a life source, it seems," he told her. He reached for the crystal. This time it came to him without even putting much force on it. "2 of 3, he told her. "Just one more. To the east, in a spring," she said. Everan and Bry slowly joined them, and Bry nodded. "Good. Next?" "We cross back across. I see mountains with what looks like woods of some kind. Considering nothing else grows here, I must assume that is it. We must walk for some time, though. That is no simple trek if it is anything like this first part." "At least this wasn't too far from where we left the ship," Bry said. Valrin sighed. "Well, there is only one way to get there. Let us begin." Part 12, Unto the Depths. If the challenge of the first shard on Iaclo was about a horrid, cursed creature, part of the challenge of the second shard was purely the distance it was from the ocean. The Ayla sunrise was well behind them again. They had traveled at least 4 times as far this way as they had traveled to the bone monster, and still it seemed that the mountains were as far away as ever. Though to Alara's mind, the occurrence of a single shrub acted as a source of encouragement. "There's another one," she said with a tone of glee. "I mean, she is right," Bry said. "A shrub is hardly a source of encouragement in such a dismal place," Everan said. "I feel like one of them will say something to that. A quote of making good out of bad or something," Valrin said. "We are not poets," Bry said, "but this place needs a bit of light." "The light is fine," Everan said. "You should see my home." Alara laughed. "I know you keep talking of the Shadowlands, but it is not quite the dark and dreary place you try to make it." "It is dark enough, Dragonrider. Perhaps you do not get good sense of it atop your beasts." The road, if one could call it a road, turned sharply south, heading into a series of hills where, aside from a few shrubs, there were large trees growing out of the rocks. The ground shifted from hardened stone to dark dirt, and the air was not as foul as across the rest of the region. "Etha's rage is not quite so horrid here," Valrin said. "We just walked far enough, we're not in that region anymore." Bry laughed. The wind cut through the trees, and though there were actual leaves on these trees, they were dry and thin. The tree trunks had yellow lines growing from their roots up into the upper branches. The lines, like veins of a body, pulsated and glowed as if they were creatures of their own regard. Everan stopped for a moment, staring at the trees. "They remind you of the leech trees," Alara said. "They do. Strange to see them here," Everan told her. "Glowing trees?" Valrin asked. "Yes, but that is not quite the danger. Leech trees are predatory trees that extract your spirit, for lack of another description," Everan said. "They are native to my home. Just stay away from them, just in case." Bry flashed up a spell of fire. "I'll burn every tree here. I am no elf." As they made their way into the sparse woods that climbed up into the hills, they passed through stone ruins. Though not much more than an archway and a broken gateway, they noticed 3 defaced statues and a fountain that had long dried up. Hidden in the trees was a tower that had mostly crumbled apart, and upon the ground were runes that began to glow as they approached. "A shrine," Everan said. "A channeling node for energies. Quite an interesting find after so much destruction. This must be quite a place of power. Strange it has been left alone, and not even the wraiths of Iclo are here." "They can stay away," Bry whispered. "They are not welcome here. Don't give them reason to show up." Moving past the ruins, they began to descend, and Valrin could see water beneath them. He stared at what appeared like a clear blue stream running beside them. He looked back at the ruins and then back forward. Suddenly, he saw the leaves on the trees shift to green, the path turned to polished white stone, and he could hear birds. The others didn't say anything, and they didn't seem to notice any change at all. He went to ask Bry, when she turned and frowned. "I can only imagine how beautiful this place once was," she said. "Now, everything is just dark." But it didn't appear that way to him, and he did not know why. He nodded to her but said nothing. Her voice sounded strange, too, like she was some distance away and down a deep hole. "With every footstep, you are closer to your fate, Stormborn, creator of this reality. So much you have done to save one, and how epic it is that you've simultaneously brought about a greater destruction to bear." He paused. The voice was sudden, and the words, they seemed familiar. Everan turned, noticing Valrin had stopped. "Captain?" Valrin didn't speak. He saw the world moving around him, the trees shifting colors, and he saw blood. Fire overtook the trees, and water rolled over everything. It wasn't Ayaklo. It was something else. He stood alone in a green valley. Great towers of silver and gold were in the distance. The ground trembled beneath him. He could hear a roar in the wind. Lightning flashed above. The sky was now dark, and he stood upon a lone mountain as the ocean swarmed over the land. "One such as you knows the terror that befell the world. You did not cause such evil, yet are one who came out of the depths to protect the coming world. But now you try to change what is by going to what was. So, in your own form of courage, you gave another courage, but I was already there." "Vals!" he heard. It was Everan's voice, but he couldn't respond. Footsteps into time converge with rhyme. Oh, how poetic, but while history repeats, it is never as it was to those who experience it. How short-sighted are we to say another, older one does not understand. For time is but a binding agreement with death. From the time you are birthed, screaming into the world, you are dying. Tell me, Stormborn, do you not know that you will die? Valrin felt himself struck by something. His entire body felt aflame. He opened his eyes to see Evorn with his staff pointed at him. Waves of white light swirled around him, and Bry was in the distance, her spells crackling to life, sending bolts of lightning into swarming darkness. "Valrin, come back to us!" Everan shouted. The light faded, and he felt himself falling for just a minute. He could not see, but he could feel the pressure of a hand on his chest. "Ilera, to your right!" Everan shouted in the blackness. "Bry, take my staff! I must act quickly!" Valrin could feel something within himself. It was brooding, cold within his chest. He then felt his mouth propped open, and he tasted a sour tinge. His vision began to clear. Ilera was to his left, and there was a large shimmering ward over them. It was Bry, holding Evern's staff. Her magic flowed outward, sending winds from within her form and outward. Evern grabbed his face. "Valrin!" He blinked. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. Suddenly, Everan was carrying him. They were moving further down the road. "It will only be a moment. The spirit has been extracted. We must move toward the mire." Valrin noticed that the vision he had before was completely gone. He saw the skeletal trees and the dark ground. There was no blue water, but instead a thick mire. He was laid down against a rock, and Everan grasped his other staff, bringing the necromancer's weapon to bear. "Bri, we attack as one when it comes." Valrin noticed Alera knelt not too far away from him. There was something on the ground, but he could not discern it. "It was a trap," she said, bringing her sword back up. "The Siren is dead." "Etha has led us astray," Bri said. Valrin felt his energy renewed. His body suddenly was his own again. He stumbled to stand. "Valrin!" Everan shouted. "What?" "You were taken by a spirit of our enemy, a shade by the result of its possession." Valrin noticed that Everan had another crystal in his hand. "You found it?" "I did. But this shade did not kill the Siren. There is something else that works against us." The wind shifted, and the putrid odor of the mire kicked up around them. From up the road, a shadow moved over the road itself. It bounced from the ground level up above the trees and circled high above them. "Bri, focus your energies into deflecting it if it swoops down. I'll bind this beast." Valrin raised his sword. He felt awkward, having been the prey to the trap set for him and the crew. He followed the shade as it circled high above them. Though he had been possessed, the presence that spoke to him was familiar, not some shadow of Iaclo like this. Everan pointed his staff to the trees around them. He cast a spell that looked like purple smoke, sending a fog into the barren branches. They began to grow, though the new growth of the trees were black. They twisted above them, forming up into a point with jagged points and a single circular opening. The shade floated above them. "If these are anything like the trees of my home," Everan said, "we can capture this spirit. Though normally you only need earth magic to grow these trees, not death magic." The shade screamed and wailed, the sounds reverberating off the ground and water. It flew over again. This time the scream was so loud, the water vibrated. "Come! Take me, Shade of Iaclo!" Valrin shouted, dropping his sword. The shade wailed, and then dove into the center opening in the twisted trees. Everan swirled his staff, and the trees with their spiked limbs grasped the shade. "Ice!" Everan shouted. Bri cast a blast of cold wind, and the shade was frozen. Everan moved his staff down, and the shade was drawn down to the ground, wrapped in the roots of the trees, and its form was shattered. Everan ran to the spot on the ground the shade had been, kicking several black shards, and then turned to the others. "It is gone." Valrin looked at the dead Siren. "So, someone else knows of the vault?" "But it seems that either they could not claim the shard of the goddess, or they left it," Everan told them. "We have all three now. Where must we go?" Valrin took out the 2 shards he had, and noticed that the 2 fit together. Everan handed him the other one. "You know that this could be a trap, Stormborn." Valrin looked at each of them. "We've come this far, and all is already at risk. Let us spring this trap if it is one, and face our enemy directly." He pushed the crystals together, and they glowed before snapping as one. The crystal flew out of his hand, bursting through the remains of Everan's spell that had twisted the many dead trees above them and flying high into the sky. The stars shined brighter through the thick smoke of Iaclo, and for a moment the clouds cleared directly above them. In the stone beneath their feet, the ground broke apart, and a pathway of light led into a shimmering veil of blue, as if they were staring into a lake. "The way forward," Valrin said. He gripped Bri's hand and they walked in together. He closed his eyes as he entered the water and felt himself emerge into a chilled passage. As the others went through, there were several snaps behind them. The way they had entered darkened, and suddenly, Valrin could see that the center of Iaclo was in the distance behind them. He led the others down the passage and out to an outer atrium of sorts. They were in the mountains, and though he saw no way down and away from the mountains, he did see a single gold orb machine, much like the ones they had seen flying over Iaclo before. It was in a can. Wherever they were, there was no way down, or so it seemed. A shimmering veil extended away from the place they were. A ward, perhaps invisibility? Bry asked. Or are we looking from one realm to another? Maybe, Valrin said. I thought Eliu said that there were no more Akan. As he turned to look back down the passageway, he saw darkness where they had emerged, and on forward he saw white light in a chamber in the distance. Etha, Everan said, pointing at two statues that flanked the passage. This is her place, then? Bry said. I believe the blade is down this way, Valrin told them, beginning back down the passage. Stormborn, Everan said, grabbing his shoulder. Only one who knew how to find this place could get here, and only within a can. The way to the sword, it was closed until we came. The passage opened to the outside once we arrived. Valrin looked out to the Akan and thought of what had happened near the dead Siren. Etha and Eliu both said that Eliu knew of this place, Valrin said. But what if his other form knew of it? Valrin drew his blade. Elara did the same as Everan and Bry summoned their spells. They sprinted down the passage to the room where the light was. How great of you to allow me passage into this sacred place, Stormborn. As they reached the room, they saw but a lone form, tall and slender with gray skin. It was staring at them, and upon its face was a dark mask of undulating energies. Beneath its looming figure was a sword lying upon the altar. Before any command was given, Everan cast a blast of white energy at the form, who simply waved his hand, bringing up several stones from the floor. The spell did nothing. Bry cast her own magic, which upon doing so, a crystal at the center of this entity's head burst to life, halting the magic. Rusis scum, you are a weak one. How much it is of folly that you still draw breath as a race. The figure drew the sword from the altar. In the name of Etha, Meridas, and all the gods of the north, I am the Stormborn of the glacial seas, captain of the Aela sunrise, and I command you to drop that blade. I call upon the powers of the gods to halt your advance, Marog. Marog began to laugh slowly. I knew I was going to have to deal with you again. My fleet is grand, but you and your friends escaped. I came here seeking the shards, and yes, Shadow Elf, it was a trap, one that you walked into even now. You see, I needed you to open this way, for it would not open to me unless the shards were combined. And me, he said, looking at his own gray hand. Well, I am not the Dwemhar I was before that cursed form of light pulled me from his body. But you said to drop this beautiful blade. He turned the blade so he could look at it. I will do as you say, and once the convergence is complete, I will strike the Scourge Siren, and her power will be mine. But you will not live to see this transpire, for I am a good god, and I shall drop my blade upon this stone, and from deep within Iaclo, your doom shall flood the entire island, and you have no escape. Marog slammed the blade into the ground, and fire leaped up, spraying across the room as lava poured in. Evorn and Bry fell backward, drawing up their wards and shielding them as they fell back into the passage. Where do we go? Elara shouted. We have to get back to the ship! Valrin attempted to focus, to guide the ship to where they were, but he could not see the ship being inside what was in some form, a hidden realm within Iaclo. Fire surrounded the outer skies around where they were. They were now before the two statues and the Akan. That, Valrin said. The golden metal orb? Elara asked. Stormborn, your doom is at hand, Marog shouted. Down the passageway, the form of Marog walked through the fires, with shimmering blackness rolling over him and the sword of Etha glowing white in his hand. Everan stepped in front of the others. Marog emerged with a river of lava rolling from his feet, pointing at Everan as his purple eyes began to glow within an ornate mask of silver and black. "You shall all die." At this moment, the statues on either side of the door came to life. "I have heard your prayer, Stormborn, and for once you are in a place where my actions can be without evoking the anger of the others." The two statues of Etha came to life, both swinging down their own stone swords upon Marog. Valrin went to the side of the Archon. He had only seen them operated once, but as he moved his hand along the sheer surface, it opened. "Here!" As the others hurried into the Archon, Valrin walked along a golden walkway with walls of silver. He passed an opening to the center of the Archon and saw a large spinning silver substance. "Can you operate this?" Alara asked. "We're about to see." They had come to an area with a large glass that looked out over the nothingness of the expanse below them. There was no wheel like his ship, but there was a single staff sticking up from the ground. He placed his hands on it. Suddenly, he could feel the entire ship around him. It felt like the Ayla sunrise in a way. There was a blast upon the ship from the outside. Lava flowed down in front of them. The crystals flickered. He imagined them moving forward, and the Akan began to hum. They moved down and away from the Shrine of Etha, pushing through the veil between the hidden place and moving across the high fells of Etha. "We're flying," Alara said, "and not on a dragon." The Akan was beginning to shake more, and from the flashes of the crystal, it was not something the Akan was supposed to do. "There has to be a map," Valrin said. "Iliu said the Ayla sunrise could find this deep crypt, so I assume this Akan can as well." Everan was the second most experienced with the Ayla sunrise, and though it was not at all the same design, Everan remembered the setup that the central tower of Iclo had. There was a similar pillar just behind Valrin. He moved his fingers down the pillar and found a small crystal. He rubbed the crystal and a map appeared, but it did not provide much information. "So?" Valrin asked. "Hold on," Everan said. "I am looking." Everan moved his finger around the map, looking for some sign of something in the lower parts of the city. The Akan shook again. Smoke was flowing into the area they were in. "The Akan is starting to not respond. I need something, or I will just try to get to the sea and the Ayla sunrise." Everan looked up. "By your rate of descent, you will not make it. Just hold." He paused. "I think this is it. It has a rune of similar design as the Shadow Elf symbol of death. Our language is a derivative of Dwemhar and Elvish, and I don't have any other ideas." There was an outline of the Akan moving across the map. "To the east, Valrin." Valrin guided the Akan to the east. If the Scourge Siren had not sensed them before, their presence was known now. He could see the spot where Avium was, and they were far away, but something about a golden orb, likely now on fire, was not the most covert way to traverse the skies. There was a spot between the mountains, 2 peaks larger than the rest. Valrin looked back at the map, and Everan pointed out to the mountains. "I think, get as close as you can. And oh, how I'm starting to hate flying, Stormborn." Alara and Everan both gripped the walls around them, attempting to brace. Bry held on to Valrin. He exhaled, focusing on slowing them. The ship would not make it to the spot between the peaks, but there was a rear of flat land just beneath it. Here, too, were more ruins, but they were still very high above the rest of the lands. He began to lower the Akan when another explosion ripped through the Akan, and they dropped. Valrin embraced Bry as the glass shattered around them. Valrin came to in a dark, smoke-filled wreck. He felt for Bry just as a blast ripped open the side of the Akan. He could see the moon above and Everan moving through the opening. He was carrying Alara. A few moments later, he gripped Valrin in the clearing smoke, and Bry coughed. "Get out of this death trap!" Everan shouted. As they made their way out of the wreck, Everan immediately noticed there was a large blue fire growing around the ship. By some other measure of luck, Bry managed not to lose his staff. He took back his normal staff and cast a spell at the ship, knocking it from the cliff. A few moments later, a massive explosion rocked the mountain, bringing many large stones rolling down. Valrin looked up, seeing the opening in the ruins. "Go!" They jumped for the opening, making it just in time as the way out was sealed. For a few moments, it was dark, until like a candle in a vastly growing darkness that was their life, Bry and Everan both lit up the darkness with their spells. They were somewhere else completely different from the Shrine of Etha. Valrin looked over to the caved-in entrance and then motioned for them to move away from it. "I hope we're where we needed to be, or we have really messed up." The passage was clear, likely untouched by any living soul for many hundreds of years. They could hear a waterfall, but it was some distance away. "I do not understand what has happened," Bry said. "I think I do," Valrin said. The others stopped and listened as he spoke. Eliu and Marog are but the same soul split apart. The evil form he tried to remove from himself knew as he did, including places that only Eliu knew. He knew of the place where the blade was, but also that it could not be accessed. He knew too of us, or more so, me. Nothing Eliu knew before he split the evil from himself is a secret, but it seems even our acquaintance, the Clockmaster, has either forgotten memories or had them removed. Either way, he now has the sword, so even if we wanted to destroy Avium as Eliu wished, we cannot do it, and another, who wishes to take the power of the Scourge Siren and complete his capture of all that once was the greater darkness that Eliu tried to destroy. As they came into a larger room, they noticed a large growing green flame atop a massive altar. Beneath the flame was a platform with several crystals along its circular edge. On either side of the platform were separate waterfalls that fell into the darkness beneath. There was a plague before a set of stairs leading down. Everan went to it. At first he seemed confused, and then he found one line of text. "There are many languages written here, but I can read this one. It is Elvish, an early form. Here lies the path to death, and those who are never meant to leave. Such of the living should heed warning. I have prepared a place for my enemies, and I wish to keep them here, even in death." Everan looked at Valrin. "We're here." "But Eliu said this place was sealed. We needed the sword," Bry said. Everan stared at the stairs below them leading down to the circular platform. There was a broken pillar. He looked up, pointing. "The many eruptions have weakened this place. I wonder." He cast a bright light into the sky, and they saw a massive crystal that had been broken. "Valrin, I believe this was constructed afterward, a seal of machinery made by our dear Clockmaster. But like any machine and structure, capable of being broken. By some stroke of luck, the eruptions of Iclo have broken his impregnable shield that only the gods could break," he mocked. "Come, let us see if our passage is open to us." Everan led them to the circular platform, and as Valrin stepped upon it, the crystal on the outside began to spin. In a few moments, they were moving downward into the darkness. "It worked," Everan said. They were moving down into the depths of Iaclo, the crypt of the Clockmaster. As they went down, small crystals began to glow along the walls, lighting their way, and Alera took out her dragon orb. It was glowing brighter. "Soon?" Bry asked. "I think so, but not quite the place I wanted him to re-emerge in," Alera said, tucking the orb back away. They had reached another chamber far beneath the way they had come in. The waterfalls both fell into deep pools here, and rivers ran along a black stone path to a massive white door. There were 2 large statues on either side of the doors. The figures were skeletal, with long fingers, and what appeared to be flowing raiment, but in stone form. "None of life would ever want to be in this place," Everan said. These are made in the image of Vanku, the god of death." Valrin drew his sword and went to one of the statues. "We're here to save Avium. Then we're leaving Ayeklo forever. We will not be threatened by any effigy of death or threat of empty words. We will get what we came for, face down the scourge Siren, and together we will all emerge from this." He swung his sword, striking the face of one of the statues. There was a snap in the air, and Bry sent a spell of sparks into the other one, shattering it. She smiled at him. "We're with you, Valrin." Author's note, April 2019. "Greetings, Shards of Etha. How was it?" As we prepare for the final book in this trilogy, I'll distract you for a moment and see if you caught the Legend of Zelda references I made in this book. Majora's Mask, one of the two N64 Zelda games, was and still is one of my favorite Zelda games. I'm not sure if it is just the last time I could fully distract myself in a game and not worry about anything else, or if it was the slightly macabre theme and the story overall. But I still enjoy the many stories that unfold while you're playing. If you're unfamiliar with Majora's Mask, you might not have caught the references, but if you did, shoot me an email at authorjetwilliams@gmail.com and list the ones you caught. If you can name at least 3, I'll send you something special. The story has been leading to a greater event. What has not been said or seen is very important here. When I first set out to write something involving time travel, I knew there were some cliché issues that always come up. Instead of dealing with them directly, I let Eliu have his own hand in things from his POV. There is a wisdom to knowing how much he knows. While nothing has changed in the greater world, he has seen what is to pass, and while he may have made some mistakes, he took greater action to try to correct what he did. Ayeklo was a wondrous idea in conception, but going back to epics, the younger Eliu knew the dangers of advancing the Dwemhar people. He also knew the darkness within himself and sought to seal it away. We see what happened. Did their development as a people doom them to their eventual fate? I met a man while I was in Bali, Indonesia, that was from the region where Hinduism is the primary religion. We talked at length about the creations of the ancient cultures of the lands, how to the people the grand descriptions of battles above their cities and flying ships like Vimana are not simply stories but their actual history. That at one point the culture shifted from constructing grand weapons to temples and cultural monuments. After many hundreds of years moving away from the old forms of war, when war came again, they were ill-prepared and lost as a people overall replaced by a strict caste system. It was an interesting conversation because it made me wonder of the Dwemhar and Ruses. Had the Dwemhar not fought the Ruses as they did, developing weaponry, including Ayeklo, to destroy their enemy, would they had been subjugated by the Ruses? Rungar, the Ruses' Templar, seems to imply that the Ruses sought true peace, but did they really? Of all the Ruses within the world as of the writing of this letter, I am curious how many of them truly seek peace in any form, but at the same time, none of them have been in a position not to fight. In Half-Elf Chronicles, Jacia was a slave who became a warrior. In Stormborn Saga, Brae, as it is written, was to be a slave, but was saved when she was younger, knowing fully well that she had to fight to survive. Garoa of Rogues of Magic stood as the last known Rusus and had to fight for all of magic. But could they have been peaceful? Was it truly their nature? Or perhaps, like their mastering of elemental magic, were they simply custodians of power above others, contained only until they were set off? Could the Ruses have had peace with the Dwemhar? I'm interested in your thoughts. Shadowcry, the final book of the trilogy, releases next month. I'm working on Shadow Elf Chronicles now. May the lights of Wura guide you, Jeremy. P.S. Did you see that Eliu assumes he is the last Dwemhar? Those who have read The Rogue Elf might know something Eliu doesn't know. That just proves that no matter the knowledge you obtain, there is always more to learn. D. Thank you for listening to Stormborn Saga Book 8, Shards of Etha.